Hello, everybody.
Hello there.
Hello there. I bet you that's going to be in this as well.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I can imagine there's going to be so many memes in this that they're just going to fucking try to play off. Like Spider-Man No Way Home. Wait, I face-palmed when Willem Dafoe was like, I'm something of
I'm
a
a scientist
like,
myself.
I was like, really? Like, you're really going to go that far?
Yeah. Oh, because to be honest, I haven't actually watched any of these episodes. I've only heard a few things, a few spoilers, but like I've generally been staying away from it, and I've actually also been staying away from the leaks because I didn't really care too much.
Yeah.
But
yeah, me too. I stayed away from it.
Yeah, but you want to do this reaction, so let's watch this episode and see what the hell it is.
Okay, so wait, before we go, like I've heard episode 1 is okay, episode 2 is horrible, episode 3 is, well, some people think it's great, and I've heard episode 4 is pretty fucking bad. So
I heard in general, and this is just what I've been hearing, a lot of people like episode 3 was where a lot of people kind of got broken, and like even a lot of general people were turning it. Again, I don't even actually know exactly what happens in episode 3, but like that's what I was hearing, that a lot of people like 3 and 4 are where people are, even general audiences are like really turning against it. And
really?
I guess
okay.
Well, that's just what I'm hearing. I haven't been keeping my ear to the ground on this. I've just been sort of hearing stuff. So, like, because again, like, I'm not as invested in Disney Star Wars, and I haven't been for a while. So,
yeah,
I'm not trying to keep up with all the details of this.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we're ready to get started. Are you ready?
No,
I feel like I need to hold someone's hand right now. I'll just be like, let's brace for this, because let's be clear. Actually, one thing I want to make crystal fucking clear before we start. Ewan McGregor, fucking mad lad, we love you. Fucking Hayden Christensen, mad lad, we love you. Love the prequels. Love George Lucas. Love the complete Star Wars saga, as George Lucas calls it. Episodes 1 to 6. No dramas there. Fucking love all of it. And we like Rogue One, and I like more Rebels than you do, but I think we both can say we like Rebels to some extent.
Earlier Rebels, I'll say.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll say I liked Rebels up until like the final couple of episodes, which almost broke me. There's one episode in particular, that fucking last Ahsoka episode, really pissed me off. But
in general, I've also heard that Ewan McGregor's acting is the high point of this. But of course, the failure of this is the writing, because they've had fantastic actors in all of these movies and shows. It's just the writing lets it down.
And I actually did hear a rumor. I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's confirmed fact, but I heard that the lead writer for Kenobi never actually watched Revenge of the Sith. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
I know he's at least, or I know there's an interview with the writer. At least they didn't particularly know the details of Kenobi's life, which is pretty bad when you're writing a show all about Kenobi. But I mean, when has knowing anything about Star Wars ever been a requirement to make a Star Wars movie or a show or whatever?
Oh man, I miss George Lucas.
I mean, shoot, I think the only time that a major Star Wars production was made by someone who actually cared about Star Wars was Rogue One.
True, yeah, no, and it's the only Star Wars production that George Lucas likes, apparently, as far as I know.
Yeah, it's shocker. Like,
and that movie should have been a disaster as well, but it was good despite itself. Like all the reshoots and everything, like the fact that it was as good as it was amazes me to this day.
Yeah,
granted, it's not the best Star Wars movie. Certainly got some issues, but I mean, damn, if it's not a fun ride through Star Wars and the prequel, so to speak, to A New Hope. Even though, like, yeah, there's a couple of small and I think there's a couple of large continuity blunders as well. But I don't know. I have to watch Rogue One again. I feel like I should. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready to start with Kenobi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit better. Ooh, Coruscant. Oh, they're doing a recap.
Oh,
good Star Wars.
Please remember the movies you did like
that we ignored when we made The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Okay, pause. Okay, so I have heard that that's one other spoiler I have. There is actually a good bit coming up. Like at the very start of this episode, there is actually a really good bit coming up. You can probably guess what it relates to, but
Oh
I won't say anything more.
I know what you're talking about. I heard about
Oh, you
that
did?
too.
Okay, yeah. It's like the part everyone was raving about, like, "Wow, this series is awesome," and I was like, "Yep." Like I kind of predicted it would start with that, but like I was like, "Yeah, just give it more than 10 minutes, and we'll see what happens."
Yeah.
Anyway,
Will bring balance.
it's almost like there was a
Master Yoda.
huge story with Obi Wan and Qui Gon and Anakin and prophecy and all that jazz that people just completely overlooked. So
Yeah.
I had to get that off my chest.
I gave Qui-Gon my word.
I love those sound effects. Ben Burtt at his best with Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
I honestly think Attack of the Clones has the best sound design of any Star Wars movie, including Revenge of the Sith. Like, for everything better that Revenge of the Sith did, the one thing that I think Attack of the Clones did just outrageously well is the sound design. Sorry, keep going.
Oh. Yeah, I like how it's starting off with just this clip show. Like,
Well, I mean, it's a good way for me to get in the mood, I guess, to enjoy some Star Wars. But
yeah, before they ruin it.
Power greater than any Jedi.
it's almost like none of this has to do with Reva.
Yeah.
It's almost like she's a character created for no reason, inserted for nothing, that everyone hates because she's pointless.
Yeah.
And not because of her skin color.
Well, and especially when they already have plenty of Inquisitors that they made. I'm like, you could have used any of them.
Oh God, I'm dreading seeing what happens to the Grand Inquisitor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, I don't know if we explained that before. Like, we know about the Grand Inquisitor, guys, so we won't put on a fake reaction for you there.
Oh
Like
my gosh, I totally didn't see it coming, bruh.
Yeah. Well, like a lot of people, a lot of people who've no doubt had things spoiled for them, but like put on fake reactions. We won't do that. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, like
we wouldn't do that to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've talked a little bit about that of what we did know. It's really not much considering that there are 4 episodes, but like there are things that we did hear about just because everyone is talking about them.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, we know very few bits and pieces, but like, assuming that stuff actually happens in the series, we know pretty little. Like, unless these episodes are just complete filler, aside from what we heard. Anyway,
Sense that presence.
I do find it a little insulting that they feel they have to educate us on what happened.
Yeah,
like
I feel like the writers were the ones who really needed this more than anything.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's like we've known for nearly 2 decades now how the saga ends and what actually happened, and not this fan fiction series that you've cooked up for money and to prolong Disney Plus memberships.
I will take the child and watch over him.
Will you though? Will you really?
I feel like they're going to put in, like, what they showed in the trailer of him looking at Luke through the binoculars. I feel like that's going to be about the extent of him watching over Luke in the show. I feel like they're going to put just enough so that they can put it in the trailers, and then afterwards they're just gonna be like, no, but then he's gonna go off on his adventure.
Okay, if there's a Liam Neeson cameo in this, that I would say is actually a pretty good move, but we'll see what happens. I might actually freak out if Liam Neeson shows up as a voice. Boo!
Yeah.
Oh, I've always fucking hated this opening where they like flash through all these.
Ew! I've actually never seen that. That's disgusting.
That's because you haven't watched Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, that's because I've never watched any of that.
Good move, by the way. You'd be right to stay away from Mandalorian.
Yeah.
By the way, guys. I mean, Cool Man hates it because he's Cool Man, but I hate Mandalorian because it's one of the dumbest fucking shows I've ever seen in my life, honestly.
I like how it's like Cool Man hates it because he hates it, but I hate it for valid reasons.
Well, to be fair to Mandalorian fans, I'm the only one who's actually seen it, but like, you've seen enough. I don't blame you for hating it. You've seen enough. You've heard of plot points. You've seen videos on the matter.
Yeah,
enough. And just for the record, what broke me about Mandalorian, it's not like I didn't give Mandalorian a chance. I watched Mandalorian season 1. I initially hated it. It picked up a little bit, and then it dropped hard, and then it kind of picked up a little bit towards the end. that was season 1. Season 2 was just a fucking slog from start to finish. And what broke me was actually the Boba Fett reintroduction episode because, God, there's so much. I tolerated a lot of things, but when Mando deliberately forgot his jetpack, the jetpack he needed to save Baby Yoda that he can control
with
via
his
a remote, wrist remote. Like that was what broke me. I was like, no, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I remember when you were watching that and you were talking to me about that, and I was just like, doesn't he have the like control? And you were like,
yeah,
oh,
I actually forgot about that. You reminded me, I think, or someone did, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, I remember bringing that up, and you were like, I should have mentioned that.
Yeah. So yeah. Did I hate the Progan ask? Like, did I hate the Luke Skywalker reintroduction? No, that was the one thing I actually liked because I mean, fan service or not, it's actually the one thing that actually made sense. What they did with
Luke showing up. Wow, it's like it's almost like it's Luke showing up in a Star Wars thing and not being awful
and being a Jedi instead of being the Rian Johnson fucking discount version of a Jedi.
Well, they did get around to that in Book of Boba Fett, though.
Oh, you mean
oh yeah,
the book of something featuring Boba Fett?
Yeah,
he was done so dirty the way I heard it because I haven't watched Book of Boba Fett actually. I kind of swore off it. We're only watching Kenobi because we actually give a fuck about Kenobi.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So yeah, but Book of Boba Fett I heard was a train wreck. I was like, who could have predicted this? It's like, no, really?
Yeah, wow, so shocking.
It's almost like Star Wars is never going to be good again with the same people in charge.
Yeah.
Anyway, people will figure it out eventually. It should
lies.
Be like
fan fiction, Star Wars. Yeah.
Fan fiction below. That is a good shot of Coruscant. Fuck Jedi Tai Chi.
Yeah.
If they're inside the temple already shooting up the place, these fucking Jedi, these guys should know what the hell's happening. They should be like, whoa, fuck, we're under attack.
Well, yeah, like, and also, why are the kids doing training, like, at night? Because Anakin rocked up with the 501st at night. Like, wouldn't the kids be asleep?
I mean, I can imagine. Look, I'm fine with that. It's the fact that they're training at all while the temple is under attack. Like, you figured they would know by now what the fuck's happening.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like, if they're getting this far into it, like, it's one thing when they first walked up and they started firing, then yeah. But like, no. At this point, this Jedi Knight or Master or whoever it is would have sensed them coming up. Like it wouldn't have taken that long to react because it would have been better if they were doing it and then the master was like, oh no, and then gets the kids out. But
another argument I've heard against Revenge of the Sith that I find to be quite dumb is like, why didn't the Jedi know the attack was coming? And I was like, because like the 501st and Anakin is. They're walking slowly up the steps and towards the entrance to the temple. It's like, why didn't the Jedi know this was happening? Didn't have any security or whatever. It's like the fact that it's Anakin leading them, a Jedi. Well, he's not a master. He didn't receive the rank of master, but one of the Clone Wars' biggest heroes leading the 501st into the temple. Like, I don't think they would assume the worst until it actually starts to happen. One thing I will say about this scene is I do think it's good that the Jedi are learning like unarmed martial arts and Tai Chi and all that jazz because like you can tell by the fight scenes in even in the prequels, like when Obi Wan fights barehanded, he doesn't really know. He's kind of fighting very clunkily without his saber.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward when they were doing that. So it's like, I honestly think even as the Jedi, they probably should be a little bit more flexible than awkwardly sticking your leg, but whatever, like that's
they're clunky bare knuckle fights. Like Obi-Wan versus Jango was I enjoy watching Obi-Wan get head butted, and I enjoy Obi-Wan kicking General Grievous' metal leg and yelling in agony. But they're not exactly the best, they're not exactly what I would expect from a fist fight between like a Jedi master and a trained bounty hunter, you know what I mean? Like a bare knuckle brawl. But like then again, like the Jedi were never really. I mean, Granted, I think they should. I think they should be good at bare knuckle fighting. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to learn MMA cage fighting or anything like that. It's something. This is something I'd expect them to learn something a bit more elegant, like capoeira or like Tai Chi, like this. So I will say I'll give them the series 1 point already, and say showing them doing unarmed training is a good idea. But yeah, them just realizing, hey, Order 66 is happening when they're already inside the temple. That's bullshit. That's dumb. Only 2 clone troopers.
Yeah,
it should take like fucking 8 or 9 to kill a Jedi at least. But anyway,
how many times has she been shot? Like she's
I'm alright with that to an extent. So I think that's okay. You know, she had to keep fighting for the younglings, and she went down the blaze of glory. But
kids, you might want to get out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know why they're doing this, right? It's not for Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah, they're gonna say that Reva was one of the kids.
Yeah,
and she was taken because all of the Inquisitors were former Jedi or younglings or whatever.
Yeah, but again, I always love a little Order 66. Don't get me wrong, but what the fuck does this have to do with Kenobi?
Like, honestly, it would have been better if they had showed the Grand Inquisitor as one of the guards, because as Rebels established in season 2, I believe, that the Grand Inquisitor used to be one of the Jedi, like the High Guard, the one with the yellow lightsabers.
All right.
Yeah, because I remember he appeared to him in that one Force stream, and that was like his sort of reveal of who he was before. I'm like,
okay.
It actually would have been interesting because they have him in the show. It would have been interesting if you had him like as one of the guards, and then it's just okay. Then later, you find out that he turned against he turned in order for self-preservation.
Okay. Also, I wonder if they're going to show Grogu or Baby Yoda scurrying away in the middle of this. It's like, go fuck yourself. No way.
Baby Yoda gets in one of those little hover chairs that Yoda was in. He's like joyriding through it to escape the clone troopers.
I'll give him a few points here. I do like the way the temple looks. Oh, that's good actually. Watching the lightsabers go out. Well, those younglings would be dead. You got to show the younglings get away at least. That's not them getting away.
Yeah. Well,
they're defenseless.
You know what would have been a missed opportunity here? To actually have Hayden Christensen as Anakin.
Yeah.
In there killing like that. If he was the one who killed the that Jedi Master there, that would be. It's like you just put a little makeup on him, make him look like he did in Revenge of the Sith. Because obviously he's 15 years old, 17 years older now. But he still looks good. You just put a little bit of makeup on him and he'll look 23 again.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I don't think that it would be a wise idea to show Anakin going after these younglings, because I'm pretty sure those younglings would have no fucking chance. So they would get away. But they can maybe show. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying have him specific. He doesn't need to specifically be chasing the younglings, but to show him fighting there and killing the Jedi. If he was if the younglings had got off and then he cornered that Jedi Master and then killed her, after she got the younglings out.
Yeah.
And then he orders the troops to go and hunt down the younglings while he goes and takes out more masters.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, I mean, you have Hayden Christensen back.
Yeah, it would be cool to I think it would be good to see, well, not good to see. But
I want to see Anakin murdering people.
But they're definitely just showing him leading a squad and seeing him cut down a couple Jedi, because we never got to see that. We only got to see him, the Revenge of the Sith video game has a bit of that, but
and
Revenge of the Sith only showed us him basically extinguishing the last remaining surviving younglings, to show just how thorough they were being with their extermination.
Yeah, and how far he had fallen.
Yeah, great. Well, how far is willing to go? But yeah, same deal. Yeah, you're right. But some people say about that is Anakin explicitly just goes up to the fucking council chamber and kills younglings because he's such a pussy or because he doesn't, the George Lucas wanted to go ultra dark. It's like, no, you idiots. Anakin fought his way through the temple and then he finished off the younglings.
Well, yeah, because we see in the hologram that Obi-Wan and Yoda were watching that he was killing the Jedi.
He's killing everyone, yeah.
Yeah, and
sorry, go here.
Yeah, and one of the Jedi, because this isn't talked about, this is something you learn in like expanded materials, but one of the Jedi that he killed there was played by, I believe it was Nick Gillard, who was was one of in terms of the lore, was one of like the main trainers of combat.
Which is funny because he was the guy training them in the choreography of the prequel fights.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and then Anakin rocks up, kills him, and then he starts killing everyone else. It's just like, so it's like, I mean, yeah, we only get teased with that. I honestly would have loved to see him like have Hayden Christensen come back and actually have a duel. Like that would have honestly been way cooler than focusing just on the younglings.
Yeah,
like actually focus on Anakin. And then, like at the end of that flashback, you cut to Vader 10 years later.
Yeah, no. I really hope we get to see more of Hayden Christensen and not just he has a mask because he's Vader and
he's being dubbed over.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we have Hayden Christensen back. Oh, but we know you guys threw a massive bitch fit about his acting, which was perfectly fine in Attack of the Clones. So we won't actually show him, but he's gonna be under the mask. So aren't you guys excited?
Yeah,
I'm actually way more interested because look, let's be real here. Aside from James Earl Jones's voice, anyone can play fucking Darth Vader. I'm sorry, anyone can play Darth Vader because he is just he's like Master Chief in a way. He's a husk in a mask, right? Grant, I think each character has their own depth in their own certain way, but
I mean, like for whoever is in the suit, it's mostly irrelevant.
Exactly,
because the voice, and I mean, there have been plenty of Vader imitate, like a lot of the video games. There have been other people who did the voice of Vader, so it's like you could have a lot of people dub over that. So it's not really as big of a deal to have him in the Vader suit.
Yeah,
but so I mean, like it's neat. I like the idea of it. But I honestly, because when a lot of people heard that Hayden Christensen was coming back, the biggest assumption is that we were going to be getting flashbacks of the Clone Wars, which would have actually been a fantastic thing to include in this.
Agreed.
If it was all on Tatooine, and it was just Obi-Wan and his watching over Luke and some misadventures, but then the action, the really intense stuff, were all these flashbacks of him and Anakin back in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, or Hayden Christensen and Ahsoka would have been a good flashback. Yeah, I was hoping we get that in this too. Maybe, I mean, I haven't heard any spoilers about any of that, so I guess we'll see in episodes 5 and 6, but I mean, we'll see. But yeah, hopefully we get a bit more Hayden Christensen and not just Vader in the suit, because I'd be very interested to see more of what Hayden has to offer. Anyway, let's keep going. We're already taking a while.
Yeah.
10 years. So it's a decade after. Okay. It's just me, or does this look pretty cheap?
It does look relatively cheap. And I mean, it's probably because they're using that one little mini set that they use for The Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett. So it's really only a small area, and the rest is CGI'd in.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks a little weird to me. It doesn't look.
It looks better than Book of Boba Fett, but that's not saying much.
I haven't seen enough of Book of Boba Fett.
From what I have seen, it's way cheap. Like there's even you get to see unfinished sets. Like there's one camera angle that they had. You literally got to see the wooden frame of this one wall because they had the camera set behind it and they didn't crop it out or move the camera. It's bad in Book of Boba Fett.
Okay, fair enough. Mandalorian actually, for what it's worth, looks all right, but maybe it's the sky. Maybe because it's like overcast on Tatooine that has two suns and it doesn't rain there. It looks weird. I don't know.
Are the Empire just rocking up?
I think so.
Oh, we're getting the Inquisitors. That's what this is.
Good to see you. I hope we get to see you for a while. I honestly thought Sam Witwer was actually playing this guy when I first saw him in a preview shot.
Oh no! It's so weird, especially because we already had this race in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah,
they're from Utapau.
Mm.
And then like they have really, really tall heads. But then they're like, no, let's just put some makeup on this dude. Like, and what kills me is, especially when I found out that Jason Isaacs, aka Lucius Malfoy, in the Harry Potter movies, played the Grand Inquisitor, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he would have been perfect in live action. He's an experienced like live action actor, and he's already
a
tall.
ruthless colonel.
Yeah.
The Patriot.
Yeah,
he's also very good at this role.
It's like he would have been so good, and then I'm like, then they're like, nah, let's just get some random dude who doesn't even look anything like him.
Rules of war. Would you like a lesson, sir? In the rules of war.
Yeah.
I can see him doing Grand Inquisitor. I love Jason Isaacs, man. He is so good at what he does.
Especially, he's so good at playing bad guys. And then, like, it's like Disney. You could just get Jason Isaacs for this, but no, they have to still make the worst decisions. Well, I think it's interesting they picked the fifth brother. He's the shark. She's the shark guy.
Oh,
from
right.
Rebels.
They call them sisters and brothers. That's right.
Yeah. Because I always called the fifth brother, and I believe it was the seventh sister, the one voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar. Yeah.
Oh, seventh sister. Isn't that the one from who's seventh sister again?
She was from Rebels.
Oh, she was from Rebels. Okay, yeah, and it makes sense because Gellar is married to Prince Jr. So
yeah,
it makes sense that she would have a role in.
Yeah, well,
I think she had a role in the production. Well, Robot Head calls was it Freddie Prinze Jr. Mr. Gellar?
Yeah, well, I mean, he really is.
He's such a fucking tool. And that's a shame because I actually liked Freddie Prinze Jr. back in the day.
Yeah,
he turned into an obnoxious douche.
Yeah, I always called the fifth brother and the seventh sister in Rebels. I always called them Shark Boy and Buffy the Jedi Slayer.
That's so bad.
She looks so boring.
Yeah,
like she's not wearing a mask or any kind of headgear like a lot of the other Inquisitors. She just looks like a normal person in Star Wars cosplay.
Yeah, pretty much. But you gotta have that diversity hire. You have all these aliens to choose from.
Well, and it's not even the hire that I'm really talking about here. I'm just talking about the way she looks. Like the way her hair is done, it just looks like a normal hairstyle. She's supposed to be an Inquisitor. Like the way they make her look, they just make her look normal. Give her a helmet, cover her face, make her look more intimidating. Because you remember the seventh sister, and even in Fallen Order, there was an Inquisitor. Didn't she have a mask on? I don't remember. I haven't played much of it.
Fallen Orders. I gotta play Fallen Order again. I keep forgetting her name because Seer's her master, but who's the seventh? Well, I think she's the second sister. I got sorry, it's on my tongue. Someone's got to jog my memory. But
okay, she is the second sister. I just looked.
She's second sister. Yeah, which means she's like Vader's. Like she's like second. I'm guessing only to the Grand Inquisitor. She's really high. She's really strong.
Okay, yeah,
and Cal has to beat her by the end. So she had a helmet on for ages until she took it off, so she could kind of try and turn Cal. I'm spoiling Fallen Order for you. I'm sorry, but she looked great.
Yeah, I'll say, like, yeah, she has the helmet on. That makes her look intimidating, even though she takes the helmet off and she looks relatively normal, except that sort of deranged look in her eyes. But like, for Reva, she just looks so boring. If you're not going to do anything with her face to make her look scary, give her a helmet and then take her helmet off later when you want to humanize her. Like what you said with Fallen Order, it's just like you had the second sister take her helmet off later when there's an attempt to have it's actually like what I had proposed in my Force Awakens rewrite, where like Kylo Ren doesn't take his mask off until like an hour and a half into the movie because you're supposed to wait until you get to see a human side of him. It's like that same philosophy here. She's just walking around without a mask, and you know why? It's because they want you to see who it is, right? They want you to tell.
Diversity, words.
Well, we hired this actress, and we want you to know. And she probably didn't want to wear a mask because she's like, I want, like a lot of the actors, they're like, well, I want you to see my face. It's like Pablo
Pedro Pascal.
Pedro, I don't know why I called him Pablo, but Pedro
Pablo fucking Hidalgo.
Pablo Hidalgo is what I was thinking of.
And no, I've been thinking of Pablo Schreiber because he's Master Chief.
Oh, that's what it is.
That could be.
I was like, why did I have multiple Pablos in my but Pedro Pascal, yeah, because Pedro Pascal threw a hissy fit at having to wear a helmet so much because he wanted people to look at his face, and I know a lot of actors are like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like that. Like, I want people to see my face. Well, you're playing a character. You should have it. Like, it pisses me off because that's pretty consistent with a lot of the Inquisitors. Is they have helmets and they always wear them, but probably because their identities are supposed to be pretty secret because they are supposed to be pretty. Actually, you know what? That's another problem with this scene. I was just thinking about the Inquisitors aren't supposed to just be rocking up to town and storming out. Like they weren't completely secret, but they weren't well known because they obviously, I swear, if they start pulling their lightsabers out and start doing all sorts of stuff here, I'm gonna lose it because like Disney does this, and they did this in Rebels too, where it's like no, we have to keep it secret, and then they all start pulling their lightsabers out 5 seconds later, and I'm like, it's like no, it's like that's the thing is like the Jedi had started to fade into obscurity. But like they hunted them down, but they didn't make a big show of it other than the sort of propaganda of we're taking down the evil Jedi, but they was more for like the Empire took them down, not we're sending out these dark Jedi hit squads, basically.
Well, like I said, like the only reason that they didn't do that with her in particular is because again, they just wanted to show how stunning and brave they are. And I mean, she shouldn't even be in this series to begin with. No. Like she's a pointless character. She wasn't in Rebels. This series itself is pointless. I wanted to do this reaction just for shits and giggles, really. But, and also because our Halo reaction was well received. So I was like, we can try one for Kenobi. But I'd honestly be better off just everyone just ignores this series. So because they're actually considering doing the season 2 to this. It's like, how the fuck could you do a season 2 for this? It's meant to be a limited series, and you're lucky you're getting that. But there's no aliens in this shot, or hardly at all on Tatooine. Where are the aliens? Did you notice that? Maybe that's why I found it so weird. We saw droids, we saw Jawas for fan service. I that could have been the reason why I had such a disconnect with.
Let's see. This is one shot. Let's see.
Humans. They're all humans, dude. We're so badass. Music makes us badass.
I
humans
can just,
everywhere.
I can just see that the director is just like, oh my gosh, this shot is so awesome.
Yeah, humans. Everywhere, humans. Where are the fucking aliens? I think I see one alien.
Yeah, is this guy an alien?
Might be, but Jesus Christ, the alien to human ratio in Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones was way higher. Like, there's way more different species in Star Wars than humans. But here, you'd think there's hardly any aliens at all. Like, this is not a multicultural planet. It's just
I mean, even in the cantina in A New Hope, there were so many different aliens.
That too. There was even a Wolfman as well. There was a Wolfman in that cantina. Never forget. Stunning and brave. Sorry, can't help myself.
Well, I mean, this music, it's trying to sound intimidating. You have plenty of Imperial music.
Yeah, but it's not stunning and brave enough.
It's not their music.
That's true. Yeah, I know it's funny, like how much they played Duel of the Fates and Battle of Heroes in the trailer, but I reckon we'll get no, like, though. I swear to God, if they play Battle of Heroes again when Vader fights Kenobi, like, I'm gonna be really mad actually, because that's the wrong kind of fans. I was like, no, you don't do that. We already did that once upon a time. We did Duel of the Fates. You guys blew our eardrums out in the trailers, rehashing that fucking music for fan service. Without even realizing why that music was even written. It was written for a reason. Playing it for no reason doesn't mean anything. You're an idiot. You're out of touch. You don't know the IP. Anyway, let's keep going.
Walks up to the bar.
You know who we are.
Inquisitors.
You know what we do?
You hunt Jedi.
Wow, some random person, so they know the details of the Inquisitors. Oh joy.
This is weird. It just feels weird, like out of place. It's like these motherfuckers already know who the Inquisitors are. Why are you treating the audience like they don't know who the fuck these guys are?
Well,
I don't know. It just seems like a weird exchange. Let's keep. I don't want to get hung up on everything, so let's keep going.
Jedi cannot help what they are. Their compassion leaves a trail. So what is the Jedi to do? Help you and risk exposure, or move on? The Jedi code is like an itch. He cannot help it. So he steps in and saves your saloon. His compassion has been his undoing.
There.
he just stood there.
That's dumb. Also, I hate how she fucking just undermines the Grand Inquisitor. It's like, this is taking too long. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll flush him out. You know, like he was actually given I actually liked his speech. I thought his speech was all right.
Yeah,
You know,
conceptually.
The Jedi code is like an itch. You can't ignore it. You know, they're bound by their code. That's true. That's all true. You know, and the Jedi wouldn't stand by and let that happen. So yeah, it's a good way to flush them out. But I don't know. I already find her just sickeningly obnoxious by doing that. Maybe not sickeningly, but you know, look, I have a very low tolerance for, you know, Lucasfilm's forced diversity, in your face feminist bullshit. It's like a hair trigger for me now. You know what I mean? We saw it in Last Jedi. We saw it in Rise of Skywalker, Force Awakens. I wouldn't even include Rogue One into that. Rogue One, I liked Jyn Erso. So
the thing that they keep misunderstanding is that no one has a problem with female characters and the like.
Yeah.
Because how many people, like even the people who hate Rogue One, what do they say about Jyn? Well, she's boring. Well, that's really different than what people would say about Reva or Rose Tico. Because she is a solid character. Not everyone connects to her character arc, right? That's fine. That's a personal feeling. But when Jyn Erso has a character arc. She has flaws that are pointed out, and ultimately she dies at the end, barely managing to even accomplish their goal in the first place.
Yeah.
After being seriously injured and basically just gasping for breath at the end. And even the people who hate Rogue One still won't say she's the worst character of all time. They'll just say she's boring. Because and honestly, when you think about Rogue One was full of diversity. You had a female lead, you have a Hispanic male lead with Cassian, you had 2 Chinese actors playing Chirrut and Baz, you had a Middle Eastern guy playing Bodhi.
The pilot, right?
Yeah, he's the pilot.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker playing Saw Gerrera.
Yeah, so it's like,
and did anyone have a problem with those actors?
No.
No.
Well, that's
granted, I think they could have used an alien or 2 on their squad, but you know, besides that, like, yeah, no, they're all fine. Lacking, people say they lacked character. I mean, I'm fine with Jyn Erso having and Cassian, who was like the second main character. Let's be honest. Oh, they did have K2SO, so that's 3. But I'm fine with the main trio just having a couple of one-dimensional gimmick side characters along for the ride. There's nothing wrong with that. Not every character has to be multi-dimensional.
Well, and they still gave a little bit of character to them, and that's why people can't really say they're the worst thing ever. Because with Chirrut and Baz, right, they were former guardians for the Guardians of the Wills.
Right.
And Baz had become totally disillusioned with the Order, and it's only at the end of the movie when Chirrut dies that he finds like a little bit of faith again, and he goes out in a blaze of glory. And then Bodhi, he had his arc where he starts off being really wimpy, but he's trying to do what he feels is right.
Yeah,
he ends up being driven crazy by Saw Gerrera, gets a hold of his senses, and then dies heroically. Those are small character arcs that the movies does not spend a lot of time on, but they're a little something. It's enough for the supporting cast because the main development is Jyn and Cassian. Those are the main development. And even K2 gets a little bit where he actually trusts Jyn at the end to give her a gun. That's again, it's just a little bit, but our main characters got the bulk of the development. And Like most people don't even talk about it being a diverse movie because most people don't even notice because they're too busy thinking about the characters.
Yeah.
And like as I've always said this, especially in terms of Disney Star Wars, Rogue One is diversity done right. A lot of people really love Chirrut, right? At the very least, they'll think that his lines are the funniest because he's the blind warrior. Especially when they put a bag over his head. He says, "What are you doing this? I'm blind."
Prepare him for interrogation. You'll never find us all.
There you go, Grand Inquisitor. He's fucking show her who's boss. How does it stop him? He walked right around her like it didn't affect him at all. It's like, yeah. Fuck. But I do like the Grand Inquisitor. Like, this bitch was about to fucking dice him, and the Grand Inquisitor wants to do the right thing, which is interrogate him. Yeah. All right, keep going. All right, I'm enjoying this already for the laughs. Seriously.
Yeah. I just hate that I know they're ultimately going to be like, no, you're supposed to side with Reva later. But
this is going to be so funny.
Yeah.
Watching the dumb cunts at Lucasfilm go to work on creating garbage.
Reckless. You will forget this fixation with Kenobi, or I will relieve you of your duties.
Why is she obsessed with Kenobi?
Yeah, I have heard I have seen theories about Reva having a personal grudge with Kenobi, maybe for not being there to protect them during Order 66 or something. But those are just theories at the moment, since we're only up to episode 4. Yeah, because apparently she has some sort of obsession with them. I don't know.
It's probably
I have no idea how they're gonna tie that in, but that's gonna be it. It'll be very bad for the show and most amusing for me, as Gandalf would say.
I bet it's only so they can justify her being in the Kenobi show.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't really make it's done from a meta perspective, right? It's done from the writers thinking we need a reason for her to be in this show.
Stunning and brave.
So let's just have her obsessed with Kenobi. So she can be in the Kenobi show. Yeah, we got it. And they all high-fived. We're like, yeah, we're so smart.
Yeah. We're 11 minutes in. We had a recap of much better movies and Star Wars, and we had a pretty decent speech by the Grand Inquisitor, but we're 11 minutes into this pilot for the Kenobi show, and we haven't gotten a lick of Kenobi yet.
Is that clear?
I'm going to kill you next episode. Sorry. Star status. Yeah, they just fucking walk over it. That's what a weird fucking start. But I did like the Grand Inquisitor's speech. That's one thing I'll say is it was done well by. Yeah, and I think we both agree the Grand Inquisitor is a good character, even in Rebels. Like, I enjoyed him.
Yeah, I liked him in Rebels, and I was sad when they killed him off so soon, even though that was a dictate from up high from Disney, because they were like, he's not profitable enough. Kill him and get new villains.
Give him Vader. Oh, we have to write Vader out. Let's put in Thrawn. Which, I mean, even though I'm going to catch hell for
whales, guys! We could use whales!
Let's disregard Legends canon, but steal from Legends at the same time. Even though, and again, I'm going to catch hell for this, I did mostly like Thrawn in Rebels. But again, if people listening to this,
they're screaming
at me.
They're screaming, but heir to the Empire.
Here's the thing: if I liked Rebels Thrawn, just imagine how much I would like actual Thrawn. So take that for what it is. Drugs.
Well, I think it's meat. Oh, is that fish meat?
Why does the meat look so clean?
I don't know.
Anyway,
the hair looked longer. That's got to be Kenobi.
Yeah, it's Kenobi. Yeah, you're right. It is good to see him back. No, I won't lie. Then again, I never do.
Something you want to say?
Again, the lack of aliens.
Yeah, agreed. Still no aliens. Oh, I think there's one in the background.
Yeah.
On the left, yeah. Still. Oh, wait, hang on. What about that? No, I think there's 2 others on the right, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I think there's 2 others on the right. That's okay. Yeah, I'll give him a pass for that.
A couple of aliens. I think that's our standard. Is there an alien? Yes, finally.
It really feels like they're just chucked in there for like. They're not trying to make this feel like a Star Wars world or planet. They're just kind of like, it's Star Wars. We'll chuck in a couple of aliens. It's like, no, like you understand, like Massive. I mean, like, am I wrong in saying Mass Effect was heavily inspired by Star Wars for its multicultural fucking galaxy? You know, they have races with equal standing in the galaxy, minor races. And they all blend together very well, seamlessly, because it's an international society. Well, an intergalactic society, essentially, even in the Outer Rim.
Yeah.
Anyway, Obi Wan Kenobi. He looks good. He looks good.
He does. They probably should have done a little bit more to make his hair white.
Yeah.
Like, because he's supposed to have aged really harshly on Tatooine.
Agreed. And I thought it was going to be like 5 years after Revenge of the Sith. No, it's 10 years.
I thought it was going to be shorter given how he looked, because by 10 years, you would think that he would have his hair would have gone white or something.
Yeah, agreed. It would be cool to see Ewan with white hair to see how that would work for him.
Yeah.
That's the alarm, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
He's living in a cave. Didn't he have a house?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I bet you that's what's gonna be the finale of the show. How he gets his house. Like, seriously, like Han Solo gets his name and blaster. As if anyone fucking gave a shit about that. 1/4 portion. Oh god, I'm memeing Force Awakens.
I got the same vibes from the Force Awakens with Rey making her food. I got the exact same vibes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if it turned into like bread or something, I was gonna be like, okay, nope.
I would have laughed so hard.
Does the background feel fake? Does it feel like he's
something about the sky in this is really off? Tatooine sky is meant to be starry. It's meant to be blue. It's meant to be red in the sunset because there's 2 suns, for fuck's sake. It's just the sky and the lack of aliens is what's really bugging me about this. The rest of it, I'd say, is okay.
Yeah.
Is that a Jawa serving him?
You're late. Do you
What?
have it?
There's no fucking credits on Tatooine. What are you talking about? Credits? What credits?
That was literally.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
It's
okay.
like,
let's
yeah, especially because you were like, I just recently rewatched Phantom Menace, and that like they want to literally explains that you're the Republic
credits. The public credits are no good here. I need something more real. Sorry, I can't help. Every time I feel like I need to channel Watto. I can't help it. He's amazing. But yeah, look, maybe it's a different kind of credits, but like you figure they trade in junk or junk peddling and things like that. Anyway, let's keep going. Fucking maybe I jumped the gun. Oh my god, they're actually.
Oh, is this supposed to be the version of the little figure that Luke has in A New Hope?
Yep. So apparently they're going to give us an origin story for that. Thanks, Disney. Fucking idiots. I can appreciate the recontextualizing that it was Ben Kenobi that gave it to him, gives it a bit more sentimental value. But like, it's something so.
It's literally like Han, like that one dude in Solo putting together a random gun and he hands it to Han and it's his iconic blaster and it's just like, here you go, that's how it came. Yep, that's where he got it from. It's like
exactly. It's like it's so just pointless. It's like no one asked for this, but at the same time, if I'm not going to be a heartless prick here, I can appreciate them putting some emphasis on the little details.
If this was a better show and Disney hadn't completely burned all of my goodwill, I would love that little detail. But the problem is I have already lost. I have no goodwill left. So even this like the idea, like you said, the idea that like Kenobi gave him that figure when he was a kid, and then that has that so when you see him playing with it in A New Hope, that's something that he has had for years, that given to him by Obi Wan. That's an interesting idea, and I would have liked that. In the same way that certain things in A New Hope are recontextualized in by Rogue One. It's like there's a way you can do that without pissing people off. But like I'm already so pissed off by Disney that like even the little bit, I'm like, you know what? I don't care. Shut up.
Tika, If you're going to steal my parts and then sell them back to me, could you at least clean them first?
Okay, this Jawa is actually pretty funny.
Yeah, no, I think they've done well with the Jawa. Okay, that's good. That's good.
I can see a Jawa stealing someone's stuff and then selling it back to him, and he's like, "You're gonna have to pay me extra to clean after I get it."
Yeah, that's good. Kind of reminds me a little of Mr. Krabs. I don't know why.
Yeah. But, so why did you take my stuff? Money.
And Ewan's voice as Obi-Wan is great, and apparently it took him ages to get it back, but it looks like he's nailing it.
Yeah, especially because it's been 17 years since he did it.
It's been 84 years.
Yeah, it's been 84 years.
And I will say this, I do appreciate Obi-Wan getting a rapport with the locals. That's good. But still trying to remain low profile. Like, he knows the Jawas, he knows some people, I'm guessing, in Mos Eisley. Obviously, he's used to dealing with the Sand People, as we've seen in New Hope. So yeah, as far as Obi-Wan goes, I think they've done him okay so far, except for the fact that he's living in a fucking cave, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I don't see why they couldn't have just had him be in his house.
Yeah,
and just had that be where he lives. But like you said, like, I think they're probably going to give a backstory to how he gets the house, or he's going to show he's going to show up at that house. You know, they're probably going to show him taking out a mortgage with the Hutts and getting the house.
Yeah. Like, oh God, I don't know how they're going to do that.
I'm going to laugh if, like, the ending of the show is like he's in his house, but like it's the last shot, and then it goes da 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 da.
Yeah. I reckon that'll be it. All right, let's see. That's his shit.
Jedi.
No. That's the other Jedi who got.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I like, and I doubt they're going to explain this, but I like how this random Jedi just happened to come to Tatooine, where they
of all the places he could have gone.
Yeah, like there might. I haven't watched the episode, so there might be an explanation. I doubt it. This is Disney, so I doubt it. There might be an explanation, but like it is crazy that he just happened to be here on Tatooine, where one of the most infamous Jedi who the Empire wants to hunt down is.
Yeah. Also, it's even more unlikely. Like, if there was like still thousands of Jedi, it might have been a bit more likely. But that's like one of the last Jedi left alive of like thousands. There's like dozens left, so it's even more unlikely that there'd be one hiding in Tatooine with Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
I've heard the Jedi are all but extinct. Well, thank you, Tika. Goodbye.
Okay, that Jar was like the best part of this show so far.
Agreed, he is. You're my brother, Anakin.
What a fucking call. Good stuff. Oh, that's you deserve a toast for that one, man. Well done.
How do you know about the parts you weren't there for?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, I'll consider that. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, whatever. I understand why they threw it in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that line, because especially when you see little kid Anakin in the cockpit, I wanted to say that line.
Yeah. Was that from Team 4-Star?
Yeah, TDCA Bridge. How do you know about the parts you weren't there for?
Yeah, and then he powers up. It's like, it's like, we're not answering that question.
Master Qui-Gon. Master.
Well, is he still trying to connect with him? Actually, is that what that was?
I heard that he had been like cut himself off from the Force or something.
No, that's dumb. Like some Jedi did do that in Disney canon, which I'm fine with, by the way. I'm fine with him cutting himself off from the Force to try and remain anonymous. But Obi-Wan didn't need to do that. He was training with the Force this whole fucking time, because he was out in the middle of nowhere. He wasn't, he lived a solitary life on Tatooine. He didn't really need to hide the Force.
I mean, I still don't like
told him to train. That doesn't seem like training to me. Like,
no, No, he should be doing consistent training of the learning how to
Meditation.
become a Force ghost. Like that's
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Oh, but I bet what they're gonna do. I bet that they're going to have him go on the arc of, oh, he had given up and he's going to eventually rediscover himself and like become back to where he was. So they're gonna have him go on an arc to get back to where he was already at because they don't know what to do with his character.
Amateurish.
Yeah, like he's already had his arc really. Like this is why there's not really much you could do with a Kenobi show outside of be introspective.
Just reeks of an amateur's work on a character he didn't understand and an IP he didn't care for.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Lucasfilm.
Yeah. We're like 20 minutes in and basically nothing much has happened with Kenobi.
Nope. Not at all.
And I bet that's going to be the only bit of Luke we're going to see in this show.
I'm very surprised they brought back Joel Edgerton, but I'm happy they did. I've always liked Joel Edgerton.
Yeah. But again, I think like I like that too, but I also think that like it's just the same thing with Ewan McGregor. Like he looks way too young for what like because like we know that like Owen and Beru both aged harshly, just like Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
So it's like he still looks like this should be less than 5 years after the end rather than 10 years. But whatever. I mean, they got prequel actors back, so I mean, wow. I just looked Joel Edgerton up. The dude is 47 years old.
Really? He doesn't look that.
Gosh, like I know it's been a while, but like he still looks like he's in his 30s.
He does. He's aged well.
Yeah.
To be fair, Ewan's aged well too. He looks like Ewan's 52, I think, but he looks like he's 43 here, like, or maybe 42.
Yeah. Well, and I still feel like they also make-upped him to look a little older too, because like if you see Ewan McGregor in interviews, he honestly looks like he could still pass for being in his 30s.
Doesn't age.
Yeah,
man, does not age. It's like Keanu Reeves or Tom Cruise.
Yeah. I can definitely see what people were saying about Ewan McGregor acting his heart out to this lackluster script.
Yeah,
like I can see in his eyes he's thinking of Kid Anakin. Like I can see it just from that expression he was giving. Like I feel so bad that he comes back for this project.
Yeah.
Like like so much was said in just that look.
Agreed. Yeah, no, he's doing a good job. I also love how that little boy is going to turn to this old curmudgeon-y hermit that's going to die on this island alone one day because he transformed himself into a ghost. And after he withdraws from the Call of Duty and doesn't help his friends out and lets the rebellion die. I really like how that's what this kid's gonna turn into one day.
Oh, Disney canon never ceases to ruin everything. Yay. It's just as the saying go, all roads lead to blue milk.
That's good. That is good. All right, let's keep going. We're almost halfway through.
I would have preferred like if he had actually like given it to Luke. Like to actually like see them interact and then have like Owen sort of shuffle him away and being like, told you, didn't want you training him. We don't want that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Tusken Raider attack?
No, I'm betting it's the Jedi that fled.
Master.
Oh yeah, it is.
I thought I saw you in town, but I wasn't sure. What are you doing here, Obi-Wan?
My name is Ben.
You have no idea what I've been through.
He's gonna get shot, isn't he?
Probably. Says Obi-Wan. That's not a name I've gone by since before you were born. Except for that one time when that one Jedi showed up and called me Obi-Wan.
Yeah. But here's the thing, pause. Would Obi-Wan turn this guy away? Because like I understand the fact that he's keeping Luke hidden to be a complete secret, which is why he needs to keep secret. You know what I mean? But I don't know if he'd turn away another Jedi like this. It's difficult. I don't know. I do think, but that's why you shouldn't have the Jedi there in the first place.
Yeah, I was gonna say why even create this problem? Because like this is also the problem, because we know that Obi-Wan between episode 3 and episode 4 didn't do anything except train and watch over Luke. Like that's all he did.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are like, well, that's boring. Well, I'm sorry, we had that from New Hope. Like that's kind of how things started. We have to have Obi-Wan here watching over Luke. Yeah. This is why it's very hard to do a show, and this is why most content that covers Obi-Wan on Tatooine is usually just shorter series, like some comics, maybe a book. But it's like it's never something extensive because there's not much you can do.
Yeah, maybe like a little short story of him training and interacting with Luke and maybe slaying a crate dragon or something. But beyond that, there's not really much you can do, is there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You must leave. You'll draw too much attention.
But I have nowhere to go. They're hunting me. You have to help me.
You want my help? Take this. Walk into the middle of the desert and bury it in the ground. Stay hidden. Live a normal life.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Safe, yeah. I also don't like the way this guy feels like he's barely acting at all.
Yeah, it's especially compared to Ewan, who's like every scene it feels like he's trying, and this guy's like, hey, I'm here, like they're hunting me. Oh,
you have no idea what I've been through. It's like, you don't sound desperate at all. You sound like you're just here reading lines that are meant to kind of give Obi-Wan this like little crossroads where he has to make a tough choice. I can respect him basically turning the Jedi away, but basically giving him some advice like, all right, you found me, but you can't stay. You need to leave. You need to keep your distance from me. You need to stay hidden, blah, 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 blah. I can't let anyone jeopardize Luke's safety. He's doing the right thing here. I can respect that, but still, this fucker shouldn't even be here.
You know how he's acting? It feels like he's a dude pretending to be a Jedi.
Yeah, yes. Absolutely. I will not hear a word against Ewan, Hayden, or Natalie for how they did the prequels, because they fucking felt like characters and they fucking acted. They acted the shit out of the roles. They did exactly what George wanted them to do. They did not sound like this guy. This is the difference between people who are acting and people who are just kind of not acting.
Yeah. Well, and from what he said, I thought I saw you in the market. So it is incidental that he just happened to come to Tatooine. He didn't come here seeking Obi-Wan. He's only trying to search for him because he thought he saw him at the market. So, it is random that he just so happens to go to Tatooine, where there just happens to be a famous Jedi Master and hero of the Clone Wars. And he just happens to get tracked by someone who just happens to have a hatred specifically of Obi-Wan.
Yep.
I can accept some contrivances in a story, but I feel like we've already stacked things up halfway through this episode.
Yeah.
The time of the Jedi is over.
Oh, that's way too similar for it's time for the Jedi to end. Well, I okay, all right. They did lose the war. They did lose their chance to fight back when at the end of Revenge of the Sith. They are in hiding. But this feels like it's drenched in so much negativity and pessimism because they're supposed to be ready to train Luke for him to be like the new hope for a new hope.
They're biding their time. They haven't given up. They've done a strategic withdrawal essentially.
Yeah, because most of the Jedi were killed. The few that are left are in hiding. It's not like they can organize. Even if they did all organize, there's not enough to make a difference against the Empire, at least. So it's like I feel like his word, like what he's saying about them losing is right, but I feel like the wording should be a little different. Instead of it being, the time of the Jedi is over, it's like we need to prepare for like the right time or something.
It should basically say stay hidden. You will be called upon when the time is right, or something like that. But for now we have to lay low,
Yeah,
something to that effect. Obviously, that doesn't come to fruition because this Jedi will probably die before that happens. But
yeah, he'll be dead before the end of this episode.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna die. But but my point is, even if that wasn't the case, the reason why he doesn't show up later after everyone says lay low until we call upon you is because he gets killed off-world because he's discovered months or years later from now, before A New Hope happens.
Yeah,
because he didn't lay low, because he didn't strategically withdraw. Anyway,
yeah,
let's keep going.
Go back to the town. Let it go.
Go away.
That's bad.
I had heard,
great acting, mostly okay dialogue, but
I can see. I had heard there were comparisons with Jake Skywalker. I can see there are shades of that in how they're writing Kenobi here.
Yeah,
it's not full on Jake Kenobi, but it's close.
It's getting there.
Yeah,
I'd say it's got one foot in that door.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Alderaan.
Hey, there you go. That was good. The art department did their job. Royalty. The general finishes royalty.
I'll say I like the idea of this, of seeing Leia being in the prim and proper. I feel like this would have been more effective if they had played it in a direct contrast to Luke. If they had showed more of Luke and him working and sitting in the moisture farm, and then you compare that to Leia, who has 3 people dressing her up in the morning.
Yeah. Luke got the short end of the stick big time.
Come on, let's hurry it along. How is she doing?
Great.
I thought that was Bale for a second. I was like, what?
I was going to say that better not be, but I think they're like assistants or servants or something.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you behave, I will let you.
She insisted you would find it amusing, Your Highness.
She's either in the cellar, in the kitchen,
or in the woods.
I don't know why they decided to focus on Leia though for this series, because Luke is the one on Tatooine.
No,
it should be. If anything, they could have focused on him developing some sort of bond with Ben.
Yeah, they should have, because we know that they knew each other, but it had been years since they'd seen him because Owen had made sure that Luke never talked to him.
Yeah,
so it's we know he knew him, but he was a little unfamiliar because of course Owen didn't want him to get too familiar with him. That actually would have been enough to at least keep a couple of episodes. And just to say, hypothetical, they could have split this series between a young Luke and a young Leia and actually shown 2 stories going on simultaneously, seeing their different lives. And Leia would have been involved more stuff because she was involved in the Imperial Senate in episode 4, and we would have gotten to see more of Bale and what he was doing and him being in the rebellion. And that actually, you could have actually seen Leia interacting with Mon Mothma and Admiral Akbar and other members of the rebellion. But they would obviously have that's a secret. You're not supposed to know. We could have actually, instead of just this being a Kenobi show, this could have been the early days of the rebellion, and then you have a subplots involving Luke and Leia. But of course, Kenobi is a moneymaker, so that's what they slapped his name on the show.
They sure did.
Though to be honest, I don't mind her being adventurous and running out this.
That's fine.
That's fine. I feel like it's important to note here. Look, I don't mind that. I can absolutely see her having one of her friends or whatever take her place,
being mischievous.
Yeah, we have to remember, she is Anakin's daughter. And even Padme was incredibly reckless. Their genes created incredibly irresponsible children. I can see that. Okay, I can see that.
Pleasure barge, boring. Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one. traitor, maybe?
Leia Organa, you had to do this today?
Do what?
Down. If you behaved as well as you climb, you'd be a senator already.
I'm sorry, Mother. I really am. I promise I won't do it again.
You know, I can feel you doing that.
So yeah, Leia's. I mean, that's all fine. What that was. It's just kind of. I don't know. It just seems kind of a little pointless what they're doing with Leia. Like, but as far as as Leia being an adventurous, mischievous young girl who defies her parents a little bit, that's fine.
Yeah.
Why again? Just why is this in the Obi Wan Kenobi show? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't really.
Yeah, that's the real problem. Is that like the that in and of itself isn't bad, but it's misplaced in a show that's supposed to be about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Exactly.
I don't know if they're trying to be boring on purpose because this is supposed to be the monotony of his life, but watching him work, leave, go to town, then work, leave, go to town is not particularly engaging.
It's not, you're right. It's just but I understand they want to show us, his daily life and stuff. And I do appreciate the fact that they're they're showing us how like people on Tatooine, get their, food and what the jobs are like. That's a little bit of world building I can appreciate.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
But yeah, it's not exactly something I want to have like 20 minutes of in this pilot episode.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I want you to stay away from him.
Dick.
You don't need anything.
Oh, yeah. It's just a toy.
Dick. It's like...
It's just a toy.
It's a lot more than
that. Literally what I said.
Owen just wants to keep him as his fucking farm boy slave. Do all these freaking jobs for no wage. Not even minimum wage.
Yeah. Minimum wage. No friends.
We talked about this. When the time comes, he must be trained.
Like you trained his father. Anakin is dead, Ben. And I won't let you make the same mistake twice.
Well, Obi-Wan's kind of the reason you have Luke in the first place, but
yeah,
I don't know. Look, like that's not all bad. I can kind of accept that. I just think Owen's being a little too, again, like he's being too dickish about it.
Yeah.
And in actuality, Luke has to be trained at the right age. Otherwise, if he waits too long, if he's too old, like he was when he was finally brought to Yoda, and Yoda says he's too old, he could very well end up like Anakin. There's a much higher chance of it happening. But if Obi-Wan trains him when he's meant to, at like age 4 or 5, then
because Luke is 10. Like he's technically way past. He's older than Anakin was in the Phantom Menace. So
that
when
is the problem, then. This really should have taken place 5 years after Revenge of the Sith, not 10.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely something that. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, he is actually older than Anakin was when he was racing pods and working for Watto.
For saying he must be trained when the time is right. I mean, technically, because by the Jedi like standards, he's already way
too old. Yes.
I get it that Obi-Wan was willing to train him at any point, including when he was 19, because like it's his entire mission to to oversee and train Luke. So he wasn't just going to be like, "Well, you're too old. I guess we'll just give up."
Yeah, they should have established. Like I said, they should have done this when Luke was 5, not when he was 10. And they could have made it clear Owen then didn't want Luke trained, so then Obi-Wan had to keep his distance at least until Luke was ready to strike out on his own. Until when Luke was ready to strike out on his own, then he could have approached Obi-Wan. But until then,
and then you could even use this for a little character building with Owen. Maybe Baru can ask him like, well, what about when Luke comes of age and he's going to leave? Like Obi-Wan will train him then, and he's just like, I can keep him on the farm, and then like that really would put into context him in A New Hope whenever he keeps keeping him on the farm every season.
Yeah,
when it's like, because he has a line that already sort of implies that when he's like, and she's like, he's got too much of his father in him. He's like, that's what I'm worried about. Like it's already implied that he doesn't want Luke to go off.
Yeah,
because he wants to protect him.
Yeah.
But like I feel like you could have done a little bit more in this and sort of developed that from a point of view that he really does want to protect Luke, because he does come off as being really jerkish here in this scene.
Yeah.
Also, no aliens.
There's fucking none of them, are there? Jesus Christ! This is Star Wars. This isn't the fucking. It just looks like the Middle East here. You know what I mean? Everyone's out in the desert. There's like igloos and shit like that, and fucking.
Yeah, you remember how in the Phantom Menace when they were just walking through the city and there were all those aliens and they had all the little shops everywhere, and they had that alien with the meat that was hanging that what's his name, Jar Jar was taking. And it's like and then you had Zaboba there too.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, so it's like you have so many aliens in Lucas when Lucas is doing Tatooine, and here it feels like these are just a bunch of extras.
Oh no, Inquisitors! I must flee.
Let us slowly saunter away at a brisk pace.
There's a Jedi hiding on this planet. We need to know where he is.
Or you'll be punished.
Riva!
Hands go first.
She's just so insubordinate.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Like this guy.
Granted, the dude again, he's again cookie cutter script. Like this is just I very much liked the Grand Inquisitor's speech, but this is just, we are here to hunt a Jedi. We must find who he is, where he is, or you will be punished. And I'm like, a fucking fifth grader could have written that. I mean,
I just realized something that's actually a really big problem with the Inquisitor's speech. It just hit me now.
What?
He was talking about how the Jedi's compassion will always make them act and always make them protect people. But remember, Imperial propaganda is that the Jedis are a bunch of evil, power-hungry traitors who wanted to overthrow the Republic and the Empire. They would not be walking around saying the Jedi are so good and so kind.
To be fair, like I mean, I get what you're saying, and I do think there is you definitely have a point. But he wasn't really phrasing it as compassion. He was phrasing it as their code, which is. I mean, yeah, you definitely do have a point.
Well, yeah, but he was saying like the code is so ingrained in them. But like if the code is about protecting people, but that goes against the Imperial propaganda because
that's true. Because I'll give you. You definitely win that one. All right, yeah, I agree. Yeah, basically, I feel like because I was thinking back to Rebels and I was like, pretty sure the Grand Inquisitor, even though I kind of like his speech, it could be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he never described the Jedi as. Being too instinctually compassionate, because I mean, who the fuck would think that someone who's too compassionate is evil or a traitor?
Hey, those Jedi guys sound pretty good. All right, nope, kill them. It was just something that hit me just now when he was talking.
Oh, good point. Yeah,
that way, when you reach for anything, you think of us.
Really? You sure it isn't just so they can't use weapons or work without their hands?
Yeah.
Wait, can you rewind it like 20 seconds? Sorry. But if memory is a little faulty here, I'm pretty sure Asian Inquisitor over here just told you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he did. He was like, Raven.
So why are you still rambling on?
Go first.
And he just gives up.
What a fucking loser! Holy shit! Grand Inquisitor at least fucking put her in her place with the Force. Like, fucking don't you dare! Like, we need him alive, and he just fucking tosses her.
Fifth brother, more like the fifth cuck.
Yeah, freaking Mando was telling me, Metal Gear Mando. He was telling me, yeah, this bitch is like a fucking, Anakin was playing a petulant. Hayden Christensen was playing a petulant child in Anakin. This chick is meant to be like this. Enforcer, this Inquisitor, this answers directly to Vader and person who commands respect, and she's acting like an insufferable fucking moody little bitch who's
Yeah.
like like a teenage brat essentially. But she's not meant to be. She's meant to be more subordinate and
Well, yeah,
I guess
and
composed than this. Terrible. I
That
already
way.
hate her.
And
yeah,
you reach for
yeah. Like, okay, I was like, I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt as much as I could, but wow, she is annoying.
Yeah,
Like,
I can already see
like,
why people hate her.
yeah, like, oh my
anything.
gosh.
This is the Outer Rim. You have no rights here. We're not under the Empire's.
She's actually correct there. Like, this is Hutt territory. Like, do they do remember that Jabba the Hutt rules here, right? Like, if the Empire came stepping in, he wouldn't be too happy about that.
Yeah. Again, why would I like this character? She just fucking took off a woman's arm for basically saying. I mean, granted, it probably wasn't the wisest move on her part, but
No.
And I can at least credit them for actually showing that lightsabers dismember still.
Yeah,
we haven't had a dismemberment, have we, in like 20 years? Hey, lightsabers still work.
Actually, no, you're right. And I think Robot Head said something similar, where it's like, yeah, we haven't gotten any dismemberment at all in the sequel trilogy. We didn't know there were no. Well, there wasn't like there was only like one scene of a lightsaber in Rogue One, so that doesn't really count. But he did stab a guy through the gut and kill him there, so that was pretty brutal. But like, so it's like, yeah, we actually haven't gotten any hand chopping since no limb chopping since Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah,
that is the last time up until now that there's been any limb chopping, and I feel like this is them going, guys, look, we cut off a hand, like us, please.
Yeah. I think Revenge of the Sith had more dismemberments than the entire saga combined.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had Mace Windu and Anakin. Anakin lost all
Grievous?
of his limbs except one.
Grievous?
Oh yeah, and Grievous, yeah. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is just like, it has more dismemberments than all the other movies combined.
Yeah. Shit happens, man, in that movie.
Yeah.
If anyone knows anything about a Jedi.
All right, Owen, don't be suspicious. I don't want him to do something stupid like run or something that makes them chase him.
Yeah.
Like, don't be suspicious.
I think it'd actually be pretty cool that if Owen keeps his mouth shut. And like, I mean, he should. I mean, Owen isn't particularly fond of Ben, but he's not he ain't
no snitch.
He ain't no snitch. He's not that much of a dick.
Well, yeah, and like it actually would be a redeeming moment after he was such a jerk if he went out of his way to protect Obi-Wan here.
Great. Let's see what happens.
You know something?
Why did she single him out?
I was going to say, how does she know that? Like, presumably, if I remember correctly, like the Inquisitors were never trained significantly. They were trained just enough so that they were useful, but not enough that they were a threat. Like, it's kind of like how Asajj Ventress was in the Clone Wars, where the second she became too powerful, like, Sidious had her ordered to be murdered because, she was basically like a proto-Inquisitor, technically speaking. Where it's like, would they have the ability to specifically sense that? Like a Jedi or a Sith, I can see them sensing someone, like feeling that, but like
your thoughts betray you, kind of thing.
Yeah. But like,
well, to be fair, she was a Jedi youngling. She was
but a youngling, but she would have been taken by the Empire and then trained enough to be an Inquisitor, but like they would, I don't think that they would have trained them enough to where they could sense stuff like that. Maybe it's possible, but I feel like her doing this and not maybe like the Grand Inquisitor. Like if the Grand Inquisitor was the one who singled him out because he says your thoughts betray you or something like that, I would buy that more than her, because we know, at least if you watched Rebels, that the Grand Inquisitor was a fully trained Jedi. So he would, I can believe him having that ability more than Reva.
What's your name?
Steve.
Owen.
Farmer, right? Wife? Kids?
My family's of no concern to you.
They might be. You got a Jedi on that farm too? You think you could protect them from me?
You know, you're not very intimidating when you're like 4 inches shorter than him.
Well, she does have a saber, so you know.
Well, yeah, but like she's getting all close to him, like trying to be intimidating, but then she's like, she's shorter than him.
Like the whole. Is it wrong that my brain is just screaming bullshit the whole time this is going on? It's like bullshit.
Well, yeah,
bullshit,
like
bullshit,
she apparently
bullshit.
she's apparently sensing enough to know that he has a farm. I'm like, okay, then if you can sense that much, then wouldn't you just be able to tell? Like, if
yeah,
I feel like this reeks of I read the script more than anything. Like this feels like that one in Robin Hood Men in Tights when they literally pull out the script and then Robin's like, I get another chance.
Yeah.
Tell me where the Jedi is, or this man and his family die.
Fucking bullshit. I don't know. This guy's just doing nothing still. Also, is that the actor who plays Wong? Or no, he'd be a bit. I feel like I know who that actor is, but got makeup on.
Let me do a little search.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like this man is. Of course, she singles out this. You know, you guys know what the Jedi is. I think I'm gonna kill this man's family if you don't tell me where he is, which she may or may not know. Like she's way too forced. Like she's forcing it. She's you know, no offense to the actress, she's been told to force it. She's been written this way.
No way.
What?
The actor who's playing the fifth brother? It's Han from Fast and the Furious.
Oh, that's Sun Kang?
Yes.
Oh, that's who it is. I was like, it actually did cross my mind. But I was like, no, that can't be him. He looks too bloated to be him. But you're right.
He's also under a bunch of prosthetics and armor. True. Oh my gosh. I was like, I looked him up. So I was like, Sun Kang, that sounds familiar. And then I looked at the picture and I was like, Han?
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
No, well, you know, we all know Sun Kang can't die because, you know, he comes back to life, and even when he's long dead, he still manages to come back to life somehow. Fast and Furious is Fast 9 is trash. Fast 1 to 7 are the complete saga.
Well, yeah, he's going to die in Star Wars Tokyo Tatooine Drift.
And then he's gonna come back in the Mandalorian.
Yeah. I have died before.
Oh gosh. Anyway.
Oh, now that we've had that little detour.
Yeah.
The Jedi are cowards.
Even he's like, ugh, this bitch is annoying.
He's just thinking, I'm going to give her enough rope to hang herself. Oh, but she is not intimidating at all. The way she's screaming, it's so tryhard. Like, that's why I laughed. I'm just like, I can't take her seriously.
Yeah.
They failed you, abandoned you. There is no point in protecting them. They would not do the same for you.
She's projecting.
But you can save this man. Save his family.
You know, do you remember anything?
Oh wait, hang on. It's those bounty pucks.
Oh, from Mandalorian.
Yeah. Well, that had to show up somewhere.
No, we have to tie it to Disney Star Wars. We have to make sure it's all Disney.
Well, I mean, it would be nice if they weren't oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the tracking fobs actually. No, but like the bounty pucks are actually okay.
Yeah, I mean that's not really a problem. It's just it's in all honesty, it's probably more of a reuse of props to save money than more than anything.
I mean, I can appreciate them tying a little bit into like the Mandalorian, just a little bit, but I'm just glad we didn't see Baby Yoda. That's all. I'm just happy we didn't see him.
That would have absolutely
that fucking troll.
I hate Baby Yoda so much. Like, it would have been an absolute mood killer if during the Order 6016 you just see Baby Yoda waddling away. And they're like, we're dying, everything's horrible. Waddle, 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 waddle.
I want to just get Rever off screen so
Stand
fast.
down, third sister.
I will say the lightsabers sound all right.
All right, dress her down. Come on, Han.
This place is beneath us.
The Grand Inquisitor was right. You still want Kenobi, but he's gone. We spent the last 10 years looking for him.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places.
What is it you think you will gain by capturing him?
When I'm old.
Ah, she's so annoying. He's 100% right there. He's like, you're impulsive and arrogant and
Also, again, like it's kind of like what they did with Halo with Quan. They turn her into a bitch who has this plight that you're supposed to gravitate towards, but you don't have. She hasn't done anything yet. We just met this bitch. Why should I care? She's just been an obnoxious, annoying, moody little brat.
Yeah.
I want to buy this, but I want to buy that action figure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. What about the? Before we, I just need to make sure this. Obi Wan better go and help that chick who just lost her fucking hand. Or I'm gonna be mad.
Maybe he can repair it with some force healing.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Is Obi Wan gonna help her out, or is he gonna?
Third sister, you go too far.
Maybe you don't go far enough.
I hate that I know that the show wants you to think she's right, even though she's obviously wrong.
Yeah. Why did they come back then? And didn't they move on already?
Well, they were still looking for the other Jedi.
Yeah, but what did they assume he just fucking left Tatooine, or did they? Why are they leaving Tatooine and coming back? I don't know. It's just weird. But kudos to Owen for sticking it out like a boss. That's good on him. Everyone's gonna pretend that there wasn't some poor bitch who just lost her hand.
Yeah, Obi-Wan seems unconcerned, but let's see what happens.
Thank you, Owen.
Didn't do it for you.
And you ruined it.
Well, I mean, who did he do it for then?
Yeah.
If he wants Luke to stay away from him, how could he be doing that for Luke? I'm confused.
Well, yeah, I bet they want you to think he's just being tsundere, like, I didn't do it for you, Baka. But, you know, at the very least, he could have at least had the moment of just sort of walking away. He doesn't have to say anything.
Could have just nodded and walked off.
Yeah.
Like, a little bit of mutual respect and understanding.
Even if he doesn't want him to train Luke, it's at the very least, he's like, look, I don't want you training Luke, but like, I don't hate you to the point where I want you dead.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, exactly. And in addition to, I mean, look, at the same time, you know, Obi-Wan is the reason he even has Luke in the first place. I don't imagine he can hate him for, you know, he can't hate Obi-Wan.
No.
But yeah, like, I don't know. It's just, like I said, it reeks of an amateur writing this because it's such a cliche. I didn't do it for you.
Yeah, it really is. So you gonna help the lady? Nope.
Cuts away. Yep. Doesn't help the lady.
That after her hand got cut off, she just completely vanished from existence.
You get PTSD from seeing Anakin get his arm chopped off. It's like, I should probably help that chick out. I am a Jedi. I am compelled to help others.
Yeah, seriously.
Meanwhile, in paradise.
Yeah.
Right on time as always.
There he is. How you doing, Bale?
Yay.
He actually looks the way he should. Bit older.
Yeah.
A trade ship and an Aquilian Ranger.
Probably scouring for pirates.
Don't encourage her.
All right.
You're gonna die in 9 years.
Yeah.
Come now. There are still some issues that we need to address. Slave labor, taxation of the outer rim.
I didn't come here to end slavery. I came to eat your food.
Taxation of the outer rim. They don't control the outer rim.
It's true. Really dumb.
It's like, you're gonna tell the Hutts to stop taxing. Well, I don't think we should.
Rim is beyond. Granted, it's not the Republic anymore; it's the Empire. We got to.
But
wait, what the fuck jurisdiction does Alderaan have over anyone but Alderaan? Especially since it's the Empire now, or the Hutts, or whoever the fuck's in the Outer Rim. The Outer Rim is essentially the outlaw land.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's always been Hutt territory, even into the OT. Like that's why like whenever the there was limited like Imperial presence there before, but they didn't like control it. Like, and I even remember I believe it was actually a Disney comic where Vader had to go and negotiate with Jabba, like to do stuff. So it's like if they had to go there, they had to get the Hutt's permission. So it's like I really, oh, I know what it is. They're trying to reference the Phantom Menace. Oh, there's slavery. We need to take care of that in the stuff in the Outer Rim, but not realizing that that's outside the borders of the Imperial Senate.
This doesn't make any sense. Sorry. Just like all I heard from that is this makes no sense. Anyway, let's not get too hung up about it.
Yeah, let's just try to keep going.
Hey.
You think you're droids? You don't need manners when you're talking to a lower life form.
Then I guess I don't need manners when I'm talking to you.
Oh, girl boss moment!
Oh snap!
I clapped.
That's but that's good. Leia's got the sass. That's that sounds like Leia. Good stuff.
You're not even a real Organa.
Would anyone know that?
Maybe they just noticed that about her, but I don't know why that would come up. Whatever. Let's just. I don't know. It just sounds. It sounds super contrived. It does. It's
Yeah,
like,
I would imagine that Bale and Breha would, like, because they got her as a baby. They probably like maybe they could have hidden that publicly, but like maybe some of the family might know. But like I feel like they would have been incredibly tight-lipped about that. They wouldn't want to say, like, hey, this daughter who we got the day that Senator Padme died. She's adopted, but don't worry about it.
Said they adopted her from bloody Naboo or some shit. No. What's another planet? Cloud City. Even they could have said they adopted her from there. I'm trying to think of a more civilized planet than say Mustafar or Camino or Geonosis.
Camino, you're a little short for a Camino in.
Yeah. No, but like this guy. I hope Leia slaps the shit out of this little punk. Fucking,
he's annoying.
But it really feels like that was just drudged up for the script, like to be like, you're not Organa, you're someone else's daughter. Who could that be? As if we don't already fucking know.
Yeah.
I'm scared of him. Your father. You want him to like you, so you repeat what he says. You think being like him will make people frightened of you, but really, you're the one who's scared.
Okay, I feel like we've crossed the territory of like what I'm ready to believe a 10-year-old saying. This psychoanalyzing him is way beyond the scope of a 10-year-old. Like, no, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I can.
No, like, well, no, especially the way she's wording it. She's full on psychoanalyzing him. Like, if a kid wouldn't, like, imagine where you were at 10 years old.
Well, to be fair though, she's had like a royal upbringing.
Well,
like,
even then, like, I don't like. I was ready to believe any of the stuff up so far, but like, I feel like this line in particular is way too over the top for a 10-year-old.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, look, we can. I think I'll side with you here. A bit over the top, but I can believe she'd be smarter than the average 10-year-old given her education and her upbringing. So I'm not too put off by that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Never made one decision for yourself in your entire life, and you never will.
Oh, snap.
He was being horrible to everyone.
You have to rise above Leia.
You see, but now she's talking like a kid again. Like the way she's describing it. Like before, she was psychoanalyzing him before. Now she's like, well, he was rude and he was dumb. That's how kid talks.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just waiting for Bale to open his mouth and be a father to her.
Yeah.
Owe him an apology.
I'd rather be digested by a Jacko beast.
That's Leia.
Yeah.
It's good. No, I've done a good job with Leia, I think.
All right, come on,
Bale.
Okay,
be the loving father, because she was very heavily influenced by Bale. Like the need to be a rebel, and things like that. She got that from Bail, not her mom. I mean, hell, you can see it right now. Her mom's like the proper, elegant, noble woman, and Bail is, Bail is the senator who essentially.
Well, he's one of the founding members of the rebellion.
He is, and he was one of the people who sided with the Jedi originally, and saw through the Chancellor's lies. And granted, he saw Order 66 firsthand, and he immediately knew something was very wrong then. But yeah,
I had a whole plan. Had to find some other adventures. Started chasing your mother instead. This is your future, Leia.
I don't want to be a senator.
Which is why you'll probably be one of the best.
Not even a real Organa.
Okay, costuming, I'm going to give compliments. He's wearing an Imperial outfit. Like the boots, the pants, the belt.
Yeah.
It's 2 steps away from the Imperial uniform, and I like that because it is the Imperial Senate. So a uniform would be Imperial looking. I like that. I will give compliments to the costuming department on that.
Agreed, yeah. And it's true. George said that once the Empire took over, fashion went out the window. And you can tell, like, when the senators were doing the senatoring in the prequels, everyone had these extravagant fucking outfits on, even Bail himself.
Yeah, and then it's like, and you can compare like what Leia's wearing. She's wearing Alderaan outfits, colorful reds and whites.
Yeah.
And then the grays and blacks of this. Like, this is something I will compliment them on. I feel like that is a excellent choice from this is like just storytelling without saying anything. Like the costumes tell a story without having to explicitly say it. I like that. I'll give the show a compliment on that.
Yeah. I think art department, department, and Ewan's acting and the Jawa were the highlights so far.
Yeah.
Oh, and Leia. I'll say Leia's a highlight. She's kind of irrelevant to Kenobi. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's really the big problem here.
Don't ever say that. You are a child. You are an Organa in every way. One day this planet will look to you, Leia. There are many ways to lead.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Imagine the look on your cousin's face when you get to boss him around for real. But for now, we will apologize.
I swear, I thought that was an aeroplane in the background for a second.
They accidentally got an
airplane. Okay, another highlight. Bail Organa is great.
I like him. Like he has not missed a step as Bail.
A compassionate, humble nobleman.
You know what she's like.
I know who she's like.
Send a unit.
Yeah, exactly. She's like Bail.
Oh, I realize this is how she's gonna get kidnapped, and then they're gonna be like, Kenobi, you need to go and save her.
Why are you here?
Just waiting.
For what?
For you.
Wow.
Just didn't even. They're really struggling to catch Leia here.
This is like the kind of chase you'd see in Home Alone 2.
Yeah. Just tripped.
Wow. What is with this show and like just retarded looking chase sequences? Like when the Jedi tried to escape, it's like, I'm gonna escape. And like he used the Force to bring down part of the roof that was
not even the roof. It was just an awning.
Yeah.
It's like you would think that they'd have some tech or something because they're coming in to capture a royal. Like you would think that would be a big deal. You think they wouldn't pussyfoot around chasing through the woods.
I just thought that the fucking Organa residents would have like some tighter security around the woods.
Yeah, because she ran like 50 feet out and then ran into him, so he's just standing on the edge of where they live. Like,
is there no like patrol or something?
No.
Oh, wait, I can't wait to see what happens here. Completely stack it.
Well, so much for him.
Take your gun out, you freak. Okay, so she does get kidnapped.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely knew that.
Yeah, the instant transponder that breaks law.
She needs you, Obi-Wan. We can't trust anyone else.
None of your guards. You own a planet.
How do they even get off the planet? Couldn't they have been, like, stop them in orbit, disable the ship, and board it, and
Yeah.
Also, it's like, how the fuck can a royalty be kidnapped so easily? Is just beyond me.
Well, yeah,
one god comes to save her.
Well, and it's not even like it's a place that you could understand. Like if they were off planet on some event or whatever, and then they snatched her there, like that's one thing. But like on their home planet, on their house, like right outside their house, they just had these guys just standing around and no one noticed them. Like, I don't like. It's really contrived that this.
I don't buy it for a second. I think it's a really clunky, dumb way to have her kidnapped. Yeah. And okay, maybe look, if they destroy that transponder by the end of the series, I'd be willing to say, look, okay, it doesn't entirely break law, but I still think it's weird that he has it.
Well, yeah, because if
they gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, if he has this device at all, then that makes Leia having to deliver the message to him like
completely
personally.
Pointless.
Yeah, because then
you
they
killed my father during the Clone Wars. Oh, and you did save me from getting kidnapped that one time.
Yeah, that's like, I hate it when people are like, "Well, they never said he didn't do it." I'm like, I'm sorry, but she did not know Obi-Wan.
My answer to that is jump off a bridge. Honestly, I don't care. Like people say, "Oh, but they never explicitly says." Like too dumb to live. Honestly, if you can't see what the fucking problem is, I don't want to borrow you. Like,
well, yeah.
What about the Senate?
We cannot let this become public. It would draw too much attention.
What the fuck would the Senate do anyway?
Well, you don't need to call the Senate. You own a planet. Don't you have royal guards? Don't you? You could, at the very least, maybe on the down low, hire a bounty hunter. Like, look, those bounty hunters may be scum, but you pay them to do something and they'll do it. You know what? You know what actually would have been great is if you had like Cad Bane, and they hired Cad Bane to find Leia, because they're like, you were always one of the most dangerous bounty hunters, and they're like, we will pay you anything to get her back. He's like, oh hell yeah, I'll rescue a royal. Give me that money. But it's of course, this is all just a contrived plot device to get Obi-Wan off the planet so he can go out and have adventures. And he's just gonna leave Luke. Gosh, I honestly didn't think it was gonna be this soon. But
okay, well, I will say this. The one reason I could see Obi-Wan leaving Tatooine, leaving one of Anakin's children, is to go and protect another. That's the only reason I can see him doing it. But the way it's done is fucking stupid. It's dumb. And it's not canon. So, I think, we all know it's not canon. Lucas didn't write it. Lucas had no part in it.
And it's not even made with any love for Star Wars.
Odd then.
Yeah.
Or a bounty hunter.
It's just bad fanfic.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, he referenced the bounty hunter.
Were your guard then? Or a bounty hunter?
You know how important she really is, Obi-Wan. Leia.
What?
That doesn't matter.
Okay, a bounty hunter. Okay, fine. Yeah, bounty hunter would just treat her like another job. He wouldn't really take the best of care. But Obi-Wan just mentions, like, what about your royal guard, dude? Like you say, you control the planet.
He's like, well, they wouldn't know how important she is. They know that she's the princess of Alderaan.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be a big freaking deal? Like,
yeah.
that's already important enough. No one needs to know that she's Anakin Skywalker's daughter.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, this is so stupid.
Dumb.
I can't leave here, Bale. My duty is to the boy.
What about your duty to his sister?
No, that's your duty, actually. You're the one who took responsibility for her.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, if this was done a little better, I could buy Obi-Wan leaving Tatooine to go save Leia, yes. But it's not.
No, I'm gonna be on the side of, I don't think he should ever leave. Like, it's sad, and that's part of the tragedy of Obi-Wan, that he had to spend 20 years on this hellhole just because he cared about overseeing Luke.
Yeah.
She's as important as he is.
It's been 10 years. I'm not who I used to be.
Of course, because he hasn't trained, he hasn't done anything, he's lost his abilities. So, despite the fact that he wouldn't have, And if I remember correctly, I believe it was even Disney Comics had him doing like crazy stuff in order to like protect Luke.
Yeah.
And even around this time period, and him being older.
Yeah.
So it's like it's literally just an excuse to give him an arc of coming back to the Force and learning his old ways again, or something.
It's dumb. It's dumb.
Find
like I said, some characters I can buy cutting themselves off from the Force, not Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan does not fit that bill. Anyway.
That guy's outfit doesn't really look Star Warsy.
No, it doesn't.
More working.
But do you really think Obi-Wan would say no to that? Like, I don't know which is worse. Him leaving Luke or him saying no? That's why I shouldn't have this series. It's another reason.
They created problems themselves.
Also, I wonder if anything's going to happen to that Jedi that showed up, or if he's just like a Chekhov's gun that didn't fire.
I was expecting him to get killed like immediately, but he's just disappeared.
Okay, no, I'm going to call it now. Okay, the Jedi gets killed, and that kind of like public execution, and then that inspires, quote unquote, Obi-Wan to go save Leia. I'm calling it right now. More meat packing for Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let me guess. Okay, well, public hanging then.
Not quite hanging, but he's dead.
But I knew it. I knew it was going to be like some sort of public execution or whatever.
I like how they didn't.
Everyone would see him, and then everyone's going to be like, exactly.
Yeah. Though they missed a chance of having at least a lightsaber fight, of seeing him go down, but no, that all happens off screen because we needed to show all that stuff with Leia in a Kenobi show.
Oh, I see. That shows you that. I think that shows him that there's an intruder in there. Might want to keep your saber handy, buddy. Who the hell is this?
She's headed for Dayu.
Oh, Bale.
You should not have come.
They hid their signature behind a freight transport.
That was fast. One day, he gets all the way over to Tatooine.
I mean, how long did it take them to get to Tatooine from Naboo?
I'm not the man you remember.
Well, you're going to have to be.
I can't leave the boy.
This isn't about the boy, and you know it.
Okay, pause, actually. If you're not the man you were meant to be, or used to be, and you cut yourself off from the Force, how exactly the fuck are you meant to train Luke?
Oh...
That's a lot of good that's going to do Luke when you have to train him, buddy.
You've made
That's
mistakes.
why I say Obi-Wan shouldn't have cut himself off from the Force. Like there are Jedi without really an established purpose who just have to hide, and that's their end game. They can cut themselves off from the Force. Like Cal Kestis, for instance.
No.
I don't mind him cutting himself off from the Force. He wasn't really given a purpose or a duty. He wasn't charged with any duty. He just had to hide. Yeah. Obi-Wan, on the other hand, not so much. Obi-Wan has a duty. Obi-Wan has to train. Obi-Wan has to train Luke. Yeah. Obi-Wan has to protect Luke. So what the fuck would be the point of cutting himself off from the Force?
Move on. Be done with it.
Let the past die. Kill it if you have to.
Well, it's not that. It's also just it's fact that they're like he's not the same Obi-Wan. Like bullshit. Obi-Wan never gave up.
Yeah,
he didn't even have a dark spot in his. I mean, yeah, he had some haunting memories, but it's fuck yeah. The more I talk about it, the more you're right. This is Jake Skywalker. He's basically giving up the way Luke gave up in Last Jedi, even though that wasn't Luke Skywalker. Let's be real. What they're basically doing to him is like saying, like, instead of him trying to fix his mistake as a Jedi would, they're just saying, oh, he gave up on the Force, he gave up on his mission. Well, it's contradictory, because why would you give up on the Force and hide the Force while still think you can protect or train Luke? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, they didn't think about it, because like they know enough that he has to be wanting to train Luke, obviously. But then they also want to do, because they don't know what to do with his character, because by this point, Obi-Wan is pretty static. He doesn't change over the next 20 years much, aside from getting older and more grizzled.
Yeah.
But like they don't know what to do, so they're trying to shove in this arc, because what they're doing with Reva, like, but you're trying to cram Reva's like story in here and trying to get her involved in a story that she doesn't need to be in. If you want, like, I would have been way more approving if they had just made a show called The Inquisitors and had Reva be the main character. Like that. If you want it to be about her, just be up front. Just say, we want the show to be about this new Inquisitor. Okay. All right, that's fine. Do that. Then even if people don't care, like, at least no one's gonna say, well, we were bamboozled because we came in for Kenobi and got another character. But but that's the thing. It's what they keep doing is we're trying to just leap off of whatever is popular and try to spin that off into our new stuff. They even did it to The Mandalorian in season 2, their own show. They were like, well, we're going to spin it off into every 12 other different shows. And it's just
they're trying so fucking hard to turn Star Wars into Marvel. And Marvel is already faltering because it's reached its limit. Like it's so bloated now, and it's full of such filler and all this setup bullshit that leads to more setup that people are losing interest. Like, I mean, I think what Doctor Strange 2 has made, I think, like 920 million as of right now, which is still a lot of money, and it's more than I estimated. It would make around 900 million. I estimated that it wouldn't cap $1 billion, but it might just barely cap $1 billion. Granted, the only reason it got that high in the first place is because of the misleading marketing that led to the grand total of shit. So, a whole people went to watch it day one and had a really good opening, but then it dropped hard. Still making decent money though, but still dropped pretty fucking bad.
Well, yeah,
and then it's kind of by Marvel standards anyway. It's dripped on ever since. What I'm trying to say is that that's for Doctor Strange is like one of their biggest hitters right now and struggling to cap $1 billion. Whereas before, just about everything like Captain Marvel capped $1 billion, Thor Ragnarok capped $1 billion. Spider-Man obviously capped $1 billion. No, they tried to be No Way Home and they failed miserably with Doctor Strange 2. Sony headed No Way Home. Marvel is heading Doctor Strange 2, and Kevin Feige has no fucking talent. So look what happened. Not to mention he's a politically driven fucking nutcase. So
yeah, and he's trying to do the job of writers and directors for them because he's one of those hacks who wants to he's like Kathleen Kennedy in a lot of ways.
He is. He's the male Kathleen Kennedy equivalent.
Yeah, it's like
I will say he's got a more talent than Kathleen though, but he's very similar in terms of like him writing off other people's hard work and stuff.
Yeah.
But like what I'm trying to get at is, Marvel's already starting to dip. Star Wars has already dipped, and they're trying to make a cinematic universe out of garbage, essentially, which is what's laughable about it. And man, I've seen some fucking Disnoids eat this shit up. Like I check comment sections pretty often, and I do like to read to get a general gauge of what the consensus is with fans. But I guess it's just the fans that are left over and will just cling to anything Star Wars that they can. Like The Mandalorian is garbage. It's trash. And the amount of people that ate up The Mandalorian because of that fucking little piece of shit fucking troll doll, Baby Yoda, is fucking... If they'll eat that shit up, they'll eat up just about anything. But I have seen the general consensus for Kenobi is actually quite low, all things considered. Like, even though... And they were reporting, like, record Disney Plus numbers for Kenobi. I think... either they're full of shit or it's because Obi Wan Kenobi is a character that every Star Wars fan is invested in. Even the OG Star Wars fans who dropped off when the prequels came out, like they still like Obi Wan and they wanted to see what they do with Obi Wan. But yeah, I don't know. And I think Vader as well. Vader is definitely a key attraction because every Star Wars generation loves Darth Vader. So I guess that's why the number's doing well. But the reception has been trash. Garbage. But then again, we're finding that out for ourselves. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. I think we've gone on long enough.
Yeah, I feel like this tangent's
that was a big
trimmed down.
Yeah.
You couldn't save Anakin, but you can save her.
And what if I can't?
There is no one I trust more with my child than you. Please, old friend.
We need you to leave Tatooine so we can have a series. Sorry.
Yeah.
But look. To meet this halfway, I can definitely buy that Bail would go to Obi-Wan if this was a crisis that was happening. I just wish they had Leia kidnapped in a less cookie cutter, contrived fucking way. But I think I said that before, so just repeating ourselves now. And no, again, Obi-Wan wouldn't have given up on the Force. He has a duty. He has a reason to still be connected to the Force. Yeah, really dumb.
Yeah, well, and like he even Obi-Wan was pointing out, like you have so many other options before you come to me because I already have someone to look after. You were the one who had to look after Leia, so it's like, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna come all the way across the galaxy to drag you away from your duty.
It's like you had one job, bro.
Yeah, like. It's not that I don't mind the idea that he trusts him this much. Obviously, that's why he sent Leia to him in the first place in A New Hope. He's like, look, he's the one person I trust. Go to him. But again, that was last resort. That was the Death Star is a thing. We need to this is where there's a new danger to the rebellion and to the galaxy. We need to get Obi-Wan. And I think he even presumed that he would get Luke anyway. He probably thought he might have even started training him by this point.
He probably did.
But he didn't. He didn't know. It's not like he was in constant contact. And then this show is just like, lol, no, they had a direct line. But it's clear that they didn't have a direct contact in A New Hope because that's why he had to send Leia in the first place. But it's the only reason that he got Obi-Wan was because of a severe issue. And then
this is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi Wan Kenobi. Yeah, that's like a direct quote. Yeah, so you're right. It's absolutely he was a last resort.
Yeah, and if as bad as this is with them getting Obi-Wan off planet from Tatooine, if they had shown that Bail had exhausted every single possible avenue and nothing has worked, then I could understand him coming here to plead with him. But no, they didn't. They even had Obi-Wan bring it up just so that they can go, no, that doesn't count. I need you. It's like, this show is called Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's not called the Royal Guard of Alderaan.
No, that would be granted. That would be a series I'd be more interested in watching.
Now, wouldn't that actually be cool? It's a whole a limited series, a plot of Leia is kidnapped, so the Royal Guard of Alderaan have to boot up and gear up and go out and save the princess.
Yeah,
and it's like the elites of the elites. They go off as this squad out. Yeah, and they have this adventures. Man, now that we're talking about it, I want a show called The Royal Guard of Alderaan.
On paper, yeah, that sounds good on paper. Yeah, like I said, and it doesn't contradict canon. Yay!
Yeah,
imagine that. Anyway, all right,
I like how us joking and spitballing I already came up with a better idea than what billions of dollars could pay for.
Yeah, Alderaan Commando or something you call it.
Yeah.
The princess is kidnapped. The future of the galaxy is kidnapped. So they send in the one squad that can get her back. Lock and load, boys. I don't know, something like that. They can do that kind of 80s action hero kind of trailer for it.
Yeah, it's like the most Chad of all of the Alderaan guys.
Yeah. Hell, it'd be cool. That'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting episode of the Bad Batch, actually. Let's
we got 5 minutes left. Let's finish this.
One last fight.
That's meant to come in A New Hope.
Yeah, you're at 9 years early.
Yeah.
One last fight. Well, what about our fight against the Empire, which is why we hid the children in the first place? No. That doesn't count. Rescuing Leia is the last fight.
God, this reeks of just someone threw this script together. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's the amount of cliches. I didn't do it for you. One last fight. I'm not that man anymore. That was a long time ago. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. It's all over this fucking script.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you remember the last several years, because they were supposed to start filming this, 2 years ago or something?
Something like that.
And they kept having problems. I'm like, I can see it. This must have gotten rewritten a bajillion times. until they were just like, fine, just throw something together so we can get this show out. We need it for Disney Plus.
Oh, they're not going to have anything. I imagine it's going to burn the goodwill of a lot of, even a lot of Disnoids. I think are going to really turn away from Star Wars after this.
Can you untie me?
Well, I was gonna say, like, that little cute little robot has a buzzsaw on it. Like, I mean, I can buy like R2 having all sorts of, because it's an astromech droid. It's meant to do all sorts of repair works. I can imagine. I can believe it having a buzzsaw, a welder, and a zapper thing. Like, I can buy it having all that, but that looks like a little toy droid for a child. And then it's like, but yeah, you're a little toy droid complete with deadly buzzsaw.
Yeah. Oh man.
My father will rescue me. He'll send a whole army.
No, he's just gonna send one dude.
Well, to be fair, I think I think they're trying to build up Obi-Wan here. He's gonna send the whole army. He's like, that's not gonna be enough. And then enter Obi-Wan with his lightsaber. He just bloody wrecks everyone and everything. Anyway,
again, I want the Royal Guard of Alderaan. It's like who's gonna come in? And the door bursts open, and they're like, the Royal Guard of Alderaan, hands up.
Oh god. What have we done?
They kill the dudes and they drop like Arnold one-liners.
Yeah. I thought that was the end of the episode for a second.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the end too. But it's like, man, we still have several minutes left. I'm like, gosh, I felt that same thing with the Halo episodes, where it's just like, there's sometimes when it feels like there are 4 or 5 parts where it feels like it was going to end and it just didn't. It's like this big dramatic shot, and then it goes to the next scene. Oh, and then it ends on a dramatic shot, and then another scene. It's just like I felt like it was going to end after it cut with Obi-Wan, and then like no, then you have Leia, and then it dramatic cuts. I'm like, okay, it's gonna end. No, then we have to cut here. They're probably gonna have another one here.
I would like to see them use some wipe transitions for a change.
Yeah, we're missing wipe transitions.
I know, I missed that. Like, it's something that it led to some authenticity to. That's how you knew, like, George Lucas did this. Granted, I like the distinction because there's no fucking way in hell George Lucas would have done this, but and I don't want them to try and trick people into thinking George had a hand in this. But yeah, no, like just for the sake of the production, wipe transitions would feel better for the audience.
Oh yeah, because he told the other guy to go bury it in the sand.
I think he can sense the kyber crystal. I'm willing to say he can find his.
Well, yeah, but he shouldn't.
I don't
have
think he would.
In the first. He should
have buried it in the first place. Yeah, absolutely not.
Oh, he buried both of them. You were supposed to be giving the lightsaber to Luke. What if you couldn't find it after you buried it in the middle of the desert?
I actually forgot about the fact that he had Luke's lightsaber for a second. I was like, yes, 2. And I was like, oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's like, he's supposed to be giving Luke Anakin's lightsaber.
Yeah,
like that's a major plot point. And then like, it's oh my gosh.
I mean, look, I'm willing to say he just kept it there for safekeeping, but I mean, again, I don't think he should have. Again, he shouldn't have buried it in the first place. He's not meant to turn away from the Force. That's so contradictive. But anyway, let's keep going.
No, they wanted this to be the big emotional moment where he gets the lightsabers. I'm like, you're inventing emotional moments to stupid problems that you created.
It's like, I'm coming out of retirement. One last job.
Yeah, they want this to be that John Wick moment where like he breaks open the cement and he gets all of his gear that he buried.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and he really what did you think about it? Sorry, I forgot about the cement part.
Yeah, but it's like they wanted that moment, but with Obi-Wan, I'm like, yeah, but you can't do that. Like they genuinely could have done this with a new Jedi, a story like this.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Like they like what they did with Kanan in Rebels, right? Because he started the series, like he even disassembled his lightsaber. He's like, I'm never gonna use it. Like I'm not a Jedi anymore. I gave that up. And then he comes out of retirement to help the Blueberry Ezra. To help him and become his the Blueberry because his hair is blue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot what his name because his nickname was Blueberry. But yeah, it's like you have a story like that, and in fact, if you wanted to have a Jedi go and help Leia, they could have invented another Jedi to do it, and that Jedi could even die to Vader, trying to save the Princess of Alderaan or whatever. It's like, but it's like they could have done, like, they even could have done a similar story, but not with Obi-Wan. It's so contrived to do this with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is, and it's very clear they had nowhere to go, and so they just manufactured this bullshit.
Yeah.
You sure he's gonna come?
He fought beside her father during the war.
She's the one organizing all of this.
I really hope she gets killed by the end of the series. That might make it worth it.
He'll come. He won't be able to help it.
So they got to contrive this bitch to hate Obi-Wan and draw him out like this, because somehow she knows this.
Well, I know what they're gonna say. They're gonna say something like, "Oh, well, she was reading through the Imperial records and saw that Obi-Wan served Bail Organa." I'm like, okay, first off, how do you know? Like, even if you know that, how would you know specifically that he would come out of hiding for this? Like, I'm sorry, that whole speech at the beginning of, "Oh, the Jedi can't help it. They will go and help people." I'm like, how would he know? Like, you don't know where he is at all. Like, you can't guarantee that he would, 1, find out, 2, find out in time, or 3, even be able to. He could be in prison in some other place on the other side of the galaxy.
Dead.
Yeah,
they think he's dead in A New Hope until he rocks up on the Death Star.
Yeah,
like Tarkin's like, Obi-Wan Kenobi thought he was dead. And he's like, I assure you, Obi-Wan is alive, or whatever the fuck Vader says. It's I mean, we just said it before. Like they've cooked this shit up because they need this to happen, because they knew this series made way more sense if Obi-Wan was just staying there on Tatooine, but they need him to leave Tatooine. They need to have a story. They need to have an arc, and they've manufactured all this, including this abortion of a character. I already can't fucking stand her.
Yeah, she's
not because of her skin color, but because she shouldn't fucking exist.
And she
and the fact she's insufferable and behaves like a child.
Yeah, well, and the problem, another problem with this is that this is also pervasive in general Disney Star Wars, is where the characters act like they have the knowledge of the audience. Like, they act like they've watched the Star Wars movies. And you saw this especially in the sequel trilogy with the way, like, Rey talked about stuff. It sounds more like she had watched like some of the Star Wars movies before.
Yeah.
And it's like the way that they react to, because of course, you know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get that, the audience feels the same way. So they're going to be like, oh yeah, I'm excited too when I see Han Solo. So, Rey,
you're saying the movies are made as if like the characters have seen the movies. In a way.
Yeah. Because especially with the way she worded that, it's such a direct reference to Leia saying, "You served my father in the Clone Wars." So it's like, it's obviously trying to call back to that, but it's not doing it in a good way. It's doing it in a very forced way.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Crap. We're almost to the end.
Yeah,
let's just grit and bear it, man.
Yeah.
Home stretch.
Yeah, I was just thinking, no aliens.
Oh my god, there's still no aliens. Oh, there's one on the left, I think.
Oh yeah.
Tucked away.
I thought that was like a hood at first, but yeah, it's like, I like it. It's like every time you pause in Tatooine, and it's like there's like maybe one alien.
Maybe there's a comic that said like there was the great alien purge on Tatooine.
Yeah, this town is just really racist alien.
Oh god.
You see, there's a whole book about the racism of this town. You have to read the expanded lore to understand why there are no aliens here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, you coming or not?
Don't act like this is something that's big and dramatic and something we should be cheering for. I hate that music. It's like, look, he's doing the right thing, leaving Luke defenseless and going to save Leia.
Can I just say though, don't you think fucking Bale could have left him something to fucking find Leia with, like a ship or something?
Yeah.
We've although I'd imagine that would fucking contradict because he's not meant to have a Jesus Christ, he's not meant to have a ship in New Hope.
Well, they have not hesitated to break canon so far. They might as well just give Obi-Wan like a rad new ship and then like have it blow up at the last minute at the end of the final episode. And he's just like, looks like I don't have a ship for future use. And then he like winks at the camera.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose like it's kind of like that transponder that he has where Bale can just contact him. Like, if that gets destroyed, or if the ship he should have gotten from Bale gets destroyed, then that's a bit different. Like, that's okay, I guess.
Well,
but...
you know what he should have done? He should have just given Obi-Wan a tracking fob.
That'll solve the problem real quick. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
What's teleplay? Oh, I think that's screenplay, but
that's
yeah. You guys are fucking idiots.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Yeah, all of you,
Stuart, Hossein, and Joby. You guys are fucking morons. Oh well, let's see what episode 2 has.
Oh, and they also did the story too, so it's
they're even stupider.
Yeah.
It's only 38 minutes. They've done the Mandalorian thing. They start off big and grandiose, even though that episode was anything but big and grandiose. It was a fucking slog to get through that. It was boring. It was empty. It only had a few bright spots, and there were small bright spots. And now they're like, "Oh, you thought it was going to be an hour each episode? Nah, we're gonna dumb it down to 30 minutes." I think the finale might be an hour, but I don't know why they do that. Just have every episode. You have $10 million an episode or something. Like,
yeah,
I could be wrong about that. Maybe they're putting less into these because they know they're tanking so fucking hard. But anyway, we just have this fucking recap to get through. Yeah. I do want to laugh again at this bit where the Jedi escapes by the dumbest way possible.
Oh no! Oh
so
no!
Like the Force or the lightsaber couldn't cut through that. Sorry. Yeah, press play.
I was just looking up, and it says the estimated budget of each episode is around $25 million.
What the fuck? Where the fuck did that budget go?
This is even worse than Halo. That's $10 million an episode. That looks bad, but this also looks...
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Look for all the fucking terrible shit that series did by the end. That show looked and was gorgeous. And, you know, it felt grandiose and big scale and everything. And that was, I think that was $10 million an episode. I could be wrong. Maybe it was $15 million an episode. But this is $25 million an episode? The fuck? Where did that go? I don't know. Whatever. As long as they bankrupt themselves and continue to bankrupt Disney, I suppose that's a win.
Yeah.
Fuck Disney.
I don't care. I don't care.
I want them to burn through as much money as possible. I want them to uproot themselves. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Inquisitors. Jedi hunt themselves.
You're not one of us. You're not even a real Organa. You owe him an apology.
I'd rather be digested.
I like how they just smash cut from him being a jerk, and then she's like, "You owe him an apology."
Like, this is going to be a recap. Anyone who watched that, be like, apologize for what?
Yeah, like you completely cut out her being a loud jerk to him back, and it's like, oh, I was thinking, you know, that this recap is like at least sort of like trying to make the first episode seem hype, and then that happened. I'm like, okay, if you didn't watch the first episode, you're gonna be like, wait, why?
Yeah, exactly.
You're being kind of careless with your lightsaber there, Obi-Wan. Like,
yeah,
especially when
the first thing I thought as well. I was like, you need to keep that shit wrapped the fuck up.
Yeah, especially when a Jedi had just been killed. Like, there would be plenty of people willing to rat you out just so that the Empire leaves.
Yeah, because I mean, like, bitch got her hand cut off just by pointing out the obvious.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're not exactly going to protect you. It would have been nice to see like an Obi-Wan show of just Obi-Wan looking after, the residents of Tatooine, like as like kind of like this guardian angel kind of character.
Yeah. Yeah, and
he has a reputation for being like this old wizardy figure. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know why, but obviously he can use the Force. Maybe he could have fought off some bounty hunters or the Hutts or whoever the fuck. I don't know. And maybe he could have fought a crate dragon or something.
Yeah,
but I don't know, not enough to make a series out of. Just enough to like have like a short movie or whatever.
Yeah, this is why a lot of the stuff like that covering Obi-Wan between episodes 3 and 4 was usually in the realm of like comics, and it's just side material. It's like you don't really need to see all of this, but it's like it's just neat to see. And for fans who wanted more, you can go and check that out. But they're not even doing what those like comics did. It's just like, yeah, you're like, yeah, we're just getting him off of the Tatooine as soon as humanly possible.
Oh god, it's gonna just stupid intro again with the bloody. What's this? A new planet? A new planet in Disney Star Wars that isn't ripped off from somewhere or some sort of desert planet?
Shocker.
Why does it look like it looks like it's at an airport, like a human airport?
I was just gonna say that looks like the flight listings.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, whatever. Like,
well, I hope the
George Lucas had like a 50s diner in Attack of the Clones, and there was a nightclub that looked like it had like pod racing and dog racing and things like that. Look, Star Wars is inspired by our world. It's sci-fi commentary on, I suppose, the layout of our world, but I mean, it's not trying to, it's not. It was never meant to be social commentary on current political issues or anything like that. It's meant to be more about historical political commentary.
Yeah,
like that's what people seem to miss. Like, Star Wars is always political. It's like, motherfucker, Hitler was 60, 70, I think it's like 80 years ago now. Like, it's a bit different.
Well, yeah, and
same with Julius Caesar and
yeah. I was gonna say like the fall of the Republic was explicitly said to be inspired by the fall of Rome. I'm like, yeah, that happened well over 1,000 years ago. It's like George Lucas took plenty of historical inspiration for this.
Yeah,
but like it's just like
based on that, it's not trying to influence anything though.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I don't actually have a problem with the clearly like the flight listings. That's not a problem. It's just a funny little note of like, oh, it's clearly what that is.
Yeah,
but like again, like that's not a complaint. That's just that looks kind of funny. But like I just hope that this planet doesn't end up being like discount Coruscant.
Yeah, so do I. It's just me, or does that background look very cheap?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. I was tracking its signal.
You're in Dayu now. All signals in or out are blocked.
What?
What? All signals are blocked? Well, and why would you walk up to a guy and go, "I'm tracking this signal"?
That's so true. Oh god. Okay, I've been told this episode is really stupid. Like,
well,
really
we're not even 3 minutes in, and we've already our hopes are high.
Hi, I'm on this covert mission, and I'm also a Jedi, and I'm trying to find this fucking shit. Do you want to tell me where it is?
I'm looking for the Princess of Alderaan. Has anyone seen the Princess of Alderaan? Anyone?
Okay, well, it's more akin to like, maybe he could have fucking figured it out by himself. Like, he could have tried to, contact Organa. Maybe why didn't they bring a droid with him? Like, if he had one of the uses of having like him have R4 with him, for instance, like an Attack of the Clones, and briefly in Revenge of the Sith, is because Obi-Wan needed to convey information to the audience. But the way he was doing that was by talking to the droid. That's one of the reasons why he had the droid, so he wouldn't look like an idiot just talking to himself. It's like, the signal is being blocked. Oh, there's no one there. Right then. So yeah, they should have given him like a protocol droid or just an escort droid, like a pilot droid or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe perhaps a droid from Alderaan who knows Leia. You know what I mean? Like I could have sent that with him. You know, he could use an interpreter if he's going to other worlds and stuff. As long as the droid knows to keep their mouth shut about the specifics of what the fuck he's doing and who he is. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry for the tangent. It's okay, Obi-Wan. You've been out of the game for a while.
Yeah, the man known as the negotiator walks up. I'm tracking this ship.
The negotiations.
There, arrest that man. He's on the planet for 30 seconds before he has the police chasing after him.
Oh, okay. I think we're gonna have a bit of fun with this episode. Yeah. The first episode, even though it had its moments, it was quite boring. You know.
Yeah.
Overall, this one might actually be a lot of fun.
Okay, I hope it's just bone dead stupid consistently.
Oh,
I want more of Obi-Wan going, hey, I'm tracking this ship. Can you help me? Well, and it's not even like he went to like a shady backdoor guy and he's just like, I'm looking for this ship. And it's like, I'll tell you if you pay. It's like literally just some like employee at the
yeah.
At the
Oh god.
Oh, okay. Let's see what
is
other
ship tracking even legal? I'm pretty sure that's like spying. Like you know, it's like going up to like if a cop pulls you up on the street, it's like, oh, why were you speeding or what were you doing? You seem to be a little bit suspicious the way you were driving. It's like, oh, nothing much. I was just tracking this other car in front of me. Wait, you're following them? It's like, yeah. I'm trying to track them down.
You see, I have
out of the car, please, sir.
Well, no, look, I have this tablet and everything. It tracks their position globally. I'm like, okay, all right.
It's like, all right, you're
all
good.
Right. Hands on the car. Turn around.
Anyway. I don't mind the city. It looks a little bit too much like Chinatown or something, but
yeah, I'm getting Blade Runner vibes here. Like that.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. Like I don't mind it. I'm actually getting Night City vibes from Cyberpunk, actually, which is also like a
obviously, and yeah, it's inspired by Blade Runner. Yeah, a lot of modern cyberpunk is heavily inspired by Blade Runner.
Yeah,
but it looks nice. I think it's just that's fine. That's fine, right? There's plenty of other stuff to complain on. I'm not going to rag on neon lights.
Spare any credits.
Oh, I heard about this.
Oh, I have not. Let's see what this is.
Oh, watch.
Help a veteran get a warm.
Oh, really?
You're telling me a member of the 501st, which I'm pretty sure he is a member of the 501st. He's got the blue shoulder pad and everything. You really think he's not going to recognize General Kenobi? General Kenobi?
Well, and as established in Rebels, you remember when Rex and some of the others were shown in Rebels, like the Clone Wars were all still working for the Rebellion not the Rebellion, but the Empire up for the next 15 years. And then it was just like they were just sort of like rotated into like far away positions where they weren't doing much. If they
actually in the Bad Batch, the conscription of regular stormtroopers happens almost immediately. Like the clones are just kind of discarded or whatever.
Disney Star Wars not being consistent with itself. What a surprise.
I can't remember if they were all called to Camino and Camino was blown up for that reason, or I'd have to go back and watch the Bad Batch. I'm not exactly sure what happened to the regular ass clone troopers, but the conscription of like ordinary troopers, like that's pretty much immediately. Once Order 66 has been carried out and they're pretty confident all the Jedi are dead, they're like, yeah, okay, we'll bring in regular conscriptees now. But yeah, there's of course he gets off on a random planet and immediately runs into a fucking clone trooper from the 501st. Like, seriously? Talk about convenience.
Like, that's not Tamir Morrison.
It's not.
Is it? Is it him?
Yeah, it's Tamir Morrison. Yeah, that's Tamir Morrison.
No, I guess I'm not recognizing. I guess I'm used to seeing him like being bald like he is now. I'm not used to him having that much hair. But like, okay,
maybe they de-aged him a little bit. I'm not sure, but that's definitely him.
If they de-aged him for this show, but they didn't de-age him for Book of Boba Fett, where Boba's supposed to be like 45 and not 60.
Yeah.
Okay, no, yeah, I can definitely see it now at that zoom in.
Yeah.
It's just the giant beard and the long hair. but yeah, they wouldn't just have him. Yeah, and the fact that he's here, the fact that Obi-Wan just happens to run into him, and the fact that he's not recognizing one of the most famous generals in the Clone Wars. Like that one Jedi recognized him, and Obi-Wan had never met that dude before.
Yeah. That's a good point. Sorry, this is just making me realize how much I would love to see Tamara Morrison as Rex, like an old grizzled Rex, fucking shit up for the Empire.
Well, yeah, like I know I had said that like before when they talked about the Book of Boba Fett. I said that Daniel Logan, who played young Boba, he should have played Boba Fett because he's in his mid-30s now. You age him up just a little bit with some makeup, and he's the perfect age. And then you could have Tamir Morrison do a voiceover if you wanted to, but like, and then you could bring in Tamir Morrison as a clone trooper, like, because he's the right age for that. If you wanted him to come in, if you wanted him to be Rex, give him the beard, and you know, he can be there. Like, just have him play a character that it works for. Like, I would have been down for that. So it's like, why is it that it's this show that's like, hey, you know what? Maybe we should have Tamir Morrison play an actual clone trooper.
Oh God. Bullshit. Unless look, maybe perhaps he did recognize him actually, but he chose not to say anything because no, hang on. No, that still doesn't make any sense because the clone troopers turned against the Jedi. Their inhibitor chips and all that jazz.
Yeah, like it actually would have been interesting if he came up to him and he's just like, General Kenobi, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry for what we did to the Jedi. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like he's racked with guilt or something.
Also, if the clones betrayed the Jedi, why would he give the clone trooper credits?
Yeah,
like,
because
bro, you killed all my comrades.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't know the full story behind all of that. Like we as the audience know about the chips and the
exactly.
The
like Kanan hates the clones. He hates Rex. That's one of the best parts of Rebels season 2 and 3 was watching Kanan and Rex form a bond with each other. You know, they had differing takes on what happened, but they kind of just learned to live and respect each other. Again, it's better. I don't know why. Look, I love Tamara Morrison. Don't get me wrong. I didn't watch Book of Boba Fett because I didn't want to see what they do to Tamara Morrison because he deserves better. I had enough of him in The Mandalorian. But man, like I can appreciate a cameo, but that was not it. Like that raises too many questions.
Yeah.
It's better if you just don't have this because you have to ask or answer these questions.
Like honestly, it would have actually been far more interesting to have a show centered on a rogue like clone trooper doing if that guy was a character that you followed in a story where it's like, what is he up to? What's he doing? He left the Empire because he didn't like what happened, but now he doesn't have anything else because he was bred for battle and nothing else. So it's like, man, that's a far more interesting story than Obi-Wan. Like every time we spitball something, like, you know what, that sounds better than what this show is.
All right, come on, break it up. Clear path.
Still not quite sure what brought him to this planet or how the fuck he got there. He was tracking a ship. How's he tracking the ship?
I think Bale was just like, they're heading to this planet, which I don't know how exactly they would know that. And if they could track them, then you would think like they could alert authorities and be like, we have a kidnapping of a royal member of the freaking Imperial Senate, and like they'd be like, oh crap. Yeah,
it could be because the Empire is in charge, and since she was kidnapped on direct orders from an Inquisitor, granted, not the Grand Inquisitor, but an Inquisitor nonetheless. There's nothing we can do. You know, Empire business.
But that I'm presuming that's on the down low because she hired a bunch of, I'm guessing, bounty hunters or mercenaries.
Yeah.
And she didn't have stormtroopers do it.
Yeah,
which
true.
she could have done because she could have ordered them to. But like, if she's doing that, I would presume it's on the down low, so they wouldn't know. But like, that would actually be interesting if you actually had if Bale went to the and got the stormtroopers to find her. So you had actually stormtroopers on doing technically the right thing. Because because they're the enforcers, they're the police, they're the military, they're the everything.
They are, aren't they? They are essentially meant to be keeping the peace, and I don't imagine kidnapping a senator's daughter is going to be helpful. I'm pretty sure not even bloody Palpatine would approve of that, because what does it gain him? It gains him nothing.
No,
if anything, it's just gonna make his leadership look bad because this was happening under his watch.
Yeah. Well, and that would actually be fantastic, and they'd be like, Raiders just like, Inquisitor or third sister, the Emperor will see you. And she goes in and she walks in the door, and before she says anything, it's just and then she collapses on the floor, and then Palpatine's like, you made the Empire look weak.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, well, it could also be that Vader tasked her to do it, but because Vader's going to show up eventually. But I mean, we'll see. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
You want some spice, old man? I got Kessel Pure.
That's Ewan's daughter, actually.
Oh, it is.
It is, yeah. It's a nice little cameo. I can appreciate that she gets to share some screen time with her dad in his most famous role. Like that's nice. That's tasteful.
That's a neat little thing to learn.
Yeah.
What do you need?
About some information. I'm looking for my daughter.
You're right here, a-hole.
Yeah, that's
I guarantee you there's at least one blooper where she says something like that. Like,
that's yeah, that's very clearly meant to wink at the audience, and I can appreciate that little bit of humor there, but it's also kind of hard to take what's happening seriously when it's that on the nose. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm all right with that's okay, I guess. But
yeah, it's not a problem. It's just a fun little fact.
If she's here, you're never gonna see her again. Nobody leaves this place. I was someone's daughter once too.
Yours.
Here.
Yeah.
That one's free. A couple more of those, and you'll forget she ever existed.
Spice is like drugs.
Yeah.
In Star Wars, so
yeah.
Why would you give him free drugs? You just met him.
You know what he should have done? He should have just waved his hand. And he's like,
I guess
you do not want to sell me spice. Yeah. You're gonna go home and rethink your life."
It's like, Dad, I don't want to. Go to your room, youngling.
That would have been a very funny callback. That's just how Obi-Wan deals with drug dealers. he just waves his hand and he makes them reconsider their life.
And that would be definitely Disney capitalizing on a key prequel meme, but it would have actually made sense in that context. Oh, hey, another lowlife wants to sell Obi-Wan something he doesn't want, something that's potentially going to cause bodily harm. Okay, yeah, he just tells him to go away.
Yeah.
Anyway,
or you know what if they weren't trying to be oh no, he's not the man he used to be. He should be going to someone and using the mind tricks to get information. I mean, look, you want to tell me? You're just
reminding me why the fucking cutting himself off from the Force thing is dumb.
You having trouble? There's a Jedi. He helps people.
The Jedi are all gone.
I'll take you to him for the right price.
What the fuck?
Hey, there's a Jedi. Yeah, you might want to say that a little bit more quieter when there's stormtroopers walking around.
Yeah,
because they're gonna be like, "Oh, a Jedi, huh? Hey, Vader, we have a report of a Jedi on this planet."
Would the Jedi even go by the term Jedi? It's there's a Jedi over here. It's how do you know it's a Jedi? It could just be a dude with a saber. But I reckon they're just scamming him.
Yeah, probably, but they still wouldn't be throwing around the term Jedi willy nilly because
Yeah.
there's an ongoing genocide against the Jedi.
Yeah,
They wouldn't be they would, if they were saying that, they'd be really careful and quiet because they wouldn't want any of the stormtroopers to overhear them.
Yeah, exactly.
You're safe now. I won't let anything happen to you.
Oh, he's that one actor. He was in Eternals.
Oh, is he? I feel like I've seen him in a sitcom or something.
Yeah, he's a comedy actor.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about him, but it's just it's like I know he was in Eternals, and that's
For some reason, just seeing his face, like I hope Vader guts him for some reason. I don't know why. I'm just like, nope.
I just
this
feel
ain't
like
it, Chief.
I feel like he's going to be annoying.
Yeah, I immediately get the feeling it's like, no, this guy's gonna be a downer of a character. He is going to suck, or he could be amazing. He could be actually a really fun character.
Let's give the guys from Eternals a chance.
Passenger check 83C. Do you read? This is a Jedi mind trick. Do not be alarmed. I'm inside your mind.
Oh no! All right, he's already annoying. Like they're trying to be like, oh, look how funny he is.
No.
Ugh.
Obi-Wan's reaction here is just mirroring ours. He's like, what?
I'm sending a mother and son to your gate. You will let them through, and
okay, yeah, he's scamming them. There's not there's no doubt he's making all of this up. And
yeah, he's not a Jedi. He's I'm guessing the way he closed those windows is that like it was remote controlled, but it looked like the Force.
Well, yeah, that's why he's freely using it around. Despite the fact that this could very easily get him killed. Like if a stormtrooper saw that, they'd be like, "Oh, Jedi, open fire."
They would say that, wouldn't they? Anyway, all right.
They arrive. I'll let them through when they arrive. They are to be given safe passage to Corellia. I'm not leaving your mind.
Yeah, everyone knows he's full of shit.
And when I saw him, and I was like, "Oh, they're gonna he's a comedy actor," so I knew they were gonna try to make this funny.
I knew it. I was like, that's why I was like, red lightsaber through the gut immediately. That's what came through my mind as soon as I saw his face.
Everyone who is annoying must die.
Well, I was just like, it's not even that kind of like, people rag on Jar Jar Binks, but Jar Jar Binks was actually a tasteful comedy character for the younger audience. There was a reason why he was the way he was. As soon as I see someone look like this chump in a Disney fucking production, I know exactly what we're in for. Unfunny, forced attempt at humorous garbage. Seriously, and a whole bunch of current year fucking meta jokes as well, because that's the only thing they can fucking come up with.
Well, and then even if they wanted to do a joke, this scene is completely out of tone with what Obi Wan Kenobi show is.
Yeah, it's meant to be a dark show.
Yeah, it's serious. Even the stuff with Leia has all been treated really seriously, even though she's a kid. Even the jokes with her aren't like, oh, wacky comedy. It's just a kid being a kid, and now we have a guy going.
It was actually kind of cool seeing Leia's everyday kind of homestead life. Being the daughter of a senator in such high class living. Living the royal life while Luke's farming or playing with dirt. And Bale being a father, and Obi-Wan dealing with Jawas and stuff. That stuff was actually all right. There are some positives to the show.
Yeah.
Even though, again, but it doesn't. What they're trying to piece together is not working. Well. It's contradictive. It's forced. Yeah. And this humor is like the Jawa humor, good. The Leia humor, good. I can't remember if Obi-Wan had. No, he's too serious to be. That's something I already miss about Obi-Wan's character in this. He's meant to be such in his depression. So him being humorous or being his cheery glum self is gonna feel out of place. But he was one of the most snarky characters in Revenge of the Sith, Attack of the Clones, Phantom Menace. and especially the Clone Wars. Yeah.
Well, and even in A New Hope,
Yeah,
he's
sure.
really cheeky. He's just like, yeah, is Obi-Wan dead? Oh no, not yet. Says, of course I know him. He's me. So it's like, yeah, it's like he's been snarky in every one of his roles, even after 20 years on the hellhole that is Tatooine. He still was being cheeky and goofy with Luke. Like, I feel like him being a little snarky and cheeky rather than just being a downer that should have been a source of comedy for the show.
Yeah.
Of like here's Obi-Wan, like he walks into a serious situation and he's just, hello there. but you know, they have an arc they want to do. Obi-Wan is sad. We're going to make him unsad by the end, and by the end of the show we'll get him back to square one.
Thank you for helping us, Haja.
Oh, the Jedi must protect their own.
It's all there.
Oh, you didn't have to.
Every credit. We will never forget you.
You must. My safety depends upon it. Be safe, little one.
All right, they're on their way. I'm going to take a quick break, okay? Call you in a little bit.
And he's just talking like a normal dude in 2022.
Yeah.
Like there's no attempt to even make him sound like he's in Star Wars. Like, you know what this feels like? This feels like a Star Wars skit from SNL.
Yeah, you're right. It does feel that way. And they have like Ewan McGregor starring in it just to make it feel a little bit authentic. Anyway, I want to see what Obi-Wan does. Obi-Wan, please chop his head off.
Put him in his place.
I don't care if you turn to the dark side. Just chop his fucking head off.
Great cannon. Turn to the dark side.
This is the Star Wars Silver timeline. We're gonna halo this up. Let's just go completely against character. It means getting this fucking clown off the screen. I say do it.
I'm looking for a Jedi.
How'd you get in here?
A girl has been kidnapped. I need your help to find her.
I am Haja Estri, Jedi. I help all who are in need. In return, I ask only a few credits. The shadows are my realm, for the light is an unforgiving place for my kind.
Of course.
500.
I felt that a little bit of that snark with that, of course.
Yeah. I think we're I think we're gonna get a bit of it. I think we're gonna get a bit of it.
I think that was just Ewan putting that in. Like he's the one who put that inflection on it. Because like, oh, please give me that I'm starved for the Obi-Wan snark. Please, Ewan, give it to me.
I think we're gonna get some. Let's see if they actually follow through.
Goodness, that light is unforgiving.
Yes.
Finally. Oh, I know how we were just talking about
Ewan, you fucking mad lad, you nailed it. After fucking 17 years, he still got it. He's still got it.
We were just talking about how we need some of that Obi-Wan snark. That should be our and we're brilliant. Like we were just talking about that like literally minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right. I want to see more.
Really, make it 1,000. I'll even show you some tricks. What do you know of the Force?
Just that there's a lot of remotes and magnets.
Okay.
I did
know how this works.
Yes. I did hear about this. Yeah, Obi-Wan using a blaster. It's look. Well, let's think about
he did use a blaster in episode 3, but he was just like, it's so uncivilized.
Yeah, he's not a fan of them. He doesn't like them. He wants to use his saber.
Yeah.
Granted, they've changed him in the fact that he no longer wants to indulge the Force, and that he wants to. I can understand from a survival aspect him using a blaster first and a saber second. Kanan did that. That's fine, but.
It's the reasoning for it. Like if he was using a blaster just because he didn't want to throw around his saber, that is 100% like he actually could have like bought a gun and then he could have just been like looked at it disgustingly and then be like, then he holsters it because he's just like, I have to do this because if I need a weapon on this place. But I can't use my lightsaber willy-nilly.
Yeah.
That is going to be. It's just like with Kanan. It is a weapon of last resort.
Yeah.
Like I will use this blaster no matter how much I don't like it.
Yeah. Look, I don't think this is the worst thing they've done with him, but the reason why he's doing this is because he's cut himself from the Force and he doesn't want to indulge being a Jedi. And I'm just saying that he's doing this. I mean, yes, it's for survival as well, but primarily I think it's for the wrong reasons. Why they
the right thing for the wrong reasons in terms of writing. Yeah, it's like
primarily it should be for survival, but it's because he's cut himself off from the Force and he hasn't used his saber in a long time. That's why he's doing it.
Well, yeah, and like they could have actually, instead of wasting our time like with some of those shorter scenes, they could have actually made this a character moment where he buys a blaster, because they never showed where he got that blaster. I mean, he wouldn't have had it on him, like, but fine, but like he could have bought the blaster here on the city or on Tatooine, and he it could have been portrayed as him making a choice to use the blaster. And then you don't even need to have him say something. You could just show him looking at it like reluctantly, like.
Unless that's not even a real blaster, unless that's just like a toy or like a replica or something, and he's just like conning this guy.
Maybe. All right, let's.
It looks like he just took money from that family.
I got them safe. You're not gonna tell anyone, are you?
That depends on what you tell me.
What are you, a bounty hunter?
You're a bottom feeder.
What are you, a bounty hunter? Yeah, like it would be funny if he actually used the name. Like, you remember when he was a bounty hunter in that one episode of the Clone Wars when he went undercover? Do you remember?
What was his name again in that? I forget.
Obi Wan bounty hunter name.
Looking it up.
Yeah, when he undergoes as named Reiko Hardeen.
That would have been a good reference.
Are you a bounty hunter? Yes, I'm Reiko Hardeen. The Reiko Hardeen.
Yeah.
that would have actually been a funny little Easter egg for people who watch the Clone Wars. Like, if they don't even need to bring attention to it, he just needs to go by the name of Reiko Hardeen.
Look, so far, I will say this for the Obi Wan series. It's definitely, I mean, look, it's bad so far for the most part, but I'm hating it a lot less than I hated the Halo series in its first episode.
Yeah.
And apparently it only gets worse after that episode.
Yeah. So I'm going to say we're going to savor as much good as we can in this show. We are drowning in a desert of Disney Star Wars. So when we get that little bit of good, that little tiny little drop of water in the desert, we will savor it.
Yeah, good. Nice analogy. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, all right.
Preys on weakness, but in my experience, rats know more about the sewers than anyone else. You're gonna help me find this girl I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You'll help me?
Yeah.
Can I trust you?
Definitely. All right. If it's the sewers you want, there's only one place to go, but you'll never get it.
Are rats an actual thing though in Star Wars? Because like in otherworldly kind of sci-fi media, you know, if you're on a different planet, if you're in space or whatever, you don't really have. I think aliens would be the exception, because I'm pretty sure there was rats on the human settlement. But like, you know, it's meant to be another world, like ecology, flora, fauna. Like, that's why there's so many aliens in Star Wars, as opposed to like, you know, reindeer or fucking rhinoceroses or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that tells you you're still in our reality. You're still in you're on Earth, or you're on a human settlement or whatever. But there isn't really any human settlements or anything, because every planet is different. It's an alternate reality. Who knows where humanity started from? Humanity is just one of the species in this intergalactic society. So yeah, I don't know if I know this is a huge nitpick, but it's just something I don't know. I'm a big fan of the like otherworldly aspects of Star Wars. So like when I hear like references to like our own reality in terms of like animals and stuff like that, it does make me raise an eyebrow.
Well, like on Tatooine, they have womp rats. Like they
rats, yeah,
they make a specific thing. So I actually looked up the rats on the Wikipedia. And I was like, I wonder if it is mentioned. So I was like, all right, it is mentioned. What are our sources? The High Republic, Darth Maul 2017, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm guessing that's EA.
Yeah, it's gotta be EA. Yeah.
Yeah, just say I want to pull it up, because it doesn't specify which Star Wars Battlefront 2, because of course they want it to be as vague as humanly possible.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, I say the Bad Batch, the new Darth Vader comics, Kanan comics.
Basically everything that Disney did
Yeah, and of course here it is. Obi Wan Kenobi Part 2. They mentioned rats.
Yeah.
The rebels. Yeah, it's a lot of looks like Disney. So
yeah. Whereas George Lucas would have called it something different, like had a variation of a human-inspired animal, like womp rats. I don't know what a womp rat is. I've never seen one, but it sounds alien. It sounds
they make it sound like a giant. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it was EA Battlefront 2, but it's like they would have made a bit. They would have called it like he could have just called it a womp rat. It says I know what womp rats are like. You're nothing more than a womp rat. Eating scraps or something like that, rather than just. It's like again, it's like we talk about these characters talking like they're in the real world. It's like there isn't like Lucas always made an effort to make things just different enough that it felt foreign. Like when you have Luke going on about power converters, the average teenager would be like, well, we were supposed to go to the theater and hang out or whatever, but then it's like he was supposed to go to the shop and pick up power converters or something. It's like that exists, like car converters exist and stuff. But like it's a power converter. It's different. It's just different enough to sound foreign, but it's familiar enough that it's immediately apparent what he's talking about. Like Lucas was like, even though he doesn't really like writing dialogue, he's really good at like wording things in a particular way that feels distinct to Star Wars.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. It just shows a lack of effort, and it's kind of like with James Cameron's Avatar. There's a reason why you don't see, like he, for all the criticisms it has, one of the things people really criticize is the world he created, because every creature looks and feels distinct to Pandora. It's completely different flora and fauna, completely different ecosystem, different birds, beasts, vermin. Things like, you know what I mean? Like it's completely different. Like I said, I really love otherworldly sci-fi. And yeah, it'd be like seeing a hippopotamus. Did I say that right? Hippopotamus.
Yeah.
On Pandora, it wouldn't feel correct. You know what I mean? But if you have like a similar looking creature with maybe like a third eye and 6 legs and fur instead of like that clear skin. I'm pretty sure hippopotamuses have clear skin. Yeah, something akin to that. It would look
Yeah, you can tell it's basically like the space hippopotamus, but they designed it in a way that it's not literally a copy paste of a hippopotamus. Yeah, like
exactly,
it's like it's when the animal designers for Avatar. It's like they put effort into making it look like it belonged to an alien world. I'm like, but you're not seeing the effort in this show, and it really does. I know you mentioned it feels like the story was slapped together. It really feels like this script was slapped together and no one was overseeing. Okay, there was someone overseeing it. It was Pablo Hidalgo.
Fat rat. We want to talk about rats.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep. I really hope we get more of that Obi-Wan snark.
Oh, please. Okay, we got the Obi-Wan, the beard.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
An alien! A fucking alien!
And
so happy.
And he's talking like an alien.
Congratulations, Lucasfilm. Holy fucking shit, you did it.
And it's
you
not
one fucking alien.
And it's not one that's just in the background where you can barely see it. We need to cook.
Breaking Bad. Oh, I love it. Alien Walter White. If that's fucking Bryan Cranston under there, I'm gonna flip the fuck out. All is forgiven.
Yeah. Suddenly, it's a 10 out of 10.
Please be Bryan Cranston. Please, just I need it. It'll be stupid. I know it'll be stupid, but I want to see it.
Here's the owner of this. Here's the owner of this establishment, Walla White. Yeah, but I actually would have liked to have seen them show Obi-Wan like get this disguise. Like I feel like there was a deleted scene that they cut.
Yeah.
Wait,
Doesn't
so
look like Obi-Wan's lost a step to me.
yeah. Well, and was he supposed to set that up, or this feels like this section was supposed to be longer? Like it really feels like there were supposed to be more scenes here. Like you're gonna see him, like, I don't know, turn up the burner, like, or something like that. Man, this all feels jumbled. I mean, I like the idea that he's very stealthily moving through here. Like that is more Obi-Wan, but like I just feel like they're cutting out him doing stuff to get to this point. Like I honestly do wonder if this episode was supposed to be an hour long and they cut it down.
How could they make the first episode drag like a motherfucker, but this one feels rushed?
Yeah, really.
Like, you could have cut out some of that shit from the first episode.
Yeah.
I didn't need to see him cut up meat 3 times.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You might want to leave your disguise on.
Oh, I seem to have lost my way.
Yeah, well, get back to work.
Right.
Come on, did I know?
Whoa! Is he suddenly John Wick here?
I don't know, but I don't mind it. Jedi should know how to fight.
Yeah.
Where's the girl?
I do appreciate the fact that he copped the right cross, because what was that left hook? I forget, but it basically shows that he can fight, but he's still he's a little rusty kind of thing. I can appreciate that.
Okay, this is it's not actually her.
How the fuck wasn't he able to sense them?
He's rusty in the Force.
I'm surprised you fell for it.
Yeah, we're all fucking surprised, because he shouldn't have fallen for it.
Okay, all right. I want to understand the specific like steps that it took to get here. All right, I can understand that, like, they're trying to catch Obi-Wan, right? So they would set a trap. Did they know that he would go to this one guy, and if that guy was associated with them, that he would lead them to this place, and that Obi-Wan would manage to get through all the way here through their security and get into this room? Like, what if he didn't find that one Jedi guy? Because as far as I'm aware, that guy just seemed like he was doing his own thing.
Yeah, no, he was just doing his own thing.
Yeah. Like, so what if he didn't find them? Were they just going to sit here and, like, waiting for Obi-Wan to show up and to
I think they had faith in the fact that he was Obi-Wan and he was resourceful enough to sort of find his way there by some means. What I want to know is, like, were they just waiting behind the door the whole time? Like, were they playing cards in the next room or something?
Yeah, they were like, yeah, we're waiting for Obi-Wan to show up. We're just gonna, play around until then.
They're probably playing blackjack or something.
Yeah. Like, what if he walked past this room and went into the next room where they were, and they're just like, "Oh, this is awkward. We were hoping you'd go to the other room and you would pull the hood off so you dramatically see it wasn't Leia."
Yeah.
Well, this is just awkward. Can we start over? Can you just go to that room so we can surprise you?
Yeah.
Inquisitor really figured you out. Should be here soon. Then we'll be rich, and you'll be dead.
Of course, because she's just so brilliant.
Where is the girl? She must be close.
Doesn't matter. You're not getting out of here. You're not a Jedi anymore, Kenobi. You're just a man.
That's dumb.
No,
I hate it. I hate this whole arc they're trying to do. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, and you know what? It would have been funny if they were like, he's like, "Oh, so you all know I'm a Jedi," and then he just like force pushes him. He's just like, "All right,
I'm just waiting for." Yeah, go.
And then he pulls the lightsaber to him, and he just like cuts them all down, and he's just like, "Well, I guess if y'all already know, then there's no sense in hiding."
I'm just waiting for Obi-Wan to say one of his one-liners and just wreck these fuckers. Come on, Obi.
Well, everybody bleeds.
I feel like there was probably a scene where he grabbed that. Again, I feel like this is supposed to be a lot longer. Like, you were supposed to see him get that get up and get the mask, and you were supposed to see him like set up the explosion in the lab, and then he was supposed to grab this like
Yeah.
explosive thing, and like because I was like when he pulled that out, and I'm like, where did he get that? I'm like, okay, obviously I can see Obi-Wan being careful and resourceful and getting stuff to as he's on his way, but like there's no setup. This is like all payoff with no setup.
Yeah. I definitely think you're right. The more this goes on, I think you're right about them cutting a lot of stuff out. I think the reason they thought it was unnecessary and they had to, for whatever fucking reason, they wanted to trim down the runtime of this goddamn show or this episode, even though they can have it as long as they want. It's Disney Plus. And they thought, we don't need that shit in. He's Obi-Wan. He can do whatever the fuck, fans will just know he did it because he's Obi-Wan. We don't need to see that. That's why they probably cut it out. Anyway.
Move.
Can she stop being a moody bitch to absolutely fucking everyone?
Yeah. I'm getting like Quan vibes from her, where she's like Quan with a lightsaber.
Yeah. Quan is from the Halo show, guys, just for the record, in case people don't know what we're talking about.
And she's awful in that.
She's like the worst character ever.
Yeah.
So well done, Reva, if you managed to surpass that.
A weapon to surpass Quan gear.
Wait. Let go of me.
Wait.
Let go. Who are you?
Your father sent me. I'm here to help you.
Where's the army?
I have a feeling that Obi-Wan and Leia's camaraderie is going to be one of the highlights the show has to offer.
Yeah, even though it makes no sense.
What, that they meet at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
You served my father during the Clone Wars. Also, there was that one time you rescued me when I was 10 years old, and we got really close, and you were like a father to me. But aside from that, you worked for my father.
Oh God.
It's been easier with the army.
Yeah, you know what, Relayer, I think it would have been easy with the army. I think you're absolutely right about that.
Right.
We're still waiting on Alderaan Commandos coming to Disney Plus 2025.
Yeah, and you see them do like a door breach, and they're like, they bust in, they gun down the drug dealers, and they rescue Leia.
Organa forever.
Yeah, for Alderaan.
Sorry. I think we breathed too much life into that monster.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Where is he?
Too slow, bitch.
Yeah.
Too slow. Smile once in a while.
Yeah.
You're a Jedi?
Why haven't you wrapped it up?
Sorry.
Why isn't he covered it? No, she just spotted his lightsaber because he just has it hanging on his belt, and he's not even like trying to cover it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, cover that shit.
You seem kind of old and beat up.
He really doesn't look old.
Hmm.
Everyone keeps saying that. They keep calling him old. I'm like, if his hair was really gray, then yeah, I could see that. But Ewan McGregor looks fantastic for his age.
Yeah, I know he does. He is.
Yeah. He looks 20 years younger than he actually is. And they're like, you're so old. I'm like, then gray his hair out if you want us to buy that.
Yeah.
We need to make the last transport.
Okay, then let's go.
Wait. You have no idea what I'm risking being here, Your Highness. From now on, you'll do exactly as you're told. Do you understand?
You would kidnap an Imperial Senator's child.
We've done worse.
You have no right.
Okay, so we have absolute confirmation. We have absolute confirmation that she was going behind everyone's back and doing this.
And it was not. It was bad for the Empire. Her doing this.
Wow.
So hey, the Grand. This is just reinforcing why I love the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
And Sun Kang, his lieutenant or whatever.
Oh man, I still can't believe that's him. Yeah, the fifth brother.
To his credit, he's making it work.
Yeah, like he's a good actor, and I can tell he's really trying. He just doesn't have much.
The link between him and Organa in the archives. I used the girl.
Oh, so she did read it up. Look, I read about it. I checked out.
I actually predicted that.
Yeah, I checked out Star Wars: A New Hope, Episode 4 in the archive. So I know that. You remember that line from Leia where she's like,
yeah. Also, this raises a whole bunch of problems, because if she's able to fucking look into the archives and find this out and bring out Obi-Wan this easily, then don't you think fucking Vader would have done that? So what happens? Yeah. Leia goes back to Alderaan. You think Vader's just going to leave her alone?
Yeah,
I still need to. I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck Vader doesn't find out his connection to Leia through all this. But anyway.
Yeah, if this was just easy,
I suppose. Sorry, I suppose I could just say, look, he's Organa's friend. She's Organa's daughter. Organa would, call upon Obi-Wan to settle this for him. It was a bit of bait, because Vader comes face to face with Leia later on and isn't able to make the connection. So I am willing to give the series leeway in that regard, but I mean, that remains to be seen. We still have to see what the fuck happens. But
yeah, the whole, well, she just read it up in the archives. I'm like, okay, yeah, but
that's so lazy.
Well, yeah, because if you were looking up who which Jedi had worked with or who worked with Bail Organa during the Clone Wars, you'd probably have a freaking long list, and Obi-Wan would be one of them. Why would you assume inherently that they would have this really tight bond that taking Bail Organa's daughter would be the thing that flushes Obi-Wan out?
Yeah. Also,
because remember, even Jar Jar worked with Bail Organa. We're going to kidnap Jar Jar Binks, and that'll flush.
That would have been interesting. If she can that easily just go and look up the archives and make this connection between Bail and Kenobi, or what, it just makes you wonder, what the fuck else can she figure out? What else has she fucking learned from there? That Vader can learn, that anyone can learn. I'm pretty sure that there was only Jedi could open the holocron that had the archive information and shit.
Yeah.
Granted, you see Obi-Wan looking it up it's a library and an encyclopedia. So I suppose there's a difference between the archives and holocrons, but fuck, I don't know. This is just raising too many questions that never needed to be asked in the first place.
Well, yeah, because they're making it, because you know what they wanted to do. They wanted to make her look smart and brilliant by having her flush out Obi-Wan effortlessly within 2 episodes. But then they don't realize that by that logic, Vader, the guy who did actually know Obi-Wan and knew Bail, he would have known about all this anyway without having to look it up. Why didn't Vader do this years ago? If it's this easy to get Obi-Wan, why did they assume he was dead? If they knew that
exactly,
they could have hunted him down and gotten him this easily. But that's the problem, is, again, they're creating their own problems because they want to make a story happen, and they'll make it happen regardless of if it makes sense or not, because they're not thinking about if it makes sense. They're thinking, this is a story I want to tell, so I'm just going to write it.
It's just fan fiction at its worst.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Scratch that. We've seen fan fiction that's worse. So it's fan fiction that's really bad, but it can always get worse.
Yeah.
And you did this without informing me?
You left me no choice.
Whatever power you are craving, it will not change what you are.
And what is that?
The least of us. You came to us from the gutter. Your ability gave you station, but all the power in the world can't mask the stench beneath.
Maybe.
Oh, snap.
This is just reinforcing why I love the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, he's way more likable than her.
And it's got nothing to do with how pale he is.
I will take Kenobi in myself. You are no longer required, sister.
I brought Kenobi here.
Stand down.
You stand here amongst my accomplishments. You work with the Empire. Do you think they're going to be like, okay, we'll make sure to give you proper credit when we report this to Vader?
Look, here's the thing. Even Vader has to fucking... I mean, granted, Vader undermines Tarkin a bit, but even Vader has to follow orders. This bitch is just saying, fuck orders, fuck the Empire. I'm just going to do what I want. You all can deal with it. First off, how is that even tolerated? And secondly, how did she even make it this far in the ranks if that was her fucking attitude? The Empire is all about order and stability. So was the Republic, but the Republic was more about freedom than the Empire is. Certainly more than the Empire is. But Reva's just, and Reva, again, we haven't had a chance to connect with Reva yet. She's giving us no way to connect with her other than the fact that she's a moody, fucking impulsive, unstable bitch who just fucking does whatever the fuck she wants and no one can tell her anyway. Not even the commanding officer can tell her different.
No,
and people actually like the Grand Inquisitor. He was actually one of the best antagonists in Rebels. I had a chance to connect with the Grand Inquisitor. I have no chance to connect with Reva.
Yeah, like they didn't even bother to like spend time with her. Like, and it's just
no, she just shows up and it's all about her because it's a Kenobi series, and they had to contrive some way for Obi Wan to have an arc. But it's also, I mean, like I said, these aren't writers; they're activists just disguised as writers, and they just used Obi Wan as a platform to propel yet another garbage fucking diversity hire onto all of our fucking television screens that we never asked for, never wanted, and would just wish they would just go the fuck away. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. Made a whole video about this. MCU. Suck shit.
You really think those scum can catch a Jedi?
I want them to squeeze him. He'll reveal himself eventually, and I will be waiting.
Oh,
at least we're getting some aliens.
Yeah, freaking. Speaking of John Wick, this is literally like in the end of, I think, the second one, where
Part 2, where everyone gets to hit out on John Wick.
Yeah, where he kills someone in the Continental, and then they put a hit out, and then it's like all of a sudden you see all these people pulling out their phones, and then he's like running. Like, it's like, man, freaking John Wick reference.
Come on.
Can I try this one instead?
Half the city is looking for you. Put this on.
She's just like, okay, I'm on the run, but fashion.
No, I can
see a little Leia thinking. She's like, if I'm going to be a fugitive, I need to be a fashionable fugitive.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't need those. And the gloves.
What about you? Aren't you gonna wear a bloody less conspicuous fucking
like cloak?
Yeah, like you're dressed like a Jedi.
Yeah.
We're farmers from Tall, and you're my daughter.
Granddaughter, maybe.
What?
Nothing. I read that Jedi can make things float. Make me float.
What?
I want to float.
No.
Because you can't.
Because if I use the Force, then it'll draw attention to us. Come on.
You think the less you say, the less you give away.
How old are you?
10.
Don't sound like you're 10.
That's what I was.
We said we said that.
Like
I can appreciate that actually. Them kind of
being
just aware of that.
Just because they're calling attention to it doesn't mean that they're not doing it. Like that's the thing that annoys me is when they recognize that the dialogue they're writing for her sounds way too old, and then they're just going to be like, "Wow, that sure sounds way too old for a 10-year-old," and then they move on.
Maybe they'll actually address that because I think these two do get to like bond a bit, and she'll probably talk about what it's like growing up in the royal household. I don't know.
You have far more faith than I.
I look, honestly, I really like the dynamic between Obi-Wan and Leia, honestly.
Yeah, overall,
all continuity breaks aside, I think they've done a decent job there.
Yeah, like in order to even like comprehend this, we have to just put it aside that this makes zero sense in canon. Like we mentioned that, we addressed that, we talked about it. Like we can't dwell on that too much because we'd be bringing it up every 5 seconds. But
we've acknowledged the fact that this whole fucking series makes no sense in merely existing. But that said, we're indulging the fact that this is fan fiction, and we're judging it on the basis that it's fan fiction. So as far as fan fiction writing between Ben Kenobi, who's left Tatooine, with 10-year-old Leia, who's on the run with him, this is actually not bad.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
I already care more about like the bond between these two than I ever did for by a long shot, I might add, than the bond between Mando and fucking Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Seriously, fuck those two. Can't
Yeah.
stand them. This I can actually kind of care about a little bit.
Yeah.
But we'll see where it goes. They could
Yeah.
destroy my small investments.
Yeah.
Pretty
They
quickly.
could make me take back the compliments I'm already giving it.
Yeah.
We had him. Look at this reward.
Let's get to him first.
Please die.
I thought they were going to show up there and be like, hey, people are looking for us. You need to get us out of here. He's like, why would I do that? And then he pulls out his lightsaber this time. It's like, oh, okay. I'll help you. Put your cloak back on. What an uppercut. Jesus Christ, Obi-Wan. He might have just killed him with that shot. Holy fuck. We're going to rewind that just one more time. That was a sick punch. Oh.
That was a full on Shoryuken.
Oh man, that belongs in a bloody Mortal Kombat game.
Yeah, his head needed to like leave his body with its spine attached.
Kenobi is the last ember of a dying age.
There's something you should see, Grand Inquisitor.
Why hasn't she been freaking court-martialed by the Empire? Like, she has been consistently insubordinate. I can imagine she's been like that her entire time. Like, they're supposed to be like a fascist organization. Fascist groups don't take insubordination very well.
Yeah. You know, she's the only thing ruining that shot. I like that shot of the city. It really does look like Night City, Blade Runner. Like, I can respect that.
At least it's not a copy paste of Tatooine.
Agreed. I think we've seen enough of Tatooine.
Yeah, I know some people were saying that. They were like, you know, I'm so sick of Tatooine and all these shows set on Tatooine and the movies going to Tatooine. And then by the time we get to a show that you would expect to be set on Tatooine,
yeah,
it's like they leave it as soon as humanly possible. And like, really?
You know, I'm really, what I really want actually to do, what this is making me want to do, is go and watch that Obi Wan fan fiction movie that came out.
From that guy who does the impersonations. Yeah, I remember watching that.
I got to watch it. I haven't watched it yet, but I imagine it's certainly more faithful than this.
Oh yeah, and that also had an appearance of James Arnold Taylor, the voice of Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars.
Yeah? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
he played an Imperial officer in it.
That's great. That's where the fuck is Obi-Wan? Oh, there he is.
Stay here for now. No noise from that.
Her name's Lola, and she won't make any. She's hurt.
Good.
Yeah, because he never cared about droids.
That's right. Yeah. I think I think he didn't despise droids or anything like that. He just thought, you know,
he just didn't see them like Anakin did. Anakin's
that's true. Well, to be fair, a Jedi are meant to be detached.
Yeah, so, in its general, droids are just kind of seen as just sort of tools, really.
Well, not to mention, he did have to fight a war of killing droids upon droids upon droids. Legions of droids fell by his saber.
Yeah.
What happened to her, anyway?
She was ripped to pieces by kidnappers. She'll be all right, though. She's strong.
Stay here.
Why is there a picture of you? You're the reason I'm here. They took me to get to you.
Whoa. That is a
How did she piece that together?
Like, it said they were bounty hunters. Obviously, they were going after... he's a Jedi! Like, they know that she knows that the Jedi had been hunted down. She said that they were all dead. So, like, of course, if there's a Jedi...
Don't make me hate Leia, show. Please don't make me hate Leia. I actually really thought this Leia was kind of cool.
Don't do this. You're going down a path that I can't follow.
Yeah.
Did my father even send you?
Of course he did. Leia, listen
How do I
Leia.
learn a Jedi?
Your father is a very old friend.
I don't believe you.
Leia!
No. Oh, my God.
Here's an idea. Use the Force to stop her so she'll know.
Oh, my gosh.
Wait.
So the way that this happens is also very contrived. They're just trying to lure them out so that, you know, they can have a confrontation. Like, I understand the city going after Obi-Wan, but not Leia freaking out like this.
Well, yeah, and the logic that she uses to come to a shockingly accurate conclusion that this is all done in order to get him, like, it genuinely makes no sense. Like, it literally, the only reason she says that is because they wanted to have a reason for why she would run off. And like, otherwise, because like logically, like if you're writing this, like why would she distrust him when he's the only person who's been doing any, like, does she think that he's supposed to like him coming to rescue her was like a big plan where they wanted to trick her into thinking that someone rescued her, but then they're actually going to recapture her again? Like, look, I can understand a kid not making sense and coming to like the wrong idea, but like she shockingly does come to the right idea. But then okay, if they're chasing him, then they're also still going to come after you. Why would you run away from the only person who actually is helping you? Like,
yeah, and yeah, exactly. He's demonstrated, helping her and showing, she should have faith in the fact that he at least wants to help her. He saved her from the kidnappers. Like, and he's like, what if you're the real kidnappers? Like, how does that make a lick of sense?
Yeah,
he came and freaking helped you out.
They would have to be playing like 6-dimensional chess, being like, we're going to kidnap you and then pretend we're say we're the bad guys, and we're going to have someone else actually come and rescue you, but they're actually the real kidnapper, but then he's going to kidnap you again. And it's convoluted. It doesn't make sense. And like, it's so obvious. Like, there's sometimes when it's so obvious that you can see that the writers were like, we want this to happen, but we don't know how. And then they're like, just make it happen. Just do it. And like stuff like this rips me out of it. Like, I understand like this, none of this makes sense, but like there are some moments that are just so boneheaded stupid that it rips me out of the experience completely.
You know what Bale could have done, since he should know his adopted daughter better than anyone? He could have given Obi-Wan something to like show her that,
some proof
that he sent Obi-Wan, that like maybe like a locket or something like that belonged to Bale or something. I don't know. Let's
taking some kind of precaution to be like, look, she's probably not going to expect you because she doesn't know you. So here's a message or something, or here's something that you can tell her. Like, he can say, I can tell you this. This is something that only Bail Organa would know, or only your dad would know this about you. Like
that too, that could have done that.
Yeah, like literally anything that would have been like, because obviously, like, as much as Bale talks about how much he trusts him, I'm like, okay, yeah, but Leia doesn't know him. Like, if you want to send him after, like, she was expecting the freaking, of course, the Alderaan Royal Guard to come in and save her, and then she's like, why is it just you? I'm like, and that's, again, we're all asking. It's like they keep bringing this up, like, like, why didn't they do more than this? Well, of course, the simple answer is just, this is an Obi Wan Kenobi show, so we're just having him do it because he's the title character.
How much you want to bet this script was a first draft?
Oh,
like you say they rewrote it numerous times, but I don't know. This reeks of a first draft because I feel like we're writing the second draft here, you and me.
Yeah. Well, like when I say rewritten, what I really meant is not so much that they were redrafting it, but like they had different ideas for the show. Like, I'm talking completely different ideas, not reiterations, like completely different ideas of what the show was going to be. And they just kept scrapping it and starting over, scrapping it and starting over, scrapping it and starting over. And then they got to the point where they're like, just whatever you have, just make it, just film it right now and put it on Disney Plus. So then they got like 5 pages of scraps, and they're like, well, I guess this is our filming script. Well, I mean, shoot, we know they did that with Mando season 2 with that one episode by what was it, Robert Rodriguez, where he was like, I got like 10 pages and that was it, or something like that. And then they had to like ad lib and like invent the rest of the episode or something.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that Robert Rodriguez is like, I only had like a couple pages of script to work with. The rest of the script had Mando. I guarantee you, Mando leaves his jetpack behind, so the rest of the movie can happen. Was a part of that script. Sorry,
Yeah.
I really hate episode 6 of season 2 of The
Yeah.
Mandalorian. It's the
Yeah.
it's the episode that made me completely lose all hope in the show. I did watch episode 8 of season 2, and the one good thing they did was the Luke thing, but it's just a shame it took them fucking how many years was it, Lee? About 5. Well, it was 5 years, wasn't it? Like 2015, we're meant to get Luke Skywalker. We didn't get him. 2017, Last Jedi happened. 2020, I think, is season 2 of The Mandalorian, right? Yeah, it was 2020. Yeah, 5 years. If you don't count like the time since Return of the Jedi, 5 years for Disney to actually do fucking Luke Skywalker justice. It's like, wow, you could have saved yourself a massive headache if you did it back in 2015, back in 2017.
Oh, and this is just something that came to me. I should have thought about this earlier, but like when Obi-Wan watches that con artist, like con that one woman and her kid,
Yeah.
like Obi-Wan doesn't do anything to help her because he obviously knows that dude's a con artist.
That's true. He's like, you just scammed that woman and her child. And he's like, which I was kind of sitting there like, shouldn't you have, we should have mentioned this before, but like, shouldn't you have done something to prevent that instead of just letting it happen and then giving him a stern talking to after he's already taken their money? He also didn't help that woman pick her hand up back on Tatooine.
Yeah, they're for all of them talking about how, you know, the Jedi, like the code and helping people is so ingrained in them. It's like Obi-Wan has just been
not really.
Obi-Wan's been so uncaring about everyone around him.
Yeah. Like I said, he could have used the Force back in the alleyway to prove that he was a Jedi to stop it from escaping. But again, I think he's cut himself off from it, so he can't use it at the moment.
Yeah, though they haven't specifically established it. I've heard that they're probably gonna like reveal it in this episode or the next one, where they're gonna be like, "Oh, this is why I haven't been using the Force. I cut myself off," or something like that. But yeah, it's weird that something like that, if that is really the case, that they wouldn't be establishing that in like episode 1, which is kind of an important note if he's not being able to use the Force, which is stupid.
Yeah.
I like how Obi-Wan is just like casually jogging towards her. He's like,
yeah,
like I would expect him. Yeah, like this is the whole reason you left Tatooine was to get her, and she's running away, and you're like, man, I'm going to sternly jog over to you. Instead of
imagine 3 kidnappers who aren't Jedi have an easier time of catching Leia than Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were also fumbling like idiots and like slowly jogging.
That is true. It was so awkward watching that chase. It's like, what is this?
It's like
I bet you any money that Leia gets away from Obi-Wan and then she comes back of her own accord because they got to have the women, you know, outdo Obi-Wan. I don't know. It's Disney. They're warped cunts. They might fucking actually do that.
That's so crazy. It just might work. So let's see how this thrilling chase ends while he's running around screaming, "Shot!"
Yeah, this is boring. I mean, granted, he's chasing a 10-year-old, but like, I mean, it's not a very. This is still lukewarm entertainment at most.
Yeah, well, and also the problem is that it's very clear that this actress can't run that fast.
Yeah.
So all of the adults have to slow down so they don't run up to her in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like,
just don't have her run.
Yeah. And even then, you might even be able to kind of salvage it with tight editing, but of course the editing is sloppy, so it's like they linger on all these shots of Obi-Wan just jogging, so you can't even believe that he's even trying. Like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I guess I'll get the Princess of Alderaan, who's also the daughter of Darth Vader, who's also one of the most important people in the galaxy. I guess I might get her.
But he's like, I don't really wanna.
Yeah,
Tatooine and
he jogs by a space Starbucks and he goes in and stops in for a cup of coffee before he comes out. And she still hasn't even gotten that far. And he's just like he's like going up, sipping the coffee. I'm gonna get you, Leia.
Anyway.
Okay, so that is a real blaster then.
Okay. Yeah, it is a real blaster.
Well, also he immediately recognized Leia. So
yeah,
he's like,
should he be able to immediately recognize Leia?
No, they put Obi-Wan's face, but like, how would they know that one, the Princess of Alderaan is here, and two, that she was kidnapped at all, or that she would have any connection to Obi-Wan?
I do like this actress. I do like the way she emotes. Like, she looks like she is genuinely like frightened here, like freaked out that a dude just got shot.
Yeah, like she's a fine actress. Like, even she's managing to at least work with a little bit of what they've given, which is
No, she resembles and seems to be conveying a young Leia Organa. I think she's doing a great job, actually.
Yeah, like I can believe that she grows up into Carrie Fisher. Like I can believe that she looks it and she acts all right. Like I don't have a problem with the actress herself.
Yeah,
it's just like the writers are just like, we just need dumb stuff to happen.
Yeah, no, they're making it awkward for her. She's doing pretty well. All things considered, she's doing pretty well. Nice, Obi-Wan.
Why are you saying me?
Oh my god,
Leia, Princess of Alderaan.
Okay, now they're starting to ruin Leia.
He just shot a guy to defend you, and he's just shot a guy to defend you, and now you're like, nah, but I still gotta run away.
she has to lead him to more bounty hunters.
Yeah, or an Inquisitor. Oh no!
I wonder if he's actually gonna fight anyone with a saber this episode.
You know, we've already thrown logic out the window. Have him fight the Inquisitors. Have him take them on like 2-on-1 or whatever. Like, please, just give us something to get excited about.
I guarantee you the choreography won't be nearly as good as the prequels.
No, it's probably going to be sequel trilogy.
They didn't have. I'll bet you they didn't bring in Nick Gillard for this.
Oh, absolutely not. Because you know, if they did, they would have bragged about it. Like, ooh, we brought in that guy you like. Please watch our show.
That's true. That's true.
It's just like what they did with Lucas during Rise of Skywalker, and then they didn't use anything he did.
Yeah. I'll bet you Rev is going to be waiting up there because
she's going to inexplicably be right in the right spot.
Yeah, well, but she's like, she was on the rooftop last time we saw her. Remember? And if Leia's going to the roof.
Wait.
Oh, she's going to fall and he's going to catch her with the Force. I'll bet. Maybe don't shout her name out to everyone. I don't know.
Yes.
No, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh here.
Well,
he's trying to connect with her and have her trust him. So calling her by her name makes sense, I guess. I don't. Yeah,
but still, this is all supposed to be as under wraps as possible. So like screaming, like, okay, here, like him saying her name here is less of a problem than him screaming it in the middle of a crowded area.
Yeah, true.
So it wasn't Reva that they ran into, but another bounty hunter that just happened to be on the roof.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're gonna run into Reva pretty soon.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah.
Man, you have a saber, you fool.
I was just about to say, like, wow, if only he had a device that was capable of deflecting blaster bolts.
That would show that Leia that he's a Jedi.
Yeah,
because only like people can pick up sabers, but they don't have the reflexes to stop blaster bolts.
No. Yeah, it's just like in that one episode where Cad Bane picked up a lightsaber and he lasted approximately 2.5 seconds against Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
He's like, I thought this would turn out better for me.
Oh, look who else is on the rooftops.
Yeah. She's like, look at me. I'm so cool. People are gonna love me. They're gonna make GIFs of this and post it on Twitter, and then everyone's gonna like those posts. This is so cool. That looks so bad.
Yeah. It's just
You can tell she's on wires and like floating down.
Personally, I don't mind wire work. Like
No. The wire, like obviously there's wire work, but like when it's so obvious, like the way she was spinning, that's the way people spin when they're hooked up to a harness.
Right.
So it's like you can tell like they didn't do it in a way that looked natural.
Oh,
Like it's the obvious wire work of like, oh, we have the character jumping, but we're going to make it abundantly clear that they're hooked up to wires, so it just looks really awkward.
The way she had her hands out when she her arms out, like the wires were going to catch her, I think it was a bit of a giveaway. So yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah, because her arms had to be out of the way so they don't get caught in the wires.
Obi-Wan really is a horrible shot.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Catch me!
Parkour! Man, remember how when parkour was really big, like 10 years ago? How do you do, fellow children?
Look, let's let her have her moment. Like,
she has been
I just want to see where this goes, because I have a feeling I know exactly where it's going to go. This show has been nothing if not predictable so far. We meet again, Obi Wan Kenobi. At last, I can have my revenge. Put the girl down and leave her alone. Your fight is with me.
No, the circle is now complete. When I was a youngling, but now I am the master.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I have no idea how they're going to justify her gigantic hate boner for Kenobi, but it's going to be amusing when they reveal it.
It's going to be something dumb like, oh, when we were at the Jedi Temple, you weren't there to save us, so
you forgot to lock the door, Kenobi.
Yeah. You left the stove on in the Jedi Temple before you left for Utapau. Do you know how many children got mildly unwell because they breathed in toxic fumes?
Yeah. You didn't reset the security protocols. Something like that. It's gonna be stupid.
You didn't leave the weekly muffins in the break room.
You took the last escape ship.
It was your day for muffins, Kenobi. You forgot. She hates him over muffins.
Oh, God. I'm super hyped to hear what the reason actually is now.
Yeah. All right. Okay, let's play so we can see this.
Your day for muffins. I'm sorry. That was really good.
And she needs to be screaming it from a building. It was your turn for muffins, Kenobi. It was your turn.
Oh, God. I don't know why. I just picture Obi-Wan with like a chef's hat and an apron.
Yeah. We have a flashback of him cooking muffins right before he went to Utapau, like right before he met with like Anakin and left, and he accidentally knocks the muffins over as he's leaving, and he doesn't realize it, and then therefore all the younglings didn't get their muffins.
Kenobi the Muffin Master.
The Muffin Master, who lives on Coruscant.
Master of Muffins. You know, there's this video on YouTube. It's like Master of Trolling, Master of Muffins.
Yeah, but the final episode, it has Obi-Wan giving Reva a muffin to make up for the emotional damage she went through being tormented as an Inquisitor, and she forgives him.
I know you liked blueberries on yours.
Yeah.
That was your favorite, right?
How did we get on a tangent about muffins being the major point of the
Sorry.
show?
Oh, God, I'm losing my mind here. Okay, let's resettle, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Breathe in.
Sorry, audience. Sorry about that. You just kind of got carried away. Sorry, I lost it. Oh god, yeah, that was a lot. All right, let's keep going. Oh bullshit! He wouldn't be able to fucking hit him eventually. Come on, man. Anyway, let's keep going. I bet
he's not the man he used to be.
I bet you he has to stick around long enough to contribute to some control. I bet you she's going to fall and he's going to catch her with the Force, or Rev's going to catch her with the Force.
Yeah,
bet you she's going to be like, I would rather die than be captured. It's like, no, you idiot! I'm trying to save you.
Yeah, I need Leia to say that. I'd rather die. Obi-Wan, no!
I mean, honestly, I think they've ruined Leia for me, really. Like, I liked her up to this point, but
I think, you and I were like, you know what, she's fine. She hasn't been ruined in this. And then like minutes later, it's just like, oh gosh dang it. Like, show, we're trying to be nice to you, please.
Yeah. There are a couple things we've acknowledged that we think, hey, this is all right. Like, Obi-Wan's snark when he does it, that's good. Most of that credit goes to Ewan McGregor. The Jawa, like, for a lack of aliens in this fucking show, you actually made a pretty good Jawa, very humorous, very true to Star Wars kind of Jawa. I thought Owen was okay. I did appreciate, even though I thought it was a bit unnecessary, like Obi-Wan got Luke the toy that he plays with in New Hope, even though it didn't really need a backstory. And Leia and Bail, I think, I think Leia might actually be the best part of this, honestly, so far, because she felt the most true. I'd say she feels more like Leia than Obi-Wan feels like Obi-Wan, honestly, because Obi-Wan cut himself off from the Force and everything, and it doesn't make sense. But Leia, this looks like a precursor to Carrie Fisher's Leia Organa. So, I mean, there is, and to be fair, I like the art direction. I like this world. I mean, Tatooine looked a bit weird to me, but I did like Alderaan's like art direction. How faithful that was. Look, we're trying to be nice, but not making it easy for us. I'm just really annoyed that fucking imposter Jedi wasn't gutted like a fish. Honestly, I still want to see someone put a saber through his chest. I don't know why. I got a real hate bone for that guy.
He was going to try to capture Obi-Wan for the bounty, so maybe he has a chance to die.
If Reva kills him, Reva will score mad points with me, honestly. But
then she'll ruin it immediately afterwards.
Knowing Reva, she'll probably give him money and say he was a good boy and send him on his way, because she can't do anything to make us like her.
Yeah.
She'll do the exact opposite of what makes sense. Anyway, Leia, I'm pretty sure Obi-Wan is not the fucking bad guy.
Here he
how
is.
many people are trying to kill him?
Yeah, and
kill you.
Here's a schmuck. That was so unnecessary. I'm going to swing around, jump off the wall. Like, they really
looked like she was on wires there too.
Yeah, they
but
really
like she
thought
was like
this
being
so...
like she was like spinning on the wire and like she was on a swing set almost. Anyway,
they even could have made something like that look cool, but like they're just doing it the dumbest way.
Watch Daredevil season 1, episode 12. There is a rooftop sequence that is, at least I think it's episode 12, where Daredevil, Matt Murdock, has one of the coolest rooftop parkour sequences you'll ever see. It was really dope. This ain't it, Chief. About fucking time, Obi-Wan. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Once Reva is close.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No,
don't, Leia, don't. Wow. Are you really gonna have a fucking jump? No.
Hold on tight.
Oh, now you trust him. Now you trust him when he's the only one who can fucking save your life.
Ungrateful brat.
Okay, no, they've ruined Leia. No, they've ruined Leia. I can't take it seriously anymore. It's like, she's not really. I thought Obi-Wan was gonna, at the very least, force catch her and assist her to the other side. No, she just falls.
Yeah,
and Miracle's not dead. Obi-Wan, She saved herself. Obi-Wan didn't save her. Use the Force, you tool. Holy shit. About fucking time. And actually, that's a tiny ripoff from the way Cal Kestis exposes himself in Jedi Fallen Order, where you played that far into the game. Remember when he has to save his co-worker, and that's what exposes him by Force freezes him.
Yeah.
Somehow I knew that I had a small inkling feeling that they might actually, because they borrowed the same sort of plot point from that game, that he's cut himself off from the Force. I thought they might actually expose Obi-Wan the same. Well, granted, Obi-Wan's already exposed, so it's a little different, but I thought that this might be the case. I had a strange feeling. I was like, this is Disney. They like to rip other people off, especially if other people make better Star Wars movies than they do, and Respawn sure as fucking shit did that. So, I mean, I know you haven't finished Jedi Fallen Order, and you weren't all too high on it, but I love that game, and I think it's one of the best Star Wars stories that's come out. Definitely one of the best since Disney took over. Like, the three things I like from Disney canon is Fallen Order, Rebels, most of it anyway, and Rogue One. That's it. So, I mean, everything else has been trash. Everything else.
Yeah, in my list of what I like, my list of what I like is even shorter than yours.
Yeah, I still think you'd like. I still think you'd like Fallen Order, or at the least, I think at the very least, you'd think Fallen Order was okay. But I personally really enjoy it. I think it's really great. Only took you, 2 seconds from the end of the galaxy for you to finally use the Force, Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Oh, granted, to be fair, no, Leia. Without Leia, the galaxy would be doomed because she, leads the rebellion and shit. So yeah, Jesus, Obi-Wan, cutting it close.
Yeah, really. He's not the man he used to be.
Are you all right?
You really are a Jedi.
Why was that in doubt?
And why didn't he do that in the first fucking place? Instead of leading him on this merry chase, he could have just stopped her with the Force. It's like, yeah, I'm a Jedi, and you're not going anywhere. I'm taking you back to your father. Let's keep going. I can't. I'm really starting to get annoyed with this show.
Remember at the beginning of this episode where we were like, hey, we can have fun with how stupid it is. And then it's just like, no.
Now it's making me pull my hair out. Yeah.
All incoming and outgoing travel is canceled.
I do like the fact that the Empire can seal off a planet like this, and everyone has to identify themselves. That's a good way to enforce the Empire onto people.
Yeah.
So basically, it's essentially like, I imagine the way this would work is they'd shut down an airport, and much like in the Phantom Menace, they'd have some kind of blockade to prevent unauthorized escapes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is good.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like, this should have been the course of action instead of like Reva's whole scheme was stupid and pointless. Because the second that they would get Obi-Wan here, then it's like, all right, seal the planet.
Yep, pretty much. And then the way you get off is to kill a stormtrooper or knock him out and take his gear and then hijack a ship and get off planet. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Inquisitors. Many were Jedi who turned to the dark side.
Okay, pause, big time.
How does
Obi-Wan knows about the Inquisitors and where the fuck they came from, but he doesn't know that, because I've heard rumors that he doesn't know that Anakin is Darth Vader. So he knows this somehow, but he doesn't know Anakin's Vader. Even though he's had a fucking communication with Bail Organa this whole fucking time. What else must he fucking know? But he doesn't know that Anakin's Vader? We'll find out, but that is something I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So, but of course, Obi-Wan only knows what he needs to for the plot that they want to work. So they need him to know that what Inquisitors are, despite the fact that the Inquisitors were former Jedi or like younglings that were taken. Like that was a major like reveal in Rebels. You remember that when it was just like, oh yeah, gosh, like the Grand Inquisitor was a former Jedi. Holy crap! Like we didn't know that. And it's like, oh, now they're just like, oh yeah, by the way, they used to be Jedi. Oh, oh, thanks for just telling us that.
As far as I know, some of the people who worked on Kenobi actually didn't watch Rebels.
Yeah, I know the guy who played the Grand Inquisitor didn't pay attention to Rebels, and he didn't look at the Grand Inquisitor in there because they didn't want to be bogged down when they were making
to be fair though, I think the guy who's being the Grand Inquisitor is doing actually a decent job. I think I can't speak to the material he's been given, but in terms of portraying the Grand Inquisitor, I think he's doing fine. I think he's doing all right.
He's doing better than he frankly should be. But it's
he is.
I hate that attitude where they're like, you know what, keeping in canon is bogging us down. It's limiting our creative potential.
I mean, it's just who the fuck would hire someone like that? I mean, it's like you're basically admitting you just want to make a mockery of the whole thing. And you don't give a shit about what the fuck you're working on. You just want to do your own thing. You want your own artistic license? Go fucking make your own Star Wars and see how far you get, you fucking hack.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, cunt. Whoever the fuck wrote this show, honestly.
All for you? Who are you?
The bounty is on me. Let her go.
Listen carefully. You need another exit. It's a cargo port. It's full.
Let's see where it goes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let's see where it goes.
He could be scamming him. All right.
But I'm thinking it might be a trap.
All right. I won't jump the gun. All right.
The automated. They won't be looking for you there.
To be fair, I can absolutely understand you jumping the gun.
Yeah, it's not like there's a lot of goodwill left for Disney Star Wars.
Yeah.
Expect me to trust you. You're a criminal.
Look, Haja, you remembered my name. I'm trying to make amends. I got that family safe, and I'm going to do the same for you. If I'd known what you were...
Doesn't matter what I am.
They'll help you from there.
And how do I know this isn't just a trap?
What choice do you have? You're not alone, Obi-Wan.
I could appreciate the fact that Obi-Wan isn't like entirely an idiot. The fact that he's like, why would I trust you? If he just took it without question, I would have been like, fuck off, show.
Yeah.
But what choice does he have? I think he has a couple of options. But fine, I guess. Like, this is an option, I guess.
All right.
Let's
see where it goes.
Buy you as much time as I can.
I know she put a bounty on Kenobi.
I hate the spinning lightsabers so much.
No, actually, I actually don't mind the spinning lightsabers. I just don't like the helicopter effect.
Okay, all right. So the way lightsabers work is they have the Kaiba crystal, and then they have a thing like an energy source, and thing that focuses the laser, and then they have an emitter on the end where it comes out, and that's what like creates the blade. And if the tips of the lightsabers are spinning, then it's disconnecting the beam from the emitter, and so it wouldn't remain lit. Because I remember ever since when I was a kid, I had this it was a I don't remember what exactly it was called. It was like the Guide to Star Wars or whatever, and in it they actually had some cutaways of the lightsabers and how they functioned.
Oh, I see. Because you're right, the tips only spin, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like it
spoiled it for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I used to think it was like a spinning lightsaber, like it was hooked up to a device and the lightsaber spins, but it was
because they have the handle.
It was the force spinning it, like they used the force to spin the lightsaber around. Like I thought that was actually kind of clever, but thanks, you ruined it for me. Prick.
You're welcome.
You prick.
Yeah. Well, maybe if we're really lucky, they'll fly through the air.
that actually was like we didn't watch Rebels, except for the parts people hated.
Well, to be fair, that happened in the season 2 finale, which was so bad it made me quit the show.
Where is he?
Yeah, that's Grand Inquisitor being Grand Inquisitor. They're actually going to do a first-person shot here. Wow, they're really going full blown with the parkour.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't do that first person shot unless you wanted to put an emphasis on she's parkouring.
Yeah.
Look how she latches onto ledges and stuff.
Yeah, they're really emphasizing this. I mean, if it looked cool, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but like it doesn't. And it just looks like her being a show off, which given her arrogant and bloated ego.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't make me like her more it just makes me think she's so self-righteous and self-absorbed that she's like, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna be the coolest Inquisitor ever. As I do a backflip off of a thing, and then I'm gonna like do a spin off of the wall. It's like that one episode of The Office where Michael Scott was doing the parkour, but he was like clumsily like tumbling over a couch and like falling onto the floor and then going parkour.
Finally, we meet. We both know why you're here. I am Haja Estri, Jedi. You found me.
All right, kill him.
No, I have to. I bet you she's not going to kill him because fans actually like that.
Get out of my
way. What's the bounty on me now? $1 million? $2 million?
Wait, well, pause. He just confessed that he's a Jedi for some reason, even though he's not actually a Jedi, and he will die instantly by this chick. This chick cut off someone's hand for getting in her face back on Tatooine, and she just says, "Get out of my way." Got him or shoot her. I really don't fucking care which. Just somebody died.
Yeah,
I hate both of these guys. But bull fucking shit, she would just fucking pass him by.
Well, and
I'm a
even...
Jedi. You have found me. Great. Okay. Use the lightsaber. All right, cool. Where's Kenobi? Let's find Kenobi.
The Inquisitors have obviously free range to do whatever they want. So what does it matter if she walks up to this dude and stabs him in the gut or whatever?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Grand Inquisitor has free reign to do whatever he wants. These guys, the point of the Grand Inquisitor is that these fuckers are meant to be subservient to him. But this, this aneurysm of a character just thinks she can do whatever she wants. And she's just, because she's the diversity hire, the strong whammon, the person who doesn't take crap from anyone, even her boss. Yeah, that'll get you far in life. Great message. Talk back to your boss at work and see what happens. You ain't going to get promoted. Granted, I do think there are instances where you can talk back to your boss, but, it's not something you should actually promote.
Yeah.
I get it.
You're no Jedi, but you know where one is.
I am the only Jedi around.
That's all right. I don't need you to.
Oh, she's doing the Kylo Ren mind torture thing.
Whoa.
And she didn't kill him.
Pause actually. Yeah, she didn't kill him for reasons. And why the fuck didn't she do that to Owen back on Tatooine?
Yeah, if she can just take their, read their mind like that so easily.
Oh god. And not to mention, I'm pretty sure that move was. I mean, I kind of accepted it in The Force Awakens, but only because Kylo Ren was meant to be a.
He's meant to be powerful.
We all. I don't think anyone has a problem with Kylo Ren being as strong as he is. He's Anakin's grandson, supposedly. Trained by Luke Skywalker. Trained by Snoke, whoever the fuck that was. Because we still don't know. But he's had a great deal of training, and he's got a natural affinity to the Force. So he's got this Force, this brain strangle technique with the Force that is, super advanced. If this bitch can use that, then that opens up a whole fucking can of problems, doesn't it? But yeah, it's like, tell me why the fuck was she asking people to tell her where the Jedi was back on Tatooine? It's like, this person or this man's family will die. Why don't you just fucking mind strangle him then with the Force, you dumb bitch? Holy shit.
Yeah. Disney has a really bad problem with introducing powers that become really big problems. Yeah. And then they're just like, we're just never going to consider the implications of this.
We must be careful. This is a cargo port. It's not meant for people.
Look, since I met you, I've been chased, shot at. I almost fell to my death.
You jumped.
Jumped to your death.
Yeah, I almost fell. You jumped, and you tried to make a jump you obviously couldn't make.
If somebody is offering us help, I think we should take it. Now, come on. What now?
Nothing. You just remind me of someone.
No, shut up. That is not... Padme was not annoying.
Well, I think she was saying that I think it's the fact that, Padme likes to take charge of a situation. Granted, Leia is way more bossy than Padme, but... no, I can actually buy that to an extent.
She was fearless too, and stubborn.
I'm not stubborn.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. Was your friend a Jedi too?
No, she was a leader. She died a long time ago.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
For a second there, I thought he was gonna say what they were gonna go with was that she reminded him of Anakin. I was like, no. It makes way more sense if she reminds him of if she reminds him of Padme. But yeah, I guess that's good that they went there with that. Yeah, no, I like that. That's good.
Though the recklessly jumping off of the edge, that's very Anakin.
Yeah, well, she said as soon as he said she was very
well, yeah, I mean, I caught that it was
and stubborn.
Yeah, I caught that it was referencing Padme because the way that she was just like, all right, let's go, let's do this. I was just like, oh, when he says that you remind me of someone, I was like, oh, it's gonna be Padme because Padme always took charge.
That's true, but also, like I actually, it could have actually also been of Anakin too, because Anakin was reckless, stubborn, and a leader as well. Kind of goes to show you why Padme and Anakin actually were similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Anakin and Padme had a lot more. Everyone wants to be like, oh, Padme, she was so like, she was so composed and like smart. I'm like, yeah, but she could also be really dumb and reckless. I mean, remember the whole.
I wouldn't say dumb, but like reckless, stubborn, impulsive. But she was. George Lucas made it very clear that she was the more rational of the two. She was the senator, the politician, the queen, the older of the two of them. And Anakin, like they had they had similarities that helped them connect, but they also they came from essentially they were star-crossed lovers who came from two different worlds. So, which is the whole point of that bloody Attack of the Clones scene that everyone likes to meme, where they talk about water and sand. Which people say, oh, it says he doesn't like sand. It's like, you fuckers can't grasp any fucking subtext, can you?
It's
like,
a metaphor.
Obi Wan.
Leia, if I don't get back in time, go.
We better get a lightsaber.
Obi-Wan and Leia's camaraderie is my favorite part of this show.
Yeah, it's even though they've ruined everyone. At the very least, I can appreciate these interactions. Like
aside from that stupid chase, I think they've been pretty good.
Yeah.
You feel you. Your fear betrays you. You don't have to worry. You're not going to die today.
Anyway.
I need him to like just suddenly appear behind her and go, hello there.
He probably will do that at some maybe.
He's going to say hello there at some point. Like they're going to use the meme, but like
I reckon what they're gonna do is in the final episode he's gonna become, he's going to his fucking giant circle of an arc that goes nowhere will essentially bring him back to where he should have been, which is he'll be Obi Wan Kenobi in the final episode, and then he'll finally say the line, and he'll use the Force, and he'll be dicing cunts left, right, and center. That's what I'm betting is going to happen. I bet you any money Liam Neeson's going to show up in the final episode as Qui-Gon Jinn, because remember the show started with
the Force.
Yeah, he was trying to get in touch with Qui-Gon, and he hadn't figured it out yet what to do. And
after 10 years,
and even after Yoda told him what to do. I have to commune with him. I will teach you. 10 years later, still nothing. Yay, Disney. Disney, great job.
That is why you fail.
But yeah, I guarantee you Liam Neeson will have a cameo or, show up in the final episode that either is Qui-Gon Jinn's voice or Qui-Gon Jinn's ghost. But I promise you Liam Neeson's going to show up in the final episode. I would be very surprised if that didn't happen.
I guess we'll have to wait for episode 6 because it's 6 episodes, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
but I guarantee you also, maybe not guarantee, but I have a strong feeling that you might get an Ahsoka flashback with General Skywalker, like from the Clone Wars in the last episode of Kenobi. I reckon they'll have. Oh my god, what if they CGI in Sir Alec Guinness?
Oh.
Like that's how the series ends. Oh god! Look, I would actually appreciate a flashback with Hayden Christensen as General Skywalker, and Obi Wan, Ewan McGregor, and even Rosario Dawson and Natalie Portman coming back for Padme and Ahsoka, and like maybe they're at a Republic party together just after a battle or something. I don't know. They got back from a battle. They had to like mingle with the senators, and Ahsoka didn't want to be there because, well, you can't have Rosario Dawson because Ahsoka's meant to be like what 16 at that point.
No,
Anyway.
but I feel like if they were going to be doing flashbacks to the Clone Wars, they would have already done them by now, because they wouldn't have wanted to wait to rub Hayden Christensen's face in the camera. But yeah, apparently he like Vader has very limited screen time here, which makes it pointless to bring back Hayden Christensen to just wear the suit if it doesn't really.
Yeah.
But whatever. We haven't actually gotten to Vader yet, so we'll see Vader when he shows up.
Lord Vader will be pleased. You didn't know. He's alive, Obi-Wan. Anakin Skywalker is alive.
How would she know that?
Again, it's like it's like what we said before. These characters are talking like they've watched the show, like they've seen the saga from an audience perspective.
The fact that Vader is Anakin is one of the most tight-lipped secrets of the Empire. No one knows that except the few people who would have already known about Anakin's turning to Vader, which is a very small group of people.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if the Emperor or Vader himself killed them as well. Well, most of them.
Well,
do you think that's a coincidence that what is it that Anakin's body was worked on by only droid doctors?
Yeah, and it was only
I suppose Padme's pregnancy was handled by droids as well. But
well, yeah, but they also had Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Bail there as well. But it is no wonder that it was only Anakin being operated on with Sidious there. That's it. No one else knew. Like, no one else was supposed to know the true identity of Vader. Like, they would literally kill anyone who actually walked up and found that. Like, freaking Vader killed people for walking in on him without his mask on. Like, I remember there was a comic that actually Disney made. It was a few years ago, where
back when you were reading Disney comics.
Well, no, I wasn't reading the comics, but I remember people talking about this. There was this one comic where this one Imperial woman, I think she was a doctor or something, and she had become obsessively in love with Vader. Like obsessively, she had these romantic dreams about Vader and her, and and she at the end of the comic she walks in to Vader and professes her love while he doesn't have his helmet on, and he literally just stabs her through the gut with a lightsaber, and then he calls it, and he was like, "I have trash that needs to be picked up in my chambers," and then he leaves.
Wow.
Which is for some reason. I remember people got really angry with that. They were like, "Oh, how can Vader kill a woman like that?" And they're like, "It starts freaking Vader. He commits genocide." But yeah, gosh dang it with this. It's like, oh yeah, and yeah, they do seem to be portraying this as if he didn't know about any of this.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Oh yeah.
He would have found out some way. They would have told him, or he would have just sensed it, or
the second he hears about the existence of Darth Vader at all, he knows that's Anakin. There's no one else that would be Darth Vader. He knows that Anakin is alive, and clearly, if he lived, he would be he at least had to have his limbs replaced as well as his body. And if he saw him in a suit, he knows that this because I've seen some people who are trying to justify this by saying, that line where he said he's more machine than man now, that's only something he could have said if he interacted with him again. I'm like, Obi-Wan chopped all of his limbs off and left him burning on a volcano planet.
Not to mention he fought Vader and saw he was in a suit for a reason because of that.
Yeah. So he knows the state that he left him in. If Anakin lived, he would be on he would have to have at least his limbs replaced with robot parts. He would have to be in some kind of suit and if he's in a suit, obviously it's because he needs that suit. Because otherwise, they know that Anakin would just be going around as he is.
Yeah,
but he's not. So like he knows, like obviously that line from the OT was literally just him knowing that, because he's more machine than man now. I should know. I chopped all of his limbs off and left him burning on a volcano planet.
Honestly, dude, like I know this would still be contradictory to canon, but I really just wish this was about Obi-Wan saving Leia from some bounty hunters, honestly, and they just kind of go galaxy trotting together for a short time before he returns her back to Bail. That would have been, and again, I can believe that the only reason Obi-Wan would leave one of Anakin's children on Tatooine, who he's supposed to be protecting, is so he can protect another one of Anakin's children.
Or let's cut out the middleman here. If we don't care about lore, let's have Luke be kidnapped and he goes off world to get Luke. That's stupid, and we know that Luke has never been off planet. He always whines about.
No. I mean, like, look, if I'm trying to meet him halfway here, I still think Leia would be the way to go. Go.
Well, no, it's I'm saying it's like if we're already at that step where you have, like we're breaking canon. Obi-Wan doesn't know about Vader and Anakin and all that stuff. Like, why not just have Luke be kidnapped? His whole goal was to protect Luke. Literally, the only reason I can ever see him going off world is to protect Luke. That's his entire mission. So, like, I can see them doing that, and maybe they can try to, like, maybe squeeze it in by saying that, like Luke, I don't know, hit his head or whatever, and he forgot.
The memory loss trope,
yeah. But it's like I can at least see, like, maybe they can do that, like, because he's left Luke and he hasn't done anything to ensure that he would be safe. Like, he didn't even go to Owen and be like, Owen, like, I'm going off world for a little bit. Like, I need you to definitely make sure that nothing happens to Luke. Like, he didn't even do that. He did nothing. He's like, Luke's my responsibility. But screw that. I'm going to leave, and I'm not even going to make sure. Like, what if he comes back and Luke was dead? And he's like, oops.
Yeah. Mission failed.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
We'll get him next time, yeah. I'm trying very hard to find the good in this show. And I do think Obi-Wan and Leia mostly is the best the show has had to offer so far.
Sister, I can stand the reek of your ambition no longer. Move aside.
Oh, is this where she's going to kill him?
Oh, God.
I was expecting it to be later, but all right, I guess let's see.
No, I knew it was going to be in this episode, but...
It's not even a fight! It's not even a fight!
Can we rewind that for a sec?
Oh,
I kind of have to see that one more time. Just wow, goes down like a punk. Breaks their own fucking canon.
Yeah, I like how people
actually liked the Grand Inquisitor. That's the. Damn.
But if we introduce this character that kills the character you like, then you'll like them, right?
Wrong.
Like
Connie from Terminator.
Wrong.
Poor Reva. She really wanted those muffins.
Yeah. She leans in close and whispers, "You don't understand the muffins." What? And he dies.
When I joined the Inquisitors, I was told there would be muffins. You did not keep your promise.
This Wednesday was your turn for the muffins.
Oh, God.
Everything about Reva revolves around muffins.
I feel like this is our way of coping with this stupidity.
I cope with muffins.
It's just cooked up this whole muffin story. It's like, this has to make sense somehow.
Yeah. If they won't make sense of it, then I will.
Really think I let you take all the
Wait, I honestly really hate the way she talks too. I don't know why. Something about her voice. Rewind.
Sounds...
I want to listen to this whole speech, but like, it's no wonder why people are saying this is the worst episode. Although I am hearing reports that episode 4, episode 4 is worse apparently. Episode 3 apparently episode 3 is still bad, but it's better than this apparently. So
we'll see.
Not a very high bar.
No.
Who's in the gutter?
What?
Who's in the gutter now? That's what she said.
Yeah, I like how people are like, well, he could have survived that. I'm like, Qui-Gon, guys, Qui-Gon, literally the exact same wound, and he died from that. Like, no, the Grand Inquisitor is dead here. Then they're gonna have to be like, crap. Okay, he was cloned, and that version went on.
Or he had a twin brother or something. I don't know.
No, cloning. Secrets only the Sith knew.
Yeah. We miss you, George. We miss you every day.
It's still you. You're still in the gun.
I hope someone chops her head off, but they're not going to kill. They're not going to kill their diversity hire. Let's be real.
No,
they can't do it.
Well, the way
correct, they won't do it. They'll leave political correctness, dictator storytelling, and apparently we're supposed to applaud that. Fuck you, Disney.
Well, in the way they framed it, you're clearly supposed to think of this as a big girl boss moment, where you're like, "Oh yeah, you tell him."
Except I'm like, the Grand Inquisitor was right.
Yeah, you are gonna. You're insubordinate. You're arrogant. You're self-absorbed. You're constantly breaking the rules, and for some reason, they allowed you to keep doing stuff. And even then, he wasn't even going to punish her. He was just like, let me deal with it. And she's like, no, I have to do it. And then she's the reason that Obi Wan was allowed to get away because she was too busy killing her leader.
Yeah. If Obi-Wan gets away here, it's entirely 100% her fault.
Yeah. Well, and then how is she going to explain it to, is she going to be like, oh no, Obi-Wan killed him? And I'm like, man, if they can already read minds, then Vader could just go up to her, read her mind, and be like, yeah, B, nope, and then stabs her.
She just runs off yelling, angry with her lights. I find that cartoony in a bad way. Not Star Wars campiness, but like that's just
dumb.
Obnoxiously funny, like just in an ironic way. Like,
yeah, let's witness.
I'm going to get you, Obi-Wan. You cannot escape me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Obi-Wan, you can't escape me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, if she stops the ship with the Force, I'm gonna quit. Honestly, fuck you. Someone just stole her toy and she's like yelling off for them. I'll get you for this.
I can't even really hear what she's saying, but it's just so funny. Like
it is. It's funny. It's not intimidating. It's just a fucking brat. You just want to shut the fuck up.
Well, thank goodness that the episode is finally getting funny again. I want the funny bad.
Yeah, me too.
You can't escape me as they're escaping.
You can't escape him. It's like it's like one of those cartoony scenarios where like they're leaving or they make their getaway and she's
I'll
like,
get you next time, Gadget.
Yeah, and she's like shaking her fist in the air. It's like, I'll get you next time. Yeah.
We'll meet again, Spider-Man.
But see, it works for the cartoons and comics. It doesn't work here. It's different. They don't get Star Wars humor.
No, they don't. I will find him. I will find him.
I will find him. Okay, all right. Let's keep going. He can't hear you, you stupid bitch. He's gone. You failed. You fucked up. Jesus Christ.
I will find
the fucking right. It's like she's fucking 5. Seriously.
You know, if Reva was like this stupid the entire time, I would love her character because she'd be the most dumb person on the planet, every planet she's on. But like, it's like we get these fleeting moments of just comically stupid from her. I'm like, please, just give us this all the time. Cut out the stupid, cut out the infuriating stuff. Let's just keep. I want her yelling as if she's on a ship flying out of the orbit, and she's just yelling. Crazy Inquisitor yells at clouds.
Yeah. I bet you if she becomes the Grand Inquisitor, I'm going to throw up.
Are you okay?
Yeah, they wanted to have this big realization moment with Obi-Wan, and to be fair, Ewan's selling it. No one has a problem with Ewan.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, we said this earlier in the first episode. Clearly, like Ewan McGregor is trying to act this out as best as he can. Like it's shockingly like what was going on with Luke and TLJ, where Mark Hamill was trying to act it as much as he could. But like, there's just no salvaging that role. But you know, Obi-Wan here, he looks just like how Mark Hamill did when he walked out of The Last Jedi, and he was doing that interview.
Oh wow! Wow, with that context,
yeah, the same horrified, dead eyes, 1,000-yard glare, PTSD.
Yeah.
Anakin.
Cut to black? Oh, I guess not. I thought it was going to cut to black.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Ooh, Hayden.
Yeah.
We did it. We made it through episode 2.
Oh,
we did it. I do think that ending with Anakin was Vader was good. I'll give him that. I didn't expect them to cut to Vader like that. You know, it showed you Obi-Wan's horror, and then it showed you Vader's anger. And I was like, that's good. Wish they did a bit more. Like, you know, where are those smart? There are small glimpses of smarts throughout this show. I was like, where the fuck was this? You know, them using these brains for the bulk of the writing. It's like, cool, they can get some stuff right, but
yeah, it's like they're rubbing their brain cells together and they get that one good idea and they're like, oh man, that sounds exhausting.
For every good idea they have,
they got 20 bad ones.
Yes, and it's impossible to get behind the show, really. Special thanks to Jon Favreau. He's in the special thankses, and who else? Oh, hey, look, there's no special thanks to George Lucas. Really? He should be in every special thanks. Seriously. Special thanks to 501st Legion. What the fuck?
Oh,
maybe that's like a small subsidiary company or something.
Oh, no. The 501st, like, it's a real group of like people who cosplay stormtroopers. Like, it's an actual like big group. And they often I think they got him to like do like stormtroopers, like background stormtroopers and stuff. Just for the sheer numbers.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we gonna move on to episode 3 then, or okay. I'm so fucking excited!
Rematch of the century!
Yes! Are you excited? I'm excited. Is everybody excited? We're just all so fucking excited!
I'm so ready to clap when I see Vader because I recognize Vader.
Oh, let's get to it. We basically just imitated all the reaction YouTubers before they started watching this episode.
Yeah.
Faking excitement. Hi, Dad.
He helps people.
You're a rat who preys on weakness.
And I will be waiting.
You would kidnap an Imperial Senator's...
I will take Kenobi in myself.
If anyone asks, you're my daughter.
Granddaughter, maybe. I almost fell to my death.
You're leaving out the part where you literally jumped while Obi-Wan was like, no, wait.
Yeah.
Now there are inquisiting people after us.
Where is he?
You're not alone, Obi-Wan.
I'm still trying to figure out why the hell that guy helped him as well.
Yeah, like
he's meant to be a scumbag.
Yeah, he was portrayed as this absolutely unscrupulous con artist, and like, why would he help? Like he knew that he very well could have died doing this, but why? He was never shown to be this deeply selfless or whatever. Like, and it's not even like he's been around long enough to have like an arc. He had like what, 3 scenes. He's a scumbag, and then he's like, "Oh wow, I want to get in on the bounty," and then after he's like, "I want to help you." Like there's no development. He just changed for the plot.
I think it was also just meant to be like a name for them to be like, "Oh, this actor stars this week. Tune into Disney Plus." I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I recognized him, and I think that's what they were hoping for. They're like, "Hey, you recognize this guy, right? Please."
Yeah, it's kind of like Timothy Oliphant in the first episode of Mandalorian season 2, which I liked seeing Timothy Oliphant as the Marshal, but he really didn't do much outside of serving as a plot device to get Mando or Boba Fett's armor, which, oh god, that is a gigantic can of worms, that one. So let's not go down that road.
Yeah,
it's almost like Boba Fett shouldn't have let them get the armor in the first place. Or he should have approached Mando while he was still on Tatooine and not in space, where he was meant to be lured so he could make Mando forget his jetpack, and fucking Grogu gets taken in by the Empire. The not Empire, but still Empire, led by Moff Gideon.
No.
Anyway.
No.
Anakin.
You got this really bad Lucasfilm intro again.
Skip.
Yep. No, that's good.
Master, are you there, Master?
Has he not figured it out yet, or has he? Confused.
I have no idea. And again, they haven't spent enough time to talk about his Force Ghost training, so we don't even have a base reference for what he's doing, how long he's really been doing this, if he's been successful at all, or nothing. Yeah. They didn't explain that at all.
They have no idea how the training to become a Force Ghost is meant to go. I mean, granted, Lucas barely alluded to what that is as well, but these guys wouldn't have, if Lucas barely mentioned it, these guys wouldn't have a fucking clue, would they?
No, and Lucas left it vague on purpose because it added mystique to it. Like there's this secret technique that, if you learn or this training that if you take, it'll allow you to become a Force Ghost. And it's like, and now you have these chuckleheads who are trying to expand on that, but badly.
He's alive, Obi Wan.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Don't make me kill you. Dark side, testing through the lies of the Jedi.
Help me, Master Qui-Gon.
Anakin Skywalker is alive.
Okay, we get it. Jesus.
Yeah. It's going a little long here.
Yeah. Like, this is what I would call forced. He looks boss there. I'll give them that, man. Hayden, you look like Vader. Or like a maimed Vader, if that makes sense. And I am glad it's him in the suit. Even if it doesn't really matter who's in the suit, I'm glad Hayden got to play. Because he always did want to play a bit more Vader in the prequels. George is like, look, you'll play him at some point, but that's, this isn't the story of Vader, it's the story of Anakin. So you're going to be playing Anakin most of the time. And he gets to fulfill that a bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For a long time.
He never left Mustafar. I love that idea that Vader's lair was on Mustafar because Anakin died there, and that's where he was pretty much born.
Yeah,
like that's where his life fell apart. So he never fully put that behind him.
Yeah, and the dark side is the dark side is filled with hate. So of course the place where he thinks he killed Padme, and the part where he fought Obi-Wan and got maimed. Like this is like the crux of so much of his anger and hatred and pain. that's like, of course, a dark side user would thrive off of that.
Yeah, it looks like it looks exactly the type of place a Sith would set up shop.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like the significance of Mustafar and the fact that they I don't know if it was Disney or if it was George or Legends Canon or whatever that put Vader's base on Mustafar, but whoever did it, good job. Like I think it was a great decision.
Yeah, I I don't remember if this was established in Rogue One or because I remember
that's the first time I remember seeing it. It was in Rogue One, and I thought I was just like, yes, this they at least I thought at the time I was like, they get it. These guys get it. Oh wait, no, they don't, because the Last Jedi happened.
Oh, how naive.
Christ, man. Like, just thinking back to those to 2016, 2015, it's like, wow, are we naive? Wow, do those seem like better times? But also in Fallen Order, I'm not gonna, no spoilers, but like there's an Inquisitor training facility that's on the nearby moon, and you can see Mustafar in the background. So like, and again, like they keep the Inquisitor training station or whatever, or this like secret base. At least I think it's where the Inquisitors are trained. Like it's just off world from where Vader is, pretty much. Which I thought, yeah, that makes sense too. Because I'm pretty sure the Inquisitors were Vader's pet project, essentially.
Where is he?
He will pay for the Grand Inquisitor.
The Grand Inquisitor means nothing. Kenobi is all that matters now.
Yes, my lord.
Wait, I swear to God, did she say that Kenobi killed the Grand Inquisitor?
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what I figured that they were gonna do.
I mean, look, the Sith always betray each other and all that jazz, but like, I mean, you'd think she'd want to claim the kill for herself. Like, he was weak. I destroyed him. He was holding us back, blah, blah, blah. She kind of been fucking copped to her own handiwork.
Yeah, I mean, I figured. I think that's exactly what I called when it happened. It was just like, yeah, she's just going to pin this on Obi-Wan.
Like how Kenobi's like, the Grand Inquisitor means nothing. He is my pawn. Vader sounds all right. I'm going to say he doesn't.
Prove yourself, and the position of Grand Inquisitor is
Oh my gosh, you were like, yeah, what if she becomes the Grand Inquisitor? You're like, yeah.
Wow, they're really just retconning the Grand Inquisitor so they could put Whammon of color at the top of the fucking Sith chain. What's next? They're gonna kill Darth Vader and have her sit on the fucking Sith throne? Have her be the Emperor's underling? What the fuck else are you gonna retcon if you're willing to retcon the Grand Inquisitor?
Well, she can just kill the Emperor and become the Empress.
Wait, I honestly reckon Reva might be the one Jedi who can destroy Rey, because even though Rey has Whammon privilege, she has Whammon plus POC privilege as well. And we all know that trumps mere token female Whammon privilege.
Yeah.
Fail me, and you will not live to regret it.
Yes, please. I want to see Vader cut her in half.
Yes,
and that's exact. Oh fuck! Let's just say a certain Inquisitor fails Vader in a certain video game, and Vader doesn't hesitate to just dice the shit out of them. So yeah, Vader's not bluffing here. Although, granted, that was made by a different company, so maybe they'll have Vader not follow through on his threats, because that's the best way to take Darth Vader seriously. Fuck you, Disney. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry, I know I'm just rambling.
Are we almost there? Can't you make this thing go any faster?
It's a trade route, Leia. I'm not in control of it.
Can't you use the Force on it or something?
That's not how it works.
Wait, what?
She was saying, can't use the Force to make the ship go faster. And he's like, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
It's their own version of, that's not how the Force works. Well, then they get everything about the Force wrong.
Yeah, I know, but like he's saying something about a trade route or whatever. I just want to hear that part again.
She said, like, you know, can it go any faster? And he says it's a trade route. You know, we're not in control of the ship. But yeah,
wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, you're in control of your own ship.
I'm presuming what he's trying to say here is that it's on autopilot and they don't just and it's like a delivery ship or whatever, and it's going to a set thing or something, but like calling it a trade route is a little
clunky.
Yeah,
I don't know. It just really sounds weird.
Root Leia. I'm not in control of it.
The Force. What does it feel like?
Have you ever been afraid of the dark? How does it feel when you turn on the light?
I feel safe.
Yes, it feels like that.
Lola! You fixed her. Thank you.
Cherish the wholesome moments. I fear.
Oh man, I'm taking it in. I'm taking it in. I thought that was great. Well, mostly, except for that stupid trade route, moronic crap, whatever the hell that was. I know what a trade route is. I don't know what the fuck the series thinks it is. Like, what are you talking about? Him fixing a droid, like that's the shit you fucking live for in this kind of in these kinds of movies and series and shit. You know, this kind of stuff.
Well, yeah,
I did think it was kind of weird because I'm pretty sure Obi-Wan was never all. I mean, he didn't hate droids. He was just never all that like fond of them. So it is a little bit kind of weird that he can fix one, but like, I mean, it's just a like it's almost like a toy droid, basically. You know, like
with
a
a buzzsaw.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a very basic droid. So I can buy him doing that. He's not incompetent when it comes to technology. No, actually, no. To be fair, he helped reinstall a hyperdrive generator on the Queen's ship.
Yeah, well, yeah. This is something we see of the Jedi, and we see this throughout the Clone Wars too. Like the Jedi are obviously taught a lot of like mechanic stuff and how to fix things because these are skills that they would need to know. Because I remember
galaxy trotting.
Well, you remember how in during the Mortis arc when the ship when Obi-Wan and Ahsoka were fixing up the ship. It's like obviously like they know how to do this stuff, but I do think a little nice detail they could have said was she's like, "Oh, you know how to fix a droid?" and he says something along the lines of, "An old friend showed me how."
Well, I don't know if it's fair to say that like Anakin showed him how, but like, I think that's pretty. Like one thing I wanted to like sort of touch on is you know, Obi-Wan, like most Jedi are relatively competent with technology, especially with like, you know, droids and ships, because like obviously they need them to like galaxy trot and everything. But like Anakin was the exceptional one. Anakin was just ridiculously and you know that was partially due to his extra, despite his age, his extra development and aptitude for smarts and technology thing. No, not to mention he worked in Watto's junkyard, so he took to learning technology and engineering very quickly. And the midichlorians was just a way of saying he can, he's just naturally gifted. He's not he starts to learn all this shit, but he's got it's basically a way of saying aptitude, but aptitude doesn't equal experience or intelligence. It's just basically how naturally gifted you are in terms of how quickly you can apply yourself and gain these traits. At least I hope I got that right. Like I'm running my mouth a little bit, but like he's got an aptitude for learning and and growing and and gaining. Yeah,
and he had a particularly strong interest in droids and machinery, way more than most other people.
Which again, I think comes from him working in Watto's junkyard.
Yeah.
It's almost like the prequels had actual proper thought and care put into them.
Oh yeah.
Nah, they couldn't have. That George Lucas guy, he didn't know what the hell he was doing, did he?
No, he doesn't know anything. All right.
You know what's funny? I read a comment just yesterday because I do read like comments, just comment sections of videos, particularly videos I'm not particularly fond of, and particularly in regards to Star Wars. Because I want to see what the despite what the dislike ratio says, I want to see what the comments say because the comments are a bit more nuanced. And it was in a derivative video of that stupid Star Wars was saved in the edit video that lied its ass off about George. And it was called how Star Wars' dialogue was saved in the edit. And I saw a guy, and I did respond to this comment. I saw a guy who wrote, George Lucas is a master storyteller and an excellent world builder, but he cannot write dialogue to save his life. And he basically outlines why the Padme and Anakin scene in Attack of the Clones doesn't work, the one where they talk about sand. And I basically outlined is like that scene was deliberately designed to show how both Anakin and Padme are out of their depth. They don't know how to romantically articulate themselves. they're from two completely different worlds, and George himself on the commentary describes the scene as intentionally awkward. Like it's awkward by design, but it is very much tend to be, awkwardly romantic because they're star-crossed lovers and they're essentially two people who aren't used to expressing their feelings, growing closer together. The romance is there, but but I mean, romance in general is awkward, but like, they're not going to have the chemistry of like, it's not storybook chemistry by any means. It's meant to be very naturally blossoming romance. That's there is a bit of a disconnect between them, but that's the point of the story is that they're sort of open. They're gradually opening up to each other and getting closer like that. Anyway, I worded it better in the comment, but one of the things I said was it's almost like this quote master storyteller, as you put it, George Lucas, this master storyteller actually understood his characters and how they should interact. It's like people say, don't you think it's weird? People say he's a master storyteller, but he can't write dialogue. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like writing dialogue is pretty tricky, but I mean, if you're the one designing the world and the fucking characters, who would know more about how they interact than you do? It's like, but it's not natural. It's like, it doesn't have to be natural to our world. It depends on the world that the author is writing in and the setting and what the characters are. And George Lucas understood his characters. So of course he knew how they would interact.
Yeah.
And again, how would you expect a 19-year-old who spent 10 years training as the equivalent of a warrior monk to interact romantically with a girl he's had a crush on for the past 10 years, who he's just now been reintroduced to, who's now this young, beautiful woman who's also a senator, mind you, who he's also forbidden to have affection for, but he can't help it. And, how is she meant to handle this when she likes him and thinks he's handsome and all that, but she's also been so career driven and had to uphold so much responsibility for her whole life that she hasn't had the chance to really open up and just be a normal woman who gets to indulge her fantasies and let herself fall in love and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure Natalie Portman said something akin to that in one of the interviews. It's like Padme's learning to open up herself because she's not used to it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Sorry, tangent. I know. I apologize. Let's move on. Where are they going?
I actually don't know. Wherever this ship was being sent.
That looks like Earth.
Please don't be another desert planet.
No, we got the desert.
But this time we have mountains. That's different.
No, look, I don't mind this planet all that much. I just think it could be. I don't see much in the way of like grandiose, foreign flora and fauna coming from Disney. You know what I mean? Like, look, take one look at Felucia from George Lucas. What world has Disney introduced that even comes close to Felucia? In terms of how it looks, maybe I do like Scarif. Scarif, is that the name of the planet from Rogue One?
Yes.
Yeah. I do like Scarif, even though it's just a beach planet, pretty much. I mean, it still has a little bit of character to it. And I like the Imperial facility on that planet and everything.
Well, yeah, and
even though that planet gets bombed to shit by the Death Star.
Well, yeah, and like you can see how it's like this beach planet that would be beautiful if not for the Empire just like building all their facility there. So it's like you can see the Empire just encroaching on this beautiful planet and just building their archives there to But yeah, it's like Scarif is the only Disney planet that feels like it's a Star Wars planet, right? It feels like
I did like Jeddah as well in Rogue One.
Oh yeah, Jeddah was good because Jeddah had an identity, right? Because it feels like there was more to it before the Empire came in and just torched the place.
Yeah, and Jeddah, like it's still a desert planet, but it felt distinct as a desert planet as opposed to Jakku. I mean, look, Jakku. Look, if Jakku wasn't, if The Force Awakens wasn't a complete ripoff of A New Hope, then Jakku was just like another planet like that they had to go to for whatever, and you see like crash Star Destroyers in the background, it would have felt, and they deal in like junk peddling and stuff like that. That would have felt a bit more natural like I would have appreciated Jakku as an extra planet where they can like fight inside a crashed Star Destroyer and stuff. Like, but it's how it was used in context that makes me associated with Tatooine, because that's true. It's a Tatooine ripoff.
Yeah,
because that's where our protagonist starts before their hero's journey, and they're working tirelessly in a job they don't like, and they dream of venturing out into the stars. Blah blah blah. The only reason Tatooine was like used again is because it was meant to mirror the journey of father and son, because they both start there and they both venture out into the galaxy and they take different journeys. But like, yeah, like, I don't know. I just would like more from Disney's worlds. I think they could, like, I think whatever planet they were just on, I don't know if it's a registered planet in Star Wars lore yet, or if it was created just for Kenobi. But that was a step in the right direction. Yeah, it was a city, but I mean, it still looked cool. It still had a personality to it. A cyberpunk-esque personality. I can appreciate that. This planet isn't bad. It's just kind of meh. Okay, it lacks character.
Yeah, and I have a feeling we're not going to be seeing much interesting here.
Yeah, jeez, man, the Empire are everywhere.
This looks like just like New Mexico or something.
Yeah, it does. Like I said, like this planet really looked like Earth, and I was like,
yeah, even the plants. Like I don't know if they're trying
cacti. It's like they filmed this. Like, okay, look. To be fair, look, Naboo was filmed on location in Italy for a lot of it, right, and Spain. But the world and culture looked very distinct. I can see a factory of some kind in the background. But like, yeah, this planet just from the sky looked a lot like Earth. I was like, really? Okay. And this just looks like, you're right. It looks like New Mexico desert. I don't know. We'll see how it go. You could dress up the flora and fauna a little bit to make it look somewhat alien.
Yeah, CGI some crazy looking trees or whatever. Like,
or maybe like a 2-headed camel or some shit in the background. I don't know.
Mapuzo. It's a mining system. Coordinates say the meeting point is further north. That is, if our new friend was telling the truth.
Why would he lie?
People are not all good, Leia. It wasn't always like this here. There were fields and families, and then the Empire came.
Okay, I was going to say, if he says before the dark times, I was going to be like, anyway. But yeah, so he's been to this planet before. Somehow he knew where the hell they were going, but I don't mind that he's been here before. He would have had a lot of adventures with Qui-Gon.
Yeah, I genuinely don't have a problem with that.
Came in and ravaged it all.
But the Empire was supposed to be helping us.
Well, there are some, like your dad, who are trying to. Seems like a losing battle these days.
Again, I really hate how Obi-Wan has lost his optimism. Like, like I said, it was him retreating was meant to be a strategic withdrawal, but not a.
He wasn't giving up. He was like, he came here for a mission. It was to oversee Luke, and to train him when the time came.
Exactly. Regarding Kenobi, I can appreciate what they're trying to do. Give Obi-Wan kind of a little bit of history with this planet, and help you connect to the planet through Obi-Wan. Say that again. They're trying to make you connect to the planet through Obi-Wan's experience with it. But what I don't understand is how he's saying, then the Empire came and ravaged it all, when he wouldn't have been here. He's speaking like he's been there before, like he knows what happened to this planet. But like, he's been on Tatooine for 10 years. He hasn't really seen what the Empire has done since he's been in hiding.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he's kind of assuming, I guess, that it's specifically the Empire who did this. Like,
true, but he speaks like he's been there and he's seen it happen. I'm like, that's actually one thing they could have actually done a bit of work on, is basically seeing Obi-Wan seeing firsthand what the Empire has done to the galaxy, because he doesn't want to get to see it. He's seen the Empire on Tatooine and what they're like, and he's maybe heard some reports, but he's kept a relatively low profile, and he hasn't left Tatooine because he's been looking after Luke, so he hasn't seen what the Empire has turned the galaxy into. And, obviously, he never heard of the Death Star. Granted, the Death Star was relatively new, but when he's like, that's no moon, that's a space station. That's him seeing firsthand what the Empire has at their disposal, and he has had some run-ins with the Empire, I'd imagine, because he says like only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking the way they could have done this that really made this work was while they're on the ship coming in, and he's like,
Yeah.
and she's like, where are we going? He's like, we're going to Mapuza. It's actually a beautiful planet, actually. You know, it has all these fields, flowers, and stuff.
True,
and then,
he could have built it up.
And then
Yeah.
he walks out, and it's just this desolate area. And then he has this expression where he's just like, "Oh," and she's like, "It's not pretty," and he's like, "It used to be."
That actually sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he looks over, and you see the Imperial flag, and then you don't say anything else. You just leave. The implication is there.
That actually sounds really good. I could get into that. But yeah, like basically him just the point I was trying to make, which you just expanded on, was let the audience see through this show Obi-Wan experiencing firsthand, seeing with his own eyes the impact of the Empire. Like he's in hiding, he's avoided all this, but while he's been in hiding, you know, what has the cost been? And the idea was strategic withdrawal until the time was right, but it doesn't change the fact that while they're biding their time, the galaxy is suffering. So yeah, obviously the Jedi motto is patience, but like, you know, you can maybe show Obi-Wan's patience getting tested here. You know, I don't know, something to that effect. You know, we're not the script writers. You know, we're just two happy Joes. You know, doing this thing on YouTube. You know, we're not even. We've just started episode 3, and this is where we're at.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's not to say there hasn't been good stuff too, because there definitely has. But man,
it's few and far between.
Built on a rotted foundation. Qui-Gon?
No, is he seeing Anakin? Oh yeah.
He is. He is. That's cool. Because I did say, Ewan said the best part of this was the fact that he got reunited with Hayden, which is great, and I love that these two got to, you know, be in another production together. I just, my biggest fear was that they didn't actually get to spend any screen time together, whether they didn't get to really, you know, associate on set or whatever. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we get to see, you know, more of Hayden on screen. You know, Vader's great, but yeah, we you know, Hayden came back. I want to see a bit more of Hayden.
Stay close.
It's the Inquisitor Tower. Look at how badass our character is that no one cares about and everyone hates by now. And not for the right reasons.
Yeah.
He's in one of the mining systems.
You are not in charge here. That seat is mine. I am the next in line.
So why the fuck aren't you sitting there?
Yeah.
I just spoke with Lord Vader. He asked me to lead the hunt, unless you feel I should follow your orders instead. Send out the probes. Do it now.
You know, if the Grand Inquisitor is alive, I hope he comes back in the end and kills her. He's like, I am still here. I am still in charge.
Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated.
Yeah.
Oh, but like, if
that would keep in with Rebels canon, because he doesn't die that way if he comes back for revenge.
But then again,
it's still clunky as shit, because then you'd be like, why didn't you just finish him off? And they've already broken so much.
Okay, but like, if there's an already established line of succession, why wouldn't Vader be giving them all instructions if that was the case? Like, why wouldn't he be like, you need to do this, this, and this?
I don't know why he doesn't speak to all of them at once. Saves them, you know, cut out the middleman, as it were.
Well, yeah, and like but Reva clearly has a history of insubordination. Why would she be put in charge of anything?
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, and then like, if the next one in line is the fifth brother, then why wouldn't Vader be like, all right, go to the fifth brother. He'll be leading the mission here.
Yeah.
And then she'd be like, but I'm supposed to. And he's like, are you challenging my authority?
You will respect my authority. Sorry, I couldn't help that South Park reference.
Yeah. But yeah, they just wanted to contrive it so Reva would be in charge. That's it. That's it. That's all that was amounting
Yeah,
to.
because they got to set up the Reva series and have her as the new Grand Inquisitor, even though it doesn't make any fucking sense in Disney canon to do so, let alone actual Star Wars canon.
Yeah. The whole setup with the Inquisitors here was done by Disney. I'm like, you guys, this is your canon.
Yeah.
You can't even stick to that.
Yeah.
I will get what I deserve. And so will you.
I fucking hope she does.
Yeah.
Please, Han, chop her head off. Save us.
I hope so.
right with you. Right with you, Reva.
Yeah. We feel it. The feeling's mutual.
This is where he told us to come to.
Maybe they're just late?
Maybe it was a lie.
Well, if we're on our own, we're gonna need some help. Maybe they can give us a ride to the spaceport.
But it's not safe.
Then stop her, you fucking fool. Holy shit.
No, please stop. Please don't do that.
Yeah, it's like, it's a little like, you ever heard the expression of, someone wants to walk off a bridge and he's like, oh yeah, I'll please don't do that. Please don't do that. It's like he basically did that to her literally because she actually walked off the edge. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, please, Leia, please don't do that. Don't do that. No. And he saves her, obviously. But now, it's like, Jesus Christ, man, grow spine. Put your foot down. You trained Anakin. You kept Anakin in line. You can't keep a 10-year-old in line? Okay, well, to be fair, he didn't really keep Anakin all that much in line. Anakin still rebelled, but Anakin was a special case. You can't keep a 10-year-old in line? You're not even raising Leia. You're babysitting her. You raised Anakin. It's a bit different. Like, you have Leia for like a couple days. You can't keep her in line for a couple days?
Seriously.
For 5 minutes, you can't keep her in line? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I had to off the chest. Because it is starting to wear thin with me. Well, no, fuck it. It's already worn. It's already worn out.
Yeah, I'm starting to get it. Okay, well.
Yeah, well, I mean, she walked off an edge. She walked off a building, and he couldn't even stop that. Like, not discipline. Sorry. Just control the child. Keep her from killing herself, would ya? Like. Anyway.
Hi, I'm Luma.
Oh my gosh. He told you to do one thing.
You had one job.
And that was to literally
let's see where this goes. Like, look, Leia doesn't like being told what to do.
My father.
I don't think Obi-Wan thought she had a plan. So let's see what she does.
Orden, we're farmers from Tal.
Hey there, I'm Freck.
Hello.
You set it up, and he didn't say hello there. Like, I'm actually annoyed that they didn't take. They set up the obvious nostalgia bait.
That's a weird story.
We got a bit turned around. We're looking for the nearest port.
Jump in.
Oh no, that's all right. Thank you. We just need directions.
On, Father. We've walked long enough.
Oh snap! I'm so shocked that the Imperial planet has an Imperial truck.
Oh wait, I just realized why they didn't have him say hello there. It's because Obi-Wan hasn't completed his arc to becoming Obi Wan Kenobi again.
Oh yeah,
he'll say the line when he's Obi-Wan.
I'm so dumb. Obviously, yeah, that's obviously it. Like he's
the big payoff.
Yeah, he's not the man he used to be.
Okay.
All good people out in Tall. They pay their way, listen to the Empire.
We love the Empire.
Nice to meet like-minded folk. Nothing wrong with a little order, right?
Now
that actually kind of brings up one of my criticisms of A New Hope. Actually, I don't really think it's a problem with A New Hope, but people like to rag on Phantom Menace with they have all these fucking ridiculous questions about the Trade Federation and what they do. What their purpose is, why they're on Naboo, who's controlling them, what their agreement is. Shit that really, while it would be good to know, doesn't really matter to the overall plot of the fucking movie. Like, all you got to know is that they're bad guys and they're there to get money or something materialistic, and they're doing it for Palpatine, who's, you know, pulling their strings, etc., etc. That's all you really need to know. Though it is kind of spelled out in the title crawl why the fuck they're there. Now, the reason I point this out is because, like, people have, when they try desperately and fucking fail to pick apart the prequels, what actually happens is, like, they don't apply that. They pretend to have these super fucking standards for, like, you know, setting up the you know, why the Trade Federation is like this and why these factions are like this. But in A New Hope, you know, without Revenge of the Sith and all that jazz, you don't really, at least in the beginning, you don't really know why the Empire is all that bad. I mean, yeah, you know the Empire is trying to keep order, and yes, they're chasing Leia's ship, and yes, you know they're the bad guys. And like I said, this isn't a problem with A New Hope. You know the Empire are the bad guys. You don't need to know all the specifics. But I always bring up, like, if you need to know all this shit about the Trade Federation, why don't you ask the question of why is the Empire bad for the galaxy? Because you don't find that out. You don't. The Empire is just, they're there and they're bad and they have to be taken down. They have to be conquered. Is the Empire all bad? Aren't there some planets that agree with what the Empire is doing? Why is the Empire horrible for the galaxy? Are they taxing people excessively? Are they dishing out death penalties left, right, and center? Are they, you know, are they ransacking innocent planets and taking their materialistic goods? You know, things like that. You don't really know why the Empire is such a blight on the galaxy until the Death Star shows up. It's like, yeah, okay, these fuckers need to be taken down. But, like, you know, it's just, sorry, my point is, like, this guy comes from a planet that has accepted the Empire and has actually embraced it. So
Yeah.
it is not all bad for the guy. Well, it is bad, but there are some people out there in the galaxy, some planets, factions, cultures, whatever, who agree with the Empire and are fully in support of them.
Yeah,
so
like,
it's not all bad.
I was actually just about to say before you you went on this.
Sorry.
Well, no. I was about to make the exact same point that, like I like the idea that they're just talking to a random civilian and he's pro Empire.
Yeah.
Like this is something that could have been explored more, and they actually, if they really wanted to, they could have had, while they're going from planet to planet, explore this from the different perspective of each different planet. Maybe maybe this guy was around during, you know, he's like, oh, during the Clone Wars everything was crazy, you know, but then, you know, the Empire came in and everything calmed down. I don't have pirates coming in stealing my stuff anymore because they don't want to mess with the Empire or something like that. But then you go to that previous planet, the cyberpunk planet, and they hate the Empire because they're constantly there. They enforce curfew or some stuff like that. They're oppressive.
Yeah.
And so you get this different, a rather well-rounded view of the Empire from different groups of people. And like, I like the idea when he said that. I was thinking, I wish this was being explored in a more interesting story. The idea of moving from planet to planet gives you the chance to explore these different cultures just a little bit, like, because they have civilizations on them, and because from Obi-Wan's perspective, he sees this place as being like drained dry by the Empire. But then this guy's like, yeah, the Empire is great, they protect me and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, now he's in the awkward position where he has to make chit chat with someone who's pro-Empire. So it's like, yeah, there are interesting things that could be done with this, but I guarantee you this is the only time this is going to come up. Like, this scene, that's it. Then they're not going to bring it up again.
It's just a small talking point that's not actually going to be relevant to the plot. Yeah. And I agree.
Because these people are capable of occasionally coming up with something interesting to talk about, but they're not smart enough to elaborate on. Follow through with it.
If you said hello there now, it would be funny, actually.
Yeah.
Hello there. We're just traveling.
Well, and they seem to like know each other, because these guys must be like locally stationed.
Yeah. They're locally patrolling and looking after the mining operation.
Yeah. Okay. And I know this is going to end in conflict. I don't know how exactly, but I know it's going to end in conflict, because I know I've seen like GIFs of like Obi-Wan fighting stormtroopers and what is obviously this planet. So I know there's going to end in like conflict, but I think it would have been way more interesting if there wasn't, and Obi-Wan just has a talk with these stormtroopers, and they're just like, "Oh, hey, where are you coming in from?" And oh, yeah, and it's literally just the normal dudes.
Looking for a Jedi. Oh, no, we'll find them. We always do.
Okay, my prediction: they're gonna see his saber, and then they're gonna open fire, and he's gonna kill him. Which he still hasn't used his saber yet. He hasn't even turned it on.
No, yeah, it's weird. He held it out in the last episode, and he didn't use it. I was hoping, guys, at least give him a lightsaber fight with an Inquisitor. Do something with it. You don't care about canon. I don't give a crap. Just make something that looks cool.
Yeah.
You a miner?
Farmer from Toll.
What are you doing out here?
That's a long story.
It's a long way.
He brought me here to see the place where he met my mother.
She's not with us anymore. It's been a very difficult time.
This is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say like they're coming up with a story to make it to talk to the stormtroopers. Like, look, like I know there's always a lot of talk about how like there's not enough humanization of the stormtroopers because they're generally just there to be cannon fodder.
Yeah.
But like I like the idea about that. Like, look, these are just dudes. Like from their perspective, they're just doing their job.
Yeah, they're conscripts just doing their job, and this is still excellent camaraderie between Obi-Wan and little Leia.
Yeah,
great. In fact, Christ, you know, it's almost making me wish that bloody line from A New Hope wasn't in A New Hope. You served my father during the Clone Wars. It's not like we've ever met. It's like, dang, I almost wish that like that line wasn't in there, so this would actually be somewhat plausible. So, because like no matter what they do, no matter how good the camaraderie is, and how much I enjoyed and want to praise it, it doesn't make sense that they would have ever met before.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Unfortunately, like that, even the good stuff is tainted by that knowledge, and it's like, and that's why that's why I have to keep saying it's like, look, in order to enjoy any of this, we've already made our criticisms about how this doesn't make sense fundamentally. So it's like we've put that away. We've said that, we established that.
Yeah,
let's just try to find some enjoyment.
Yeah, we're trying hard. We really are. Stormtroopers good, Jawa's good, Obi-Wan and Leia mostly good.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to put a little credit to the costuming department. You can see that their armor is scuffed. It's clear it's gotten scratched. It's got dirt on it.
Yes.
It's like this is what George Lucas would do. It's like, yeah, you know, they work here. They'd get dirty here because it's white armor, and they got scuffed. They probably ran into stuff. So it's like, yeah, the whiteness has been like marked off here. It's like that little detail here, like I think whoever was doing the costuming was doing a way better job than what they had.
Oh, definitely. You also complimented the costuming department for episode 1 with Bale and his his imperialistic senator's uniform.
Yeah,
I don't know if imperialistic is even a word, but you understand what I meant.
Yeah, so it's like these little details I do like because this feels Star Wars. Like this little bit, in isolation, right? It feels Star Wars.
Yeah.
Because I look at these and I'm like, I can believe that these guys work here.
Yeah.
Right, because they didn't walk up with shiny new armor. Yeah, it's like I feel like that's also important to point out. It's like, look, I'm going to be fair as much as I can. That like when I see something like this that I like, I will point it out.
Do you have any information about a Jedi?
I would know one if I saw one.
Are you sure he's even on this planet?
They know what they're doing, Leia.
No!
Oh crap.
That's okay, like
You called her Leia. I thought her name was Lumba.
Oh my god, such a rookie mistake.
Yeah. That's just,
I knew it was going to end, like, because I had heard that it was really stupid how the conflict starts. Like this,
you heard about this. You heard about this conflict.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, yeah, I heard. I guess I haven't watched the episode, but I had heard some of this stuff. Like, but oh my gosh, this is so much dumber.
Yeah,
like them seeing the lightsaber is even remotely plausible. even if he should have it tied up and like covered up, but like him just calling her Leia, he's the one who was lecturing her about.
Yes, exactly. That's what makes it bad. You'd think Leia would have fucked it up, but not Kenobi.
Yeah, like at least I can buy a child, like because she's the one who's been jabbering on this whole time. If she's like, yeah, this is Obi-Wan. Oops, I mean,
why do I get the feeling that this was them trying to make Leia smarter than Obi-Wan because of women privilege?
Maybe.
Crap. Disney can't even make the a 10-year-old Wan and freaking look the slightest bit incompetent. Granted, she did run off an edge. She did run off a building, so that I suppose that does.
And then she immediately.
But not even a 10-year-old would do that. That's funny. It's like they make her dumber than a 10-year-old, but then they make her smarter than a 50-year-old Jedi.
Yeah, this is the weirdest episode. Are you smarter than a 5th grader that I've ever seen?
Okay, let's see what happens.
That was her mother's name. I get confused.
What the fuck? Wow, that's awkward. Wow, he really tried to. He really tried to salvage that. It was like,
yeah, and these guys are like, can you believe he's trying to say that story?
Like, yep. Like, yeah, we're not buying that. Man.
Yeah, let's shoot him.
Sometimes when I look at Luma, I see her mother's face.
Oh, okay. Pause. Like I've seen people. I mean, look. Granted, you can tell Obi-Wan is speaking somewhat from sincerity there, but because he's obviously referencing Padme. But I've seen people unironically, because I knew this line was coming. People were referencing this on social media and shit. It's like, oh, isn't that unironically beautiful? I was like, in this context, not really, no, because he's just done something monumentally stupid, and he's trying to, he's trying to cook up a. I thought he meant that he actually said that to Leia, because he was just trying to have a heartfelt moment with her, just organically. But this is just him trying to patch up a lie. Because he fucked up.
Yeah.
So no, I can't really. It's no. It's just I don't know.
No.
I mean, yeah. I don't get me wrong. When hearing Obi-Wan say that, knowing that he's being sincere when he says that, does still strike a chord with me. But why do you have to put it? Why do you have to insert it into this crap? Like couldn't they just had that moment together on their own? I don't know.
Yeah.
We all miss her very much.
Just keep your eyes open. Report it if you see anything.
Oh well, they bought it.
Okay, so who's the bigger fool?
The fool or the fool who follows him?
Yeah. Star Wars, A New Hope really is timeless.
Yeah.
What? You knew her, my real mother, didn't you? The whole time I've known you, you've been hiding something, lying to me.
Leia.
Are you my real father?
I wish I could say I was, but no, I'm not.
Sometimes I try to imagine what he was like.
I know that feeling. As Jedi, we're taken from our families when we're very young. I still have glimpses, flashes really. My mother's shawl, my father's hands. I remember a baby.
A baby?
Yes, I think I had a brother. I really don't remember him.
Stuff like this is stuff you could have explored with Obi-Wan, and that actually is kind of interesting. Like, what would an average Jedi remember of their life before they were taken? Like, because some people have memories of when they were very, very young.
Yeah, true. But you know what? It's got me really worried.
What?
In isolation, I love this, and I don't have a problem with it yet.
Oh,
but if they're somehow going to tie this in with Reva, I'm going to fucking explode, because they're gonna maybe say that Reva is Obi-Wan's brother's daughter or some bullshit. I mean, she was a Jedi at the temple. I think it's very far-fetched, and it probably won't happen, but on the off fucking minute chance that it fucking does, I think we're all gonna fucking burn our television screens to the ground.
I'm going to go and say that I don't think they're going to tie her into Obi-Wan's backstory. Like, I'm going to say that my faith in humanity hasn't been that destroyed. But like,
well, I just assume the worst always now, really.
Yeah, but like, I don't really blame you, but like in terms of this, like this is either going to be something that has no meaning for the rest of the show, or they're going to try to set something up. But like I am struggling to really think what they would set up unless they want to have, oh, he had a brother, so he had a kid who had a kid who had a kid who or well, he had a kid who had a kid. And like that kid's gonna show up in the expanded universe or whatever, and it's like the nephew or the great nephew of Obi-Wan or whatever.
Yeah, just wanted to, make extra clear is just, my reservations aside, and assuming my prediction doesn't come true, this just adds to what we've been saying that, what they're doing with Obi-Wan and Leia, for the most part anyway, they're nailing it. This is great. This is all good stuff. And I can definitely appreciate what them actually giving Obi-Wan's kind of perspective on being taken as a Jedi. It's much like it's, I'm pretty sure the Spartans from Halo were very much inspired by the Jedi in some way because they were taken when they were very young as well, for very similar reasons as well. Like the fact that they can, essentially indoctrinate a child more easily than they can an adult. Not to mention, I think there was something in the Halo lore about Spartan genetic enhancements working better with children because they're still growing or something like that. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But Obi-Wan shedding light on the fact that he only has flashes, little memories of his, his parents as well. That's and it obviously relates to Leia's, memory or lack thereof of her mother and father, who she wants to know more about, obviously, given that she's a curious child who never got to meet them. And I think it's also meant to be a little bit of a callback to Return of the Jedi when Leia tells Luke, it's like,
I noticed that wording, yeah.
Flashes, yeah. See, I can appreciate this, and I think Obi-Wan and Leia, these two are the highlights of the show so far. I just hope it gets better and not worse, but apparently it's going to get worse. So, guess we'll wait and see. Yep.
Breck, can we get off here?
Don't worry, won't take long. I know these fellas.
Who are they?
A couple of strays. I thought you might want to check them out.
All right, thanks.
Oh, cunts on them out. But why would he wait till now to say check him out? Why wouldn't he have just told the stormtroopers before to check him?
Yeah, really.
Like, why did you have to wait till the checkpoint? Because we got to have a badass action sequence with Obi-Wan. Which, by the way, I'm dying to see what his saber skills are like. You still got it?
Not a lot of reasons to be in the outpost today. Where are you headed?
Back to Toll. We have family here. We were visiting.
All right, step out of the vehicle. I said raise your head.
I thought he was going to wait till it was close enough, then he was going to blow it up, and then he was going to kill the other two. Basically, blow it up before it gets a chance to recognize him. But I guess I was wrong.
Well, yeah. This is again, it's full on John Wick.
Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm not entirely against it. He is a Jedi, but like, just use your fucking saber already. Jesus Christ. It's the weapon you're best at using. You know what I mean? Nick Gillard said it best. They've been trained to use the sword, so they have to be damn good with it. It's their weapon of choice. I understand using a blaster to not get discovered, but seriously, I think your cover's blown, mate. Just use it now. Fucking hell.
Well, yeah, especially because they got a good look at his face.
Yeah. Oh, the Pro Droid spotted him. He's fucked.
What?
Obi-Wan would not use a human shield like that. Come on.
What?
But,
no.
Well, he's not maybe not a human shield, but you get the point.
No.
I think I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna get dismembered, isn't he?
Oh. Oh, wow.
I had a feeling that would happen.
Him using a guy like that?
Yeah,
no.
He wouldn't use a shield like that. Like, just think he would just use his saber.
I'm putting it down. Just
pretty sure he would
let
just
it go.
Oh yeah, I've seen this scene.
Whoa, what happened here? Oh yeah, I thought he was gonna do that. Why wouldn't you just drive the fucking transport?
Well, yeah, that's the thing is like, If he just needed to get around it, he can walk around. Like there's nothing stopping him from going around.
True, kind of weird. I mean, it's just to get transports, but why would he do that if he didn't want to get the transport? Why is he running away?
Yeah, like that's what you would expect. Like, okay, he wants to turn it off so he can drive the truck through. But he doesn't. He just starts running. I'm like, ugh, it's so dumb.
Yeah. Use your fucking saber. I'm gonna pull my hair out. Jesus Christ.
Females.
If he's actually gonna let them capture him. Jesus Christ, Obi-Wan. What the hell you do? What?
He went for the.
You wouldn't use the fucking lightsaber. They're trying to build it up so like he uses it when Vader shows up only.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it this big thing. He would just fucking use it and dice these cunts. No problem. Fuck you, Disney. Honest to God, you fucking hacks. Excuse me?
It was the female officer who saved him.
No, but wait, what?
You sent a
Well, let's see where it goes. Jesus Christ. I don't want to jump the gun, but...
Wait.
You have to hurry.
Oh, I know that actress. She was Oberyn's wife in... I'm pretty sure she was Oberyn's wife. Oberyn's mistress in Game of Thrones. Forget... Alaria Sand, I think her name is.
Oh, she's supposed to be the contact from the other guy.
Oh, that's right. Somehow he has a contact here.
Who's an Imperial officer.
Okay, I guess.
I'll take you the rest of the way.
There are a lot of dead bodies, and you just killed several stormtroopers. So, you're going to have a lot to explain to your commanding officer.
No, but I think she's impersonating an officer. I don't think she actually is one. I think that's what they're going at here.
Well, it's not like her face is covered.
Or she can just pin it on him, I guess. But
all right, let's see where this.
God, so many questions. I have so many
questions.
Mapuso, it's a mining planet.
I'll inform Lord Vader.
He's already been informed. He was most appreciative.
You want to take the credit, you go right ahead. But we both know who'll be standing by his side when this is over.
You know the first in line, which is him.
God, I hope Vader kills her.
Yeah.
Or hell, Han. I hope Han kills her to avenge the Grand Inquisitor, man.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just have the Grand Inquisitor, these three? Or just better yet, don't have the Inquisitors at all. I mean, I like the Inquisitors, but they don't really mesh well with an Obi-Wan story.
No.
Then again, nothing does, but like again, I think Boba Fett would have been the better choice.
Yeah.
Well, hell, Cad Bane even.
Yeah, well, I mean, Boba Fett has a history of working with the Empire. Like, if you wanted to set a show with Boba Fett during like the in between years,
that's
so
true.
he's a younger. He's more experienced than he was in the Clone Wars. So he's not a newbie at being it, but he's still younger than what he was in the OT. Exactly. So you get to see him working with the Empire. That actually would have been kind of cool.
Yeah.
Nobody goes in or out. Do you understand? He gave you the right coordinates. I was on my way when the probes arrived, but you'd already gone.
The Empire's gone into high alert. They've locked everything down.
I can get you to the port. There's a pilot who's agreed to take you, but he's not scheduled to leave for a few hours.
Everything will be all right, Leia. We'll make it out.
I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to run away. I used to do it all the time. It was just for fun.
It wasn't your fault, Leia.
She should. Look. She didn't know she was going to get kidnapped, but honestly, she doesn't really have anything to apologize for. Her fucking dad and his lack of security should be the ones apologizing.
Yeah,
which is the one thing I really dock this series points for is how incompetent they made Bail Organa's security for his only daughter and supposed heir to Alderaan.
Yeah,
it's not exactly royal security. Just seriously just rocked up and took her.
Droid maintenance. It's all automated. No one ever comes in here.
He's just a loader. They don't allow them to communicate.
But what if he has something to say?
Actions speak louder than words.
What is this place?
We have safe houses like this throughout the galaxy, trying to link the systems. Some call it the path. You're not the first Jedi to come through here. These days, the Empire hunts anyone who's force sensitive.
So are they trying to say that scumbag con artist was like actually genuinely helping people? Because there was an implication that
I think what they're trying to do is that, like, he was conning people into thinking he was a Jedi, so they trust him, and then he'd like get them off world. So he was a bad guy and a good guy at the same time.
But when he showed up, they made it clear like he was like just stealing their money and probably not even really helping them.
Yeah. But now he was a rebel the whole time. It's just, oh God, why didn't they just make him a good guy then? Who doesn't trust easily?
Yeah, like the problem is like they're probably thinking, oh well, you know what? I bet that they didn't realize how much of a scumbag he came off as. So they were like, oh, it's obvious that we revealed him to be good the whole time in episode 2. And then they're like, well, it obviously makes sense. He was helping people. He said he helped that lady, so he obviously nobody lies. Do you really think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Look, this is what I mean by they're trying to be cleverer than they actually are. It's just why they didn't have to do that. They could have just made him like this sort of, this rebel guy who, not with the rebellion, obviously, just the fact that he was a rebel. He was fighting the Empire. He was trying to do good. He was trying to smuggle people. He was a smuggler. He was trying to smuggle people off planet. But he doesn't trust easily because he doesn't want to get outed to the Empire. So it wasn't until Obi Wan was outed as a Jedi that he was like, okay, cool, I'll help you. That would have made way more fucking sense. Why did you have to have it? But because it was that fucking comedy actor, they had to have him do this little Jedi skit where they make fun of Jedi tropes, and then he just takes their money. Like I said, there was a reason I wanted him to get gutted.
Yeah, because
the moment I saw him, because I knew it was going to lead to something stupid. Anyway, fuck whatever. He's here now.
Well, yeah, that would have been better if he was just if Obi-Wan confronted him and he's just like, dude, I'm with the rebellion. Like, I'm putting up this act so no one.
Is rebellion even a thing yet? Has Rebels already started or no?
Well, yeah, the rebellion started. It technically started during Revenge of the Sith. It's still the deleted scenes, but the loyalist scenes was technically the origin of the.
I thought Rebels was, if we're going by Disney canon, I'm pretty sure it started as Rebels, didn't it? Officially, like there were pockets of resistance, but then they were like, "Let's start the rebellion."
Well, no, there were little groups, but there was an organized rebellion that Bale was a part of.
Okay, so Bale is a part of the rebellion at the moment.
Yeah, he should be.
They should have actually alluded to that, like he was actually working behind the scenes, and they could have shown a little bit of that. Because I'm wondering, I'm just a little bit scratchy on where Rebels canon starts and where this show starts in contrast to that. I don't know, just a little bit. I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure Rebels starts like 14 years after Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, it's 5 years. It starts 5 years before A New Hope. I remember that.
Okay, so this is definitely before Rebels.
Yeah,
the Grand Inquisitor should definitely still be alive.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories where they keep trying to like come up with the stories of how the rebellion started. I mean, even the Force Unleashed was like, actually, Starkiller is the one who started it. Like a few, like right before A New Hope, and it's just like, oh. But it's like, it's just so much simpler. It's like they just started it after the Empire took over. It's just, they just grew from there.
Quinlan was here.
Yeah, he helps now and again.
Wait, who?
Quinlan Voss. The guy with the dreadlocks and the
the guy
paint
can
on his
force sense the environment.
Yes, him.
Oh, I've always liked that guy from Clone Wars. I don't mind the reference.
Smuggling younglings.
We need to search the premises. Jedi was seen entering this camp. You seen anyone?
I mean, a Jedi was seen entering this camp.
Who saw him? Like, how do they know it was a Jedi?
Yeah,
because
like he never used his saber. I understand they know Kenobi's on the system in the system, but how do they know?
Because all they got was that he was there in that one outpost, and then the officer showed up. And
yeah, exactly. The officer escorted him in. I think it would have been less suspicious if an officer escorted. Did she escort them in like prisoners? Because that would have been the smart thing to do.
They didn't actually show them. They just showed them walking up to the village. So I presume that they just drove back and then got out.
I mean, granted, Obi-Wan is wearing a Jedi similar clothing to what a Jedi would wear for some stupid reason, but I really don't see how like anyone would just know he's a Jedi by walking into the fucking, especially if he's walking with an Imperial officer. That's dumb. Anyway, whatever. Let's keep going.
I'm talking to you.
Okay, but if it's just common knowledge that those droids don't talk, why would you be interrogating?
That's true. Oh, that's true. Good stuff.
It's just a loader. It doesn't understand.
Oh, there you go.
Come on.
Padding.
Yeah, padding.
How long does it take you to realize that and move on? It's like he stood there for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, like, but like they established, oh yeah, they don't talk. All right, tell us where it is. I'm telling you, tell me. And there's this tension where it's holding the hammer behind its back, so it might fight back. And then it's like, hey, it's a loader bot. They don't talk. Oh, okay, bye.
Oh god. So what was the point of that exactly?
Just tension, but they don't know how to write tension, so you know.
We've been compromised. We're coming to you right now.
Is it scary? Having to pretend.
Yeah, sometimes. But it's worth it if I can help people. I wear it on the other side. It gives me a faster draw.
Can you teach me how to shoot?
Come and
Why
get
don't you
ready.
ask him to teach you how to shoot? Because the man can't teach the woman. That's not politically correct.
No.
One day.
You're a heroine. I look up to you. Can you teach me how to shoot?
Yeah.
Why do you do this? Risk everything.
I joined up when the Empire stood for something. By the time I realized what they really were, it was too late.
Okay, no, she is an officer.
Okay, so she is an officer. All right.
You're
But
pretending.
she still pretends to be loyal to the Empire so she can help him. Okay, I can. Fair enough. I just don't understand how that would how she is associated with the douchebag on the other planet who helped Obi-Wan when he really shouldn't have.
I can't. Okay, yeah, it's like they're not explaining stuff, and you know what? I think I'm going to say the same thing I said for the last episode. It does feel like there are parts that there should be more, but it feels like they were cut down because they were trying not to have every episode be so long.
It's not as bad. I don't understand why they would do. I mean, I agree with you, but I just don't understand why they would do that. Your sigh tells me so much. So you can convey so much with a sigh.
I made some mistakes.
We all did.
I can't imagine Obi Wan Kenobi doing anything wrong.
She knows who he is? How the hell does she know who he is?
Does everyone just know Obi-Wan? Just and again,
sorry, go.
No, this is just like it feels like all of the characters are acting like they've watched the movies, where we all know what Obi-Wan looks like. He looks like Ewan McGregor, so they're like, "Hey, you look like that Ewan McGregor guy, so you must be Obi-Wan."
It could have been because they had the bounty on the other planet, and they sent out a signal saying, find Obi-Wan. He's been spotted. Blah blah blah. But she seems to know him. Maybe she heard of his heroics in the Clone Wars. Maybe she was a Republic conscript before she became an Empire one. But no, because she said she joined up with the Empire when she. Yeah, no, she wasn't she wasn't the Republic conscript. I refuse to believe that. Maybe she was just a citizen on a well-trafficked Republic world, so she knew about the Clone Wars and Obi-Wan Kenobi, General Kenobi's heroic efforts and things like that.
Well, if you really wanted to have her know him, she could be like, you don't remember me. You saved me during the Clone Wars. I was younger then.
Ooh, maybe they will go that way, actually. But what I was gonna say, swear they better not make it that Obi-Wan fathers a child with her, or I'm gonna be mad. They better not be taking that route with it.
No, I mean Satine already exists and there's Corky. It's like if you want, they could have been putting in like flashbacks, and there could have been a flashback where he and Anakin were on a planet and they saved a bunch of people, and that could have been her, but years ago, like tying in the flashback ideas to the story they're telling. I'm like, you could have done that, and you even could have shown that like good deeds he did before are coming back. That even fits their stupid arc with Obi-Wan, where he's all miserable and dejected, and seeing that these good deeds helped people, and like that restores his confidence and restores his faith in the Force or whatever bullcrap.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm writing their story for them better than.
Yeah.
Come on, this will take us out. What is it?
He senses. It's a presence I have not felt since.
What the hell was he doing? Since when the fuck was it nighttime?
I was just going to say, how long were
What
they
the
in there?
fuck?
It was daylight like 5 minutes ago.
Less. It's like 30 seconds ago.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's Vader. That's
a presence he has not felt.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was going to say.
Yeah, I thought though if I said don't use that line, please don't use that line. Anyway.
You guys want to get going? You want to leave now? You guys apparently sat there for hours. Like you guys were supposed to be leaving, and then you ran back to the door to look outside.
Yeah.
And now all the Inquisitors are suddenly here.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Oh. Like
it literally time skipped ahead just so that they could have all the characters here in the right place at the right time, so they could have this confrontation.
Yeah, like it feels like there was an entire section that was just cut out. Or
honestly, I disagree. I mean, it feels that way, but I don't think that was. I
so
really
you think
really
it was just written that way?
Yeah, they just skipped the fuck ahead so they could fast forward Vader and the Inquisitors to get there without having to like wait half a day to get there at Lightspeed. Because if they waited half a day, Obi-Wan would have been long gone.
Right, because the ship that they were getting to left in an hour or two or whatever or something, but it was leaving soon, and now it's just like no, it's nighttime, and now all of the bad guys are here right now.
That's exactly right. And how long did it take Obi-Wan to fucking get there to that planet from wherever the hell he was? They had to go back to the Inquisitor planet. They had to send out the probes, and then they got a light speed out there themselves.
Yeah. This is like season 8, 7 Game of Thrones teleportation.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. That's fucking bullshit. Bullshit they're standing on this planet right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You gotta leave. Oh my gosh, why are you standing? Vader is coming.
Vader can sense you, dude.
Yeah.
You're the reason you're what he's tracking.
Oh.
It might actually be wiser for him to send Leia away with this woman and tell her to go straight to Alderaan and keep her there, as opposed to because if Obi-Wan stays with her, he's just gonna get her hurt. She's gonna get hurt. Or she's going to get captured, because he is the magnets essentially. He is Vader's magnet. He's the one that Vader's after. But again, if he sees Leia with Obi-Wan, he's going to wonder what the fuck the child is so important for, and it's not going to take him long to figure out who she is.
Yeah, he can't have any reason to suspect her.
Yeah. I got to admit though, I am getting chills seeing Obi-Wan lay eyes on Vader for the first time. Like. Knowing that's the boy you trained that you left burning to death. Now he's commander of this freaking massive army, and he's he was maimed so bad that he's now confined to that suit. Like you put him in that suit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just maybe it's Ewan that's selling it for me, I guess. But yeah, I'm getting some chills here, like the good kind of chills.
Well, I'm not. I just think
you're a heartless prick, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, I have to ignore a lot though to feel like
it's the Star Wars Silver Timeline. It's the Star Wars Silver Timeline.
No, it's not. This isn't even the.
Yeah, they're not even trying to do that. They're like, no. This is canon. This makes sense. This all makes sense.
Yeah. They're actually trying to pass this off as canon.
It's like that one meme of the dog and with the house on fire, and he's like, "This is fine." That's Disney with Star Wars.
I think I might have heard about this bit actually.
I actually haven't. So let's see.
Okay. Not smart. Yeah, that bit.
Oh, okay, but why?
Because he ran at Vader with the intent to attack him to save his father. He essentially defied Vader. He's like, all right, you're
Well,
gonna die.
no. Why did he grab that one dude? He didn't interrogate him. He didn't do anything. He was just doing.
Maybe he was about to, or maybe he was trying to lure out Obi-Wan, hoping he'd take action. I can buy that.
But Vader would kill people for a reason, whether that's because they failed him or because he's interrogating him. Like,
true, but I'm pretty sure he didn't kill the guy he was choking. He killed his son because the son was trying to stand up for him. He was essentially running at Vader.
Okay, but he didn't do any. Somehow. But he didn't do anything with that dude after. He's just continued walking.
True.
Go with Tala. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, that's smart. I'm glad he's doing that. Even though he's just met this woman, like she did save them, and he, like it or not, Obi-Wan is the one that's going to put Leia in danger, so he has to send her away. This is the example of, I'd say, a character making a good example of a character making a tough decision.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't really have a choice, but he needs to make this decision. Yeah, good. I'm fine with this. I might want to shut the door so they don't follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to lure out Obi-Wan. He knows he's there. He's like, come out. I'm going to keep hurting people.
He said not to engage, but to sweep the town, search for others.
How did you get over here so fast?
Good question.
It's because
they're skipping ahead again to force this.
And they wanted this specific shot. They wanted this shot, and they were like,
"Yeah,
well, we need him to be on the other side. Let's just have him appear there. It doesn't have to make sense." And he's just running away.
He's not the man he was. I think he's scared to turn on the lightsaber.
Yeah, that's the way they're portraying it. It does seem like they're trying to say that he's so scared. He's not the man he used to be.
So much. Or maybe he just wants to lead Vader further away from Leia.
Well, that worried look when he was pulling out the lightsaber makes me think.
True.
It was more of him being scared. Like, he could have turned on the lightsaber and then pretended he was going to engage and then ran off, and then he's just getting Vader to follow him.
Yeah.
And then he can look as the ship is flying away or something, and then he's just oh, my plan worked, or something that makes it seem like this was all purposeful and he was doing this with intent rather than he just haphazardly wobbles away while Vader hunts him down.
You cannot run, Obi-Wan.
Oh, there he is. At least it sounds a bit more like a lightsaber than the fucking Force Awakens did.
Yeah. You can sense him. You have the Force. Don't believe your lying eyes. Sense with the Force.
Feel, don't think.
Yeah.
What have you become?
I am what you made me.
Stop pussyfooting around with this. Just have the lightsaber fight.
Yeah.
And of course, she's going to be the only one who realizes where they've gone.
Yeah. I swear, it'd be funny if they didn't close the door to let's see if they left the door open. Oh, bullshit. Well, they didn't show us.
No, I was expecting for her to walk in and the door is just wide open.
Yeah. Okay, I guess he did close the door. Smart.
For once.
lies have made you weak.
The circle is now complete. When we last met, it was actually on that one planet where we had that totally lame duel, but now I am the master.
Yeah. How is this meant to be better than Mustafa? Granted, they could have another duel that's better, but it's not going to be better. The choreography is going to be terrible. The setup's going to be terrible. The payoff's going to be terrible.
Yeah. Well, and it really annoys me when I see people trying to justify this certain. Well, they never specifically said that they didn't meet before. I'm like, I'm sorry, but literally everything about A New Hope was like they had not seen each other since the last time they fought.
Yeah. Not to mention, what do you think is more fucking satisfying? Them seeing each other after this shit, or them not having seen each other since Obi-Wan maimed Anakin on Mustafa after that epic duel in Revenge of the Sith?
It's obviously the latter.
Yeah.
Well, and
why try and justify it?
Yeah.
Here's what you got to tell him: if anyone tries to justify this, say don't. It's over. It's a Don't try and argue with me when it's a non-starter. There is no argument. I don't want to hear it.
Well, and
they cook this up to make money and to lure in saps like you. This goes directly against canon, and the original creator had nothing to fucking do with it. Ergo, not canon, contrived, forced, nonsensical bullshit.
Well, and
by a company that already destroyed Star Wars, and you're still clinging to the fact that it's not. It's actually sorry. Let me rephrase. You're still clinging to the possibility that it might get better, that Star Wars might return to glory. It's never going to happen while the same people that fucked it are in charge. Okay, sorry, I had to get that off my chest. But I mean, tell me that isn't logical.
Oh no, yeah,
I mean, I know you know that. I'm speaking rhetorically. Yeah, but what really annoys me is that people still cling to whatever scraps they can, saying The Mandalorian's great. It's the best Star Wars has been since Empire. Or, oh my god, the last episode of Kenobi is great, and because they had the duel thingy, or because Obi-Wan said this line, or oh my god, I can't wait till this could happen in episode 4, or this could happen in episode 5 of the Kenobi series, or oh my god, I wonder what Andor's going to be like. Maybe they can actually make a good Star Wars movie again. Or Taika Waititi will save us when his Star Wars abortion comes out. No, it's never going to get better. Ever. Until new people fucking take possession of it. Or George Lucas buys it back. None of those things are ever likely to happen. Maybe like a decade or something, when Disney's lost enough money, they'll sell Star Wars, and another equally bad or slightly less bad company will fucking take it over, and maybe it'll be a little bit better, but it's never going to be what it was ever. You have the complete saga, as George calls it, 1 to 6, the Clone Wars, both variants of the Clone Wars, and the occasional decent Disney fan fiction. That's it.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, I believe that even back during his Lucas's original notes for A New Hope, even before they settled on all the details of Vader being Anakin and stuff, it still said that the last time that Obi-Wan and Vader met was when they fought on a volcano. I remember I remember Lucas had that volcano fight in his head since 1977. So that was always the intention, and people are like, well, he was vague. I'm like, look, Lucas could come in and explain things differently than how people might have thought.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff he did with the Clone Wars, a lot of people, even people who had written stuff about the Clone Wars in the EU, he did stuff different than what they thought it was. But when it comes to stuff like that, he's pretty firm on the fact that they never met between this. It's different than in, say, Revenge of the Sith, when they meet Dooku, and then Anakin says, the last time we met, my powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count. Well, and then some people, if you haven't watched the Clone Wars, you think, well, that's been since Attack of the Clones. And then if you watch the Clone Wars, they fought a couple of times. So then it's like my powers have doubled since we fought 3 months ago, which is exactly the kind of arrogant thing Anakin would be saying.
True, but it also actually kind of makes that
The line that Obi-Wan
a
says.
little bit better because if his powers have doubled since the last time they fought in the Clone Wars, canonically, I think it works either way. And I'm pretty sure. And when Revenge of the Sith was made, make no mistake, it was referring to Attack of the Clones, not the Clone Wars. But in the Clone Wars, with the Clone Wars 2008 series, let's just adopt that into canon for a second. If the last time, I believe it was, what was it, on the Pike planet they fought Dooku, Kenobi, and Anakin. Like, let's say his powers doubled since that time. If anything, that makes Anakin even cooler in Revenge of the Sith, because it means he's gotten even stronger than what he was what he originally was set up to be when he was supposedly got twice as strong as he was in Attack of the Clones, because he was already stronger in the Clone Wars. So yeah, I don't know, just putting that out there. I personally, though, I do think Attack of the Clones, it makes more sense tying into Attack of the Clones instead, because that's what it was originally intended for. Anyway, we're just saying it's more forgivable. There's more room to play around there. But with Obi-Wan and Anakin, between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, there's really no wiggle room whatsoever.
Yeah,
they saw each other, and then they reunited 19 years later, and they had their final confrontation.
And and we've had like 40 plus years of that being the case. But then Disney's like, well,
oh no, well, make no mistake, it still is the case. This series is really just
it's bad fan fiction.
It's horrible fan fiction, but even horrible fan fiction can have good ideas in it, I guess.
Yeah.
Go.
What? Go. Rewind for a sec. Sorry about that. I think she heard the door. I was going to say, if Leia Force sensed her coming, I was going to quit.
Go.
I was like, don't turn her into Rey.
Keep running till you reach the pool. A pilot will meet you there.
So as far as you know, it's probably Vader coming in. What are you going to do against?
I mean, look, I can respect. No, actually, no. They should just run for their lives.
Yeah,
you're right. I was gonna say I could respect it buying a little bit of time, but like, you don't want to send a child unsupervised. Like,
especially when there are Inquisitors running around too.
True,
because they don't know who's coming in. The last they saw, Vader was walking in, and they as far the worst case scenario, he killed Obi-Wan, and now he's coming for them.
Yeah,
like they don't know what's going on. So like you run, you get out of there.
Yeah,
like she should be picking Leia up and just booking it. Like, no, we're not walking anymore. We're running.
I identify with you. Also, this looks and feels so cheap. Remember, SC-38 Reimagined was a thing, guys.
Yeah, and that was done by guys with minimal budget and just really good at special effects.
Yeah, and they fucking owned it. They took A New Hope. I mean, I'm still fine with A New Hope, but they took A New Hope and they fucking amped it the fuck up to 11.
Yeah.
And, it felt like, they weren't as strong as they were back in Revenge of the Sith. Well, I mean, Vader had grown a bit stronger, but like, both of them were somewhat hindered, by the years. Vader with his suit and cybernetics, and Obi-Wan with his old age. But they still damn near tore down the Death Star fighting each other. And, the way they cropped Alec Guinness's face on seamlessly with Obi-Wan's body, or the person who was like, doing the choreography was brilliant. The way they'd incorporate the Force into the fight was brilliant as well. The way they put those extended cuts in between the original cuts from New Hope, brilliant. It was fantastic. And Disney's like, oh, well, people want that. We'll give them this. So far, it's not even close.
Yeah.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
What's that gonna do? Oh, that's smart. They have a second door. What's that? Is that the rebellion symbol?
No, that's the Jedi Order symbol.
Oh, I see.
Well, why would you leave any markings on it? Well,
I think it's like, you know, it's like you haven't seen Shawshank Redemption. It's basically like leaving a Brooks was here or whatever, just kind of leaving messages for other survivors and stuff, or fugitives to sort of like. I'm fine with it to an extent. I think it's more bullshit that she found this place to begin with. Honestly.
Oh yeah, I agree. But also they were writing their names down, so they now have a list of surviving Jedi who have been through here.
So they shouldn't leave their real names. The whole point is to give them new identities.
Yeah, Quinlan Voss wrote his name down. Oh wow, Quinlan Voss survived. I guess we got to be hunting him down.
Maybe they could have left their initials like CV or something. You know, that way, yeah. Or maybe he could have said something like left a quote behind that. There, like for example, Obi-Wan would know Quinlan Voss said this, or Master Yoda said this, or just something. Maybe keep it a bit more subtle.
Yeah,
I don't know. Anyway, basically, instead of just giving this bitch a fucking smorgasbord of fucking Jedi names to hunt down.
Yeah.
Also, is it just me, or can she not? She can't act, can she?
No, she can't.
She's terrible at acting.
Yeah, or at the very least, she's been doing a bad job here. Like, I have literally never heard of her before this, so I don't know what her acting is like in anything else she's been in.
Yeah.
But in this, she is awful. But I mean, that could also be a combination of a bad script and horrible direction.
Granted, I don't think the direction's horrible because, I think Deborah Cho's a perfectly adequate director because she did direct some of my favorite episodes of The Mandalorian, and granted, that is a very short list. And I think she directed those episodes. I think she did an all right job with those. I think she did. I go as far as to say she even did a good job with those. But like, here's the thing: the script is giving her nothing to work with. Oh well, it's making a character look like an irredeemable cunt, and it's trying to make her appear to be like she has the right, in conjunction with the other Inquisitors. It's meant to make her appear like she is the hard done by one who's got the right philosophy, and they're the ones holding her back. When that's absolutely not the case. The script has written her character backwards, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, what they want you to feel for her, you feel the opposite, and Deborah Cho has to work with that. And all she has is, keep rest. Moses, which is the actress's name, Moses. You're meant to look down at the Jedi symbol. You hate the Jedi, so I need you to. You know that resting cunt face you have? I need you to amp that up to 11. And that's basically the direction she gives. As well as, you need to cuss like a fucking child when Obi-Wan escapes. I'll get you for this. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids.
And Jedi.
Cartoony villain fucking remarks. And, I do think Deborah Cho could have told her to act less like a fucking brat. But I think maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe they just had the wrong fucking idea of how to do this type of character.
Maybe.
I mean, broadly speaking, obviously every character is different, but what the fuck? Why did he knock that over? Oh, I think I know why that fire pit is in the background there. Because I have had some mild spoilers for this fight, and they weren't kidding. This is their worst duel.
It's so lame and underwhelming. Like, at the very least, the really lackluster duel in A New Hope was because, well, like they couldn't hit the sticks together because they were so fragile.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll give it to them. You can play it off of they were both being very cautious in their first fight in 20 years. Okay, fine, right, whatever. We have to come up with an explanation for that. But they have no excuse here. Like, this should be what SC-380 or SC-38 was. Like, you see Obi-Wan and Vader, like having this absolute all-out brawl with each other.
Yeah.
It's like, and you have Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen. Like, we've seen these dudes go at it.
Yeah. Yeah, they can choreo. I mean, if you get a halfway decent choreographer in there, they can do the work. And honestly, I bet they were chomping at the bit to actually have a rehash of Revenge of the Sith. Like, you know, fight wise, I mean. They were ready to throw down, and they can, but yeah, I don't know what to do. Unless they're saving that for the final episode of the series when Obi-Wan becomes the man he used to be.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't say that with a straight face. But
it's when he finally jumps behind Vader and says, "Hello there."
I bet you that's going to be the payoff. And we're like, great, we couldn't have fucking started here. Anyway.
Yeah, really.
Oh, anyway.
Because you don't even need to give him an arc. Even for this story, you can just have him be Obi-Wan. He doesn't, because the whole arc is we need to protect Leia. You don't need him to go on a personal journey for that.
Yeah.
He can just be Obi-Wan and be competent. Because, I mean, really, like, if you it's like watching him through, say, well, even like Attack of the Clones. Like, does Obi-Wan really develop in Attack of the Clones? I mean, he's different than he was before, but he doesn't really go through an arc or anything. And but he's just being Obi-Wan, investigating, tracking things down, getting into
he's a static character. The development he accrues is in the time jumps.
Yeah.
Anakin is the one who develops. Padme is the one who develops. I'd say if he has a small arc in any of the prequel movies, it's definitely to do with Phantom Menace, where he's still a developing Padawan, because he's actually the character that kind of ascends in Phantom Menace when Qui-Gon was the one who was essentially the character who was taking point. But then when he's taken out of commission, Obi-Wan has to step up to finish the job. So there I wouldn't say he's a static character. He has to like step up and be the Jedi Knight and, you know, defeat the Sith and take on the responsibility of training Anakin. So he goes through a mild arc there, but he was mainly a POV character, and the story was about Padme and Anakin. They were the characters of interest.
Yeah.
But Qui-Gon was the main point of view character, and Obi-Wan was the secondary point of view character, but then Obi-Wan becomes the primary point of view character by the end. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, but like, where were we going with this? Here we go. Oh yeah, Obi-Wan doesn't need an arc. Is what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we went so far on that tangent, we were like, wait, what were we talking about again?
Yeah. The rematch of the century.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm trying to see what the hell. Oh, that's what Vader's doing. What? How does that? I get what they're going for here. Yeah, I know, but like, what the hell is that on the ground? Is that fertilizer? Is he lighting that up or something? I don't know.
Or it's some sort of like coal or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
It's flammable. That's all we need to know.
Looks cool. We know where this is going.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like I can respect this to some degree, but I'm just annoyed that Obi-Wan is such a bitch here.
You will suffer, Obi-Wan.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's going to leave some serious marks that are not there in A New Hope.
Yeah, that too. Not to mention his beard and shit should have already caught fire, and his robe.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, okay, I can see Vader wanting to burn him alive just to get back at him.
Yeah.
But like the fact that he's doing this and Obi-Wan is just like, I'm mildly discomfort being thrown in fire.
The execution is terrible. And I can understand him maybe tossing Obi-Wan into the flames, and then Obi-Wan maybe gets saved in the nick of time. Like he gets mildly burnt, but
he's literally
he should be roasting here. He should be scarred and fucking burnt, and his hair should be on fire, and his clothes should be on fire. Like, anyway, let's keep going. Maybe we'll see what happens.
It looks so fake.
It does.
What?
Just his arm got burnt.
Did Vader do that?
Yeah, I guess he wants to keep Obi-Wan alive. I can understand him getting a little bit not a little bit burnt. Sorry, he went in shoulder first, so his arm would be fucked. Fair enough, and I suppose they can do that because you don't exactly see Obi-Wan shirtless in A New Hope. But like, come on, like he would be burnt all over from that.
Yeah, his clothes would have caught. He was in there for a while. His clothes would have caught
like
fire.
30 seconds at least.
And of course, she's going to be the one that saves him.
Shoot random thing and cause explosion.
Well, she saw the red barrels in a stack next to the enemy group, so she shot that.
Yeah,
this is basic first-person shooter logic, NOMZ. Don't tell me Vader's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
You can tell that they've realized that like there's literally no way Obi-Wan was going to win this. So they were like, how do we get him out? Let's just stop having Vader do anything. Okay, that makes sense. But he put out the fire like 20 seconds ago.
Use the Force to just douse the flames.
Just do it again. Or if you don't want to put out the fire, literally force lift that robot and throw it against the wall. Pick up Obi-Wan again and drag him to you. You can't be manhandling him so badly before, and then when it comes to this, you're like, well, shoot. I guess I gotta stop now.
Yeah.
Like, shoot, like in Rogue One, when he was slicing his way through the rebel troops, like the only reason he stopped was because the ship literally undocked and blasted off into space. So it's not like he could have really followed it.
Yeah.
But now here it's like, okay, you have fire between you and Obi-Wan. You hate Obi-Wan more than anything in the galaxy. And you're just saying, I'll just sit here and wait it out. Or, he also, if he doesn't want to put it out, he could walk around the fire. It's not a huge fire.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is so stupid.
Look, I was expecting. I think even the people who were excited for this show were expecting more than this.
Yeah. Well, I can see why a lot of even normies were disappointed with episode 3.
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, we got our Vader and Obi-Wan duel. Oh, that's it?
Yeah. Something tells me they're going to do a bigger duel in episode 6, or Obi-Wan's going to fight Reva, but I don't imagine it ending any way good.
Yeah,
in either scenario.
Well, and even if the idea is good, we've seen here before where every good idea gets tainted.
But hey, let's keep going. I want to see what happens to Leia.
No, we'll never find him.
Pretty sure he's still on the planet though.
He's like,
fuck did the robot get out there? I thought she was going back to fight Reva.
Yeah, it's not because that means that she would have to have gone back to the robot, or the robot already knew what was going on, because it's a slow robot. It's not fast.
But wasn't it a one-way tunnel? How the hell did she get past Reva?
Yeah, what happened to that?
That's my
that's a really good question. I wasn't thinking about that. Like,
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware, like it was just one long tunnel.
We're going to be okay.
We'll just throw you in a Bacta tank for like 5 minutes and you'll be fine. No big deal. I swear, if Reva is still in there, then I'm really going to question how she didn't notice this lady walking past her. She just walked by and says, "Excuse me, I just got a little lost." Okay.
Yeah. Also, if Reva can't catch Leia, Leia's uncatchable. Remember all those times Obi-Wan tried to catch her. Not to mention, Leia has a mad head start on her.
Don't be afraid. Come closer.
I swear to God.
Wait, did she beat her there?
Swear to God.
Supposed to meet?
Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. But...
How did she get there before the
actual fuck?
Yeah, that tunnel was one way, right? So somehow Reva teleported in front of the tunnel, knowing either like unless they're trying to say that she didn't go into the tunnel, but she just knew where it was. But like, how would she know where it would come out?
What the fuck? And
And
how the hell did the other bitch get the fuck out of the tunnel without bumping into Reva?
Well, yeah,
and meet up with Kenobi and save him
Yeah,
somehow.
because they cut from her, they cut away from her, like opening up the room.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, so she's like looking for them, and then you're like, okay, so she's following them, right? And isn't that what they sensed? Isn't that what she heard? Like they're opening the door. So then you went back, but then didn't run into Reva, but got all the way to Obi Wan. But Reva teleported in front of Leia, who had a huge head start anyway.
Oh God.
Oh, this literally makes no freaking sense.
No, it's fucked. It's fucked from top to bottom, head to toe.
I'll take you from here.
Yeah, and she knew how to get there. How? Wait, is that the end of the episode?
I think so. Okay.
Thank Christ.
Goodness gracious, that was awful.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon that's the worst one so far? Because people tell me episode 3 is better than episode 2. No, I honestly think episode 3 might be worse. Yeah, I think episode 3 is worse.
If only for the last like 15 minutes. Like the everything before that wasn't good, and there's a lot of stupidity, but like that was everything with Vader was so bad.
Well, I'd say most of it was bad with Vader. What was I gonna say? Fucking. Here's the thing about this episode. I think this episode had higher highs than episode 2 did, but I also think it had lower lows and a lot more of them too. Like the Grand Inquisitor thing is bad. I think that's what most people are talking about when they say it broke canon. But people are clinging to but Darth Vader burnt Obi-Wan. See, it's like poetry. It rhymes. Blah blah blah. Well, no, like not even that was done well. Like I don't really know what the fuck people who watched episode 3 are clinging to, especially with the Vader stuff. I think there's more to cling to with Obi-Wan and Leia. Honestly, I think there's a lot more going on that's well done. And I mean, I don't hate the Imperial officer defector chick. Ilaria Sands actress. I'm not sure what her name is. I can't pronounce her name.
I don't.
I think she's okay, but I just think she doesn't make much sense with how the plot got jump started in the first place.
Yeah, like
I think the bigger problem is the impersonated Jedi on the other planet. Sorry to cut you off.
No, yeah. Like it's the idea of there being a defector in the Empire. Like I imagine that. Like, well, hell, Biggs was a defector from the Empire. Like that's not something they talk about, but he and another bunch of other rebels were all in like the Imperial Academy, and then were a part of the Empire, and then left to join the rebellion. So it's like that's something I understand. That's something that makes sense. But the problem is that her character one is undercooked. The connection that she has to the con artist is really, really like confusing, and like they haven't explained any of this, and it feels like they're like go, we're just moving, we're just going, like don't think about it, right? Don't think about the plot, just keep going.
Don't think, just consume.
Yeah.
Man, that was a slog. I was just like, please end episode, please.